Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Super Deku Part 2. Suffering Izuku went to Uraraka's apartment. As a little extra, Izuku went to buy some flowers, a dozen roses. When he showed up with the flowers, she melted. Kissing him on the cheek, she went to put them in a vase with some water so they wouldn't wilt. They walked to the mall where the cinema was. Izuku bought tickets for the movie, but Uraraka insisted that she would buy the snacks. I heard this movie is sad, but the romance is really good, Uraraka said as they made their way to the auditorium. I never really seen any romance movies, so I hope it's good, Izuku said, munching on some popcorn. But since you picked out this movie, it must be good. After walking for a bit, they found the auditorium and then their seats. As the lights dimmed down and the movie started to play, Izuku looked over to his right to see Uraraka. The light from the screen reflecting off of her. Wow, she looks amazing, Izuku smiled. As the movie went along, Izuku wanted to wrap his arm around Uraraka but was nervous in doing so. Until Uraraka leaned against his shoulder. The movie was great and towards the end Izuku was almost in tears. Haha, I can't believe you actually cried, Uraraka was teasing him.
Hey, it was a sad movie, especially the last part, Izuku said, wiping the tears off his cheek.
As they walked back to Uraraka's apartment, they walked past an alley when they heard the sound of someone crying. Hey, you hear that? Izuku asked.
Yeah, it sounds like someone is crying, we should go check it out, Uraraka said, walking down the alley with Izuku right behind her.
The crying started to get closer and closer until they stopped by a dumpster to find a little girl crying. She had to be no older than 6 years old, was wearing nothing but an old torn-up white dress. The two walked slowly towards the girl. Hey, are you okay? Uraraka asked, crowding down to the girl's level. The girl looked at Uraraka, then scurried back in fear. Hey, it's okay, I won't hurt you, Uraraka said, lowering her voice. My name is Uraraka and this is Izuku, he's my boyfriend. Izuku kneed down also. Hey, what's your name? Izuku's voice was calm as could be. The little girl looked at the pair slowly. Eri, she said, her voice still shaking in fear. Hello Eri. Hey, you want to see something cool? Izuku said. Eri nodded. Izuku put his hand out in front of him and opened his palm. He created a small key ball. Izuku made sure it was harmless. Here, you can play with this, he said, showing Eri the small green ball of key. Eri looked at it, not moving at first, but after touching it she saw that it wasn't going to harm her, so she took the ball. She threw the ball into the air and caught it before it hit the ground. So, Eri, what are you doing out here by yourself? Where are your parents? Asked Uraraka. Mama left me and Papa is dead. Eri looked down at the key ball.
I see, well don't we are here now and we are going to get you help, alright. Uraraka said, getting up and extending out a hand for Eri to hold.
See, can you be my new mama and papa? When Eri said this, Izuku and Uraraka's heart squeezed. Her voice was so cute. Well, of course we can. Isn't that right, Deku? Uraraka turned to Izuku and winked at him, hoping he would play along. Izuku nodded.
Why, yeah, sure. Alright, let's go to the police station, they can help you there, Izuku said, extending out his hand so Eri could grab it. Eri hesitated but she grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku smiled. Perfect, let's go Eri.
And off they went to the nearest police station. They talked to the officer at the front desk and were quickly escorted them to a room. Now it was just the three of them in a room with a table and a few water bottles and some chairs. This is upsetting Eri. It didn't help that the room was poorly lit, giving the room a scary feeling. Papa, I'm scared, Eri said, grabbing onto Izuku's leg. It's okay Eri, we are here. We won't let anyone hurt you, Izuku said, placing his hand on her head. Uraraka smiled. I never knew Deku was so good with kids. Maybe in the future me and him can. Oh my god, what am I thinking? Uraraka blushed red as a tomato. Uraraka, you alright? You're really red? Izuku questioned. Why, yeah, I'm fine, Uraraka said, taking a seat. Just then the door to the room exploded open. You, get away from her right now, the tall skinny man in a suit yelled, scaring the trio. Eri began to cry and hid behind Izuku's leg. The man began to reach for Eri but Izuku grabbed his wrist, stopping him. Back off. Izuku's eyes changed color. You're scaring her. Izuku threw the tall man away from Eri, then got in front of her. Uraraka ran behind him to hug Eri in a way a mother would do for her child. Listen kid, there are a lot of things you don't know right now, but I'll tell you this. You need to back off, the man said, staring down at Izuku. And I'll tell you this, Izuku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Try to reach for her again and I'll break your arms. Izuku's golden aura illuminated the room. The tall man backed off while Eri looked at Izuku in amazement. Now Midoriya, remember what we told you, another incident and we would have to expel you. Nezu walked in and getting in between the two. There won't be one, but you need to start talking, Principal Nezu. Izuku reverted back into his base form. Right, but first why don't we go somewhere else? This place is rather damp. Night Eye, I hope you would take things a little more calmly, Nezu said, walking out the room and signaling the group to follow them. What should we do, Deku? Uraraka whispered to Izuku. For now we follow them, then we shall see where this goes, Izuku whispered, then turned to Eri. Let's go Eri, the little bear, mouse is our principal, we can trust him. Eri nodded and grabbed onto both Izuku and Uraraka's hand. They were taken to a conference room which had a large table. They all took their seats. Eri sat on Uraraka's lap. Now that we changed locations, some explanations are in order. This is Sir Night Eye, he used to be All Might's sidekick many years ago. Nezu said. Yes, while I used to be, that is not my main focus right now. Right now my main focus is that girl, he said, pointing at the girl. What I am about to tell you is top secret, so I trust this won't leave this room. Night Eye sighed. You see, she is the daughter of the Yakuza leader Overhaul. The name made Eri shake in fear. There Eri, he won't hurt you again, Uraraka said, stroking her hair trying to calm her down. That can't be right. Eri told us her father was dead, said Izuku. You see, he isn't actually her biological father, but rather he took her once her real father died and her mother sold her to the Yakuza. I've been following their movements for years now and I've gotten nowhere, that is until today when she showed up, said Night Eye. That's terrible. But why would the Yakuza bother with a little girl? Shouldn't they be worrying about selling drugs or something, said Uraraka. I was getting to that, Night Eye said, getting up. We have a feeling it has to do something with her quirk. Her quirk, is it something powerful? Asked Izuku. It's strange to say the least. We have reason to believe that her quirk has something to do with a new type of quirk eraser drug that is hitting the streets. We don't know how they make it, only that they use someone's quirk in the process, Night Eye said, holding up his arm. If my suspicions are correct, then take a look at her arms. See those bandages? Take those off. Izuku and Uraraka looked at each other. Hey Eri, can I see those bandages on your arm for a second? Eri nodded hesitantly. Izuku began to take off the bandages. As he began to unwind them, they both went eye-widened in horror. Her whole arm was covered in scars and bruised from constant needles piercing her skin. Eri, who did this to you? Eri turned away. The bird people. Izuku clenched his fists out of anger. Can we get new bandages for her please, Nezu? Uraraka asked. Of course, he said, going to a nearby desk and pulled out a first aid kit. Here you go. He handed the small box to Uraraka, then proceeded to wrap new bandages on her arms. Once she was done, Eri looked at her new bandages, then looked up at Uraraka. Thank you, Mama. Uraraka blushed when she heard the word Mama. It's as I feared, they are using her blood to make the drug. Night Eye paced around the room. But now that we have her here, they can't make any more of the drug. Yes, this is perfect. Principal Nezu, I ask that you tell those kids to hand over the girl to me so we can further study her. Study her? She's not a lab rat. Eri has suffered enough, Izuku spoke up, then turned to Nezu. I agree that we have to keep her safe, but I can't agree to leaving her so they can study her. If she is that important to Overhaul, then that means she will be targeted. Izuku looked over at Eri. So what do you propose we do, Midoriya? Nezu said, crossing his arms together. Let us take care of her, Uraraka cut in. Are you too crazy? Night Eye yelled. We don't know what her quirk is. What if she loses control and ends up killing the both of you? Then what? Nezu, we can protect her. As strong as I am now, I'm pretty sure I can take down All Might if I wanted to, Izuku said, pleading his case. Nezu thought about it for a good while before speaking. While it is true that the two of you formed a connection with the girl, and I would rather see her in a more loving environment. Not to mention your powers are not to be taken lightly, I just can't bear the risk of losing two of my best students to villains. Not to mention you would have to protect her 24/7, that would mean in school as well as after school. Tell you what, we have the finals, is this week correct? Izuku asked. Yes, that's correct. What are you suggesting? Nezu looked at Izuku. There's been a rumor that the final would consist of fights against teachers. Have me fight All Might. If I can defeat him, then that would prove that I can protect her, Izuku said with determination. And what if you fail? Nezu questioned. I'll willingly accept a week-long suspension and you can take Eri wherever you feel that is safe enough. Izuku showed a level of confidence that no one has seen before. Very well, but I won't allow you to fight one-on-one. You will have a partner of my choosing and you will not be allowed to transform as well as a handicap. Agree to my terms and you have yourself a deal, Nezu said, smiling. Deal. Izuku reached out his hand to Nezu, could shake it, and he did. Well, there you have it, Night Eye. 1 week time. If they fail you can take the girl, but if they pass she stays with them. In the meantime, she will stay with them since she has grown attached to them. You will bring Eri to school tomorrow so we can keep a closer eye on her. I will inform the teachers about our special guest. For now, Midoriya, please take Eri with you back home. While you're at it, find her some clothes. All expenses will be covered by the school, so no need to worry about the cost. I'll get the necessary paperwork done here and contact you at a later date, said Nezu to Izuku. Izuku nodded. Sir, are you sure this is the right call? Night Eye still had his doubts about this. Nezu simply raised his paw, stopping any future comments. Night Eye would sit back down. Very well, 1 week. Thank you, Night Eye, you two are excused for today. I'll see you at school, you three, said Nezu. Let's go, Eri. Let's go get you cleaned up at my place and there you can meet my mom, Izuku said, taking Eri by the hand. She nodded and Uraraka would follow. The trio was making their way to Izuku's apartment when Uraraka stopped. Hey Deku? They all stopped. Yeah, Uraraka? Do you think the Yakuza are going to target her again? Uraraka said nervously. I won't lie to you, Uraraka. Yes, I do think they will target her again, Izuku said, picking up Eri. But I won't let them hurt her, and especially you. Izuku smiled as he grabbed her hand. This calmed Uraraka. Alright Deku. You're the strongest in UA right now. I know you will keep us safe, Uraraka said, continuing to walk. Izuku was now in front of his apartment, but stopped before entering. Oh no, I didn't think about what I am going to tell my mom, said Izuku, sweat dripping from his forehead. Wait here. He handed Eri to Uraraka and went inside. Hey mom, I'm home. Izuku said walking into his apartment. Hey honey, how was your date? Anything exciting happen? Inko said as he was preparing dinner. Yeah, about that. Inko turned her full attention to Izuku. I became a dad. Inko dropped the bowl she was carrying when she heard that. I'm sorry, what? Let me explain. Izuku tried to explain but was cut off by his mother. Izuku. You didn't? Inko aura flared out, scaring poor Izuku. Wait mom, it's not what you think. Izuku tried to explain but was cut off by the door swinging open. Eri jumped in front of Izuku with her arms out open. Don't hurt my papa. She yelled at Inko. When she saw this, stopped dead in her tracks. Sorry Deku, I tried to stop her but she jumped out of arms when she heard you yelling. Uraraka walked into the apartment. Hello Inko, sorry for dropping by like this. You two have some explaining to do, but first, Inko squatted down to meet Eri. Hey there, sorry for yelling, I won't do that again, alright? Inko smiled. Eri looked up to Izuku who nodded. Alright, she said, dropping her hands. Good, now, let's get you cleaned up. Uraraka dear, will you please take Eri to take a bath while I talk to my son? It's the second door on the left. I'll bring some clothes that might fit her, Inko asked Uraraka as she grasped Izuku's shoulder hard. Yes of course, come on Eri. Uraraka quickly made her way to the bathroom, wanting to avoid Inko's wrath. Now that they were gone, Inko turned to Izuku. Well, explain. Well, you see, the thing is, it's kind of a long story, Izuku said, sweating. Izuku and his mother would go to sit on the couch. Izuku tried to explain the best he could without giving away secret information. Uraraka and Eri would walk out of the bathroom with Eri, who was now wearing Izuku's old all-night t-shirt when he was a kid and the PJs that matched with it. I see where you're coming from, you two, but taking care of a kid is hard work, said Inko as Eri was sitting on Uraraka's lap. We know mom, but we can't just abandon her to be some sort of lab rat, said Izuku, patting Eri's head. Inko sighed. Well, alright, then we can talk about this tomorrow. Uraraka, would you like to stay the night? I can't, I don't want to bother you. Uraraka waved her hands out in front of her. If you want, Uraraka, I can take you home. It will be a lot safer than walking alone this late at night. Izuku offered. But before she could reply, Eri tugged on her shirt. You're leaving? Eri said as tears began to form in her eyes. Uraraka's heart squeezed. Of course not. I'll stay just for you. Okay Eri. She grabbed her and pulled her in for a hug. But I still need my uniform for tomorrow. How am I going to get that? Oh, I can take you home, so you grab what you need, Izuku offered. Sure, let's go, but it will take a while to get there, said Uraraka, but Izuku smiled. No it won't. Look, Izuku began to hover to the surprise of everyone. I learned how to fly during my training, so getting to your house and back should only take a few minutes. Deku, that's amazing, Uraraka yelled out in pure excitement. Izuku blushed, he felt happy seeing her smile. Alright then, let's go. Do you want to go too, Eri? Asked Izuku. She nodded. Uraraka, can you please hold on to Eri and I'll hold on to you. Walking outside the apartment, Izuku picked up Uraraka and Eri and off they went. Izuku made sure not to fly too fast so he wouldn't scare the girls. Eri shut her eyes. Deku, this is amazing. I can see the whole town from up here. Look Eri. Eri slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was truly amazing. The city lights below her looked so pretty and above her the beautiful quarter moon. How do you like the view, Eri? Izuku asked. It's amazing, Papa. Eri showed some emotion for the first time. Izuku and Uraraka were both happy. They made it to Uraraka's apartment. Once there, she heard things and was ready to head out once again. We're back, Mom, Izuku said as they walked into his apartment. Welcome back. Izuku, can you please get out the extra futon for Uraraka and put it in your room? She will be sleeping there while you sleep on the couch, said Inko, finishing up dinner. I can't take your room, Izuku. Let me take the couch, said Uraraka as she didn't want to be more of a burden. Absolutely not. You're our guest. We can't possibly let you sleep on the couch, Inko fired back. I think you should just accept the offer. Once my mom made a decision, she doesn't go back on it, Izuku whispered to Uraraka. Fine, thank you for the hospitality, Uraraka bowed. Well, that settles it. Dinner would be ready in a minute, said Inko. After enjoying a wonderful dinner, Eri and Uraraka walked into Izuku's room to find it full of everything All Might. Uraraka could only laugh. She knew he was a fan, but this much. Alright Eri, time to sleep. Uraraka put Eri on the bed. When she laid down, she looked around it in pure amazement. What's wrong, Eri? I never had one before. Eri's voice was quiet. What a room? Uraraka asked as she tucked her in. A bed? Uraraka froze when she heard that. How can they treat a little girl so badly? Izuku went for one final check on Eri before heading to the couch, but Eri couldn't fall asleep. She would toss and turn, afraid that if she closed her eyes, they would be gone. Eri looked around and saw Uraraka asleep on the floor. He fear slowly left her, knowing that she was there, but she had to check on Izuku. Jumping off the bed, she quickly made her way to the living room. There she found Izuku sleeping like a baby. Papa, Eri said, shaking Izuku. Huh? Who's there? Izuku woke up, rubbing his eyes. Eri? Papa, I'm scared. Izuku sat up on the couch. It's okay, Eri, we're here, he said, rubbing the back of her head. See, can you come sleep with Mama and me? I don't want you to leave, said Eri, grabbing onto his shirt. Yeah, of course, come on, let's go. Izuku carried Eri back to his room. Making sure he didn't wake up Uraraka, he tucked her back to bed. So tired, Izuku was half asleep when he crawled into the same futon as Uraraka. It was now early morning and it was time to wake up for school. Inko got up to wake Izuku up, but when she went to the living room she didn't find Izuku. Strange, where could he have gone? Inko went to wake up Uraraka and Eri. When she opened the door she immediately smiled. They're laying down all in the same futon was Uraraka on the left, Eri in the middle, and Izuku on the right. Izuku and Uraraka were holding hands over Eri. They look so cute like this. I need to take a picture. Inko pulled out her phone when she clicked the button, but she forgot that the flash was on. The flash had woken up the trio. Oh morning mom. Izuku woke up. As he looked around he noticed Eri, then to his shock he saw Uraraka. Oh morning Deku. When did you get here? Uraraka said, rubbing her eyes. Wait, did we just? Uraraka blushed. I think we did. Izuku blushed as he got up. I don't mean to break up this little moment, but you two need to get to school. Someone from the school delivered uniform for Eri to wear, so everyone get ready, breakfast will be ready soon, said Inko as she closed the door behind her. Come on Eri, let's go wash your face and get you changed. Uraraka walked with Eri, who was still half asleep. Oh Uraraka, there are towels and toothbrushes for you under the sink, so you use that, said Izuku as he grabbed his uniform. Uraraka nodded and went on her way. After a few minutes Uraraka and Eri walked out wearing their school uniforms. Sitting down for breakfast Izuku couldn't help but notice Eri was still looking around like someone was about to attack her. I can't believe we are going to be late. Uraraka ran down the street with her bag. It's my fault I couldn't find my notebook. Sorry. Izuku ran with Eri on his shoulders. At this rate we are going to be late. Uraraka was running out of breath. No choice now. Uraraka, grab onto me. She did, hugging him from the side. Let's go. Izuku jumped into the sky and began to fly towards the school, hoping they would make it on time. At the school entrance Aizawa and Nezu were waiting at the gate. They are running late, Aizawa said, irritated. I'm sure they will be here any minute now, said Nezu, when he noticed something approaching the school. See? Aizawa looked down the road but saw nothing until he turned his attention to the sky to see Izuku flying. No way. Landing softly Uraraka let go of Izuku. We are here and on time, I might add, Izuku, as his hair covered his face due to the wind. Yes you are. Now come, we need to go over some things. The trio walked into the school with Aizawa watching Eri all the way to the office. An. Yes, finals are now over. Now the worst part is waiting to see if I passed or not. Anyway, I said last week that there was a chance of a chapter today due to my finals, but as you can see I somehow found the time. Now winter break starts, so I'll have more time to write, so hopefully that means longer chapters. FYI, the YouTube channel Death Battle is going to have All Might vs Might Guy next week on Wednesday, so that should be interesting. I just want to say thank you again for reading my story. Love you all. United Front? So are we clear with the rules to your final exam, Midoriya? Asked Nezu. Yes, I am to fight All Might, with another student, handicapped, and will be unable to transform. Izuku repeated what he was told. Correct. As for your handicap, you will be wearing these highly dense weights we developed made of kachin. Each bracelet weighs about 2 tons and you will have 4 on each limb, for a total of 8 tons of weight. Nezu had a specialized robot bring in the bracelets. Alright then, and if I win, you will hold up your end of the bargain? Asked Izuku, confirming. Yes, you will have full custody of Eri, however you must bring her in for regular checkups if you pass. Nezu jumped off his chair and walked around his desk to face Izuku. Then we have a deal? Nezu reached out a paw.
Deal. Izuku shook the small bear mouse's paw. Very well, follow me. Izuku was taken to Ground Z, there he would find out who he will be fighting alongside with.
Uraraka and Eri were taken to an observation station where they were to wait for the rest of their classmates. This is where things got crazy for Uraraka. She was holding Eri in her arms when everyone walked into the observation station. They stopped when they saw the small girl in her arms. Oh my god, she's so cute, Mina yelled as the rest of the girls ran towards the pair. Hey, where did you find such a cute kid, Ribbit? Sue asked. Wait, don't tell me you and Midori had a kid, Mina teased her. What? No, that wouldn't make any sense anyway. Uraraka yelled back as Eri hid into Uraraka's chest. This is Eri, me and Deku are taking care of her for now at least. Say hi, Eri. Eri slowly turned her head to face the group. Hello, her voice was quiet and timid. Momo was the first to approach Eri. Hey there Eri, I'm Momo Yaoyorozo, but you call me Momo. She smiled, trying to assure the child she meant her no harm. Hey, do you want a doll or something? I can make anything you want. Thinking about it for a second, she looked up at Uraraka, who nodded. See, can you make one of Papa when he's shiny? Eri asked. Papa. The class yelled in unison, which scared the girl. I knew who two were going out, but aren't you two going too fast? I mean, you already have a kid, Mina teased. Uraraka blushed. I told you it's not like that. She started calling me Mama and Deku Papa. I think it's because she hasn't had any real parents. Momo cleared throat before talking. Sorry for yelling, Eri. You want a doll of Midoriya, right? With his golden hair. Alright, I got it. Momo extended out her arm, and with an array of sparkles coming out of her arm, out came the Izuku doll with his hero costume and golden hair. Here you go. Momo handed out the doll to Eri, which she gladly accepted. Thank you, Eri said, hugging the little doll. I appreciate that, Momo, thank you. Uraraka nodded.
Anytime, Uraraka. Momo's face turned smug. You know I can make you one too if you want, maybe something more risque. She said, nudging at Uraraka's side.
She shook her head. No, that's okay, I got the real thing, said Uraraka to the surprise of her classmates. Whoa, I never knew you had freaky side, Uraraka, ribbit, said Sue. That's when the gears in Uraraka's head started to turn until she understood what she just said and what could it imply. Wait, no, I didn't mean. Uraraka turned red.
Too late, the damage has been done, Mina said, turning to the monitor in the room.
Alright everyone, time to pay attention. You can learn a thing or two. The voice of Aizawa came from the door. Your classmates are about to take their final exams and it should be quite the show. I know Midoriya is taking the exam, but who is he fighting, Mr. Aizawa, and who is his partner? Ida asked. Mr. Aizawa smiled. He actually smiled. He's fighting All Might. The whole class was shocked to hear this, and his partner is Bakugo. Oh, this should be interesting, Tokiyami said from the corner of the room. Indeed, but Midoriya will have to fight hard. He will have a handicap for this fight while All Might won't, and neither will Bakugo, Aizawa said, turning his attention to the monitor. Test site Z. Izuku walked out in his costume only to be met by a large replica city. Wow, Uwa doesn't go small when it comes to this kind of stuff. Izuku was now wearing the weights on his arms and legs and he was having trouble moving. Damn, this is going to limit my movements and power a lot. Izuku knew that he had to win. I have to win no matter what. Still, I wonder who my partner who will be. You damn Deku. Izuku heard a voice yell out from behind. Oh no, why did it have to be him? Izuku slowly turned around and sure enough there was Bakugo. You damn nerd, you better not slow me down. I'm going to be the one who takes down All Might. Got that? Bakugo got into Izuku's face. You do know this is a team effort, right? Plus I won't be at full power, so we have to work together, Kachan. Izuku tried to reason with him, but I was like talking to a brick wall. Alright you two, the battle will commence in less than 1 minute. You win by either taking me down or passing the gate on the other side of the arena. But be careful, I will be guarding the exit. All Might's voice was heard over the loudspeaker. Ready, begin. A loud horn was heard signaling the start of the test. Come on Kachan, we have to work together. Follow me. Izuku ran slower than usual towards the city. Don't give me orders. Bakugo ran just behind Izuku. Stopping in the middle of the street, Izuku wanted to talk strategy. Alright Kachan, if I had to guess he will come straight at us to end this quickly, but if we... I don't want to hear any of your B.S. Deku, I'm going to take All Might down all by myself. Bakugo pushed Izuku aside, walking past him. That's when Izuku sensed something. Looking around, he didn't see anything. Wait, above. Kachan, look out. Izuku lunged towards Bakugo, pushing him out of the way, only to be hit on his back by a giant fist. Hitting the ground hard, Izuku broke the ground under him, creating a crater. I see amazing reflexes, Midoriya, but you should really focus on yourself from time to time. All Might stood on top of Izuku in the crater. Damn it. Bakugo pointed his hands towards All Might and fired a powerful blast. From the smoke, Bakugo saw the body of Izuku fly towards him, hitting him and knocking him to the ground. Sorry, but I can't afford to hold back, not against the likes of both you. All Might once again rushed the pair, getting in close and clotheslining them as they tried to get up. Damn it. My movements are too slow. If I only could transform, the weight wouldn't be a problem. Izuku got up, wiping the blood off his lip. We need to retreat and think of a plan. I'm not a coward, I don't run, Bakugo yelled, getting himself ready again. Don't be stupid. Izuku fired a ki blast at the ground, kicking up dust and debris, temporarily blinding All Might long enough for Izuku to grab Bakugo and flew off. Landing a good distance away, Izuku landed. Since when do you know how to fly? Bakugo asked. Long story, but we need to come up with a plan or we both are going to lose this test, said Izuku. You don't have time to make one. All Might's voice was heard once again. From the corner appeared All Might. Nice trick with that blast, but it wasn't enough. All Might ran at Bakugo, punching him hard in the stomach, sending him flying towards a nearby building. Now it's your turn. All Might turned his attention towards Izuku. Before All Might could move, Izuku flew in with a punch to the face which pushed All Might back. I see, how you are now. You are stronger than the Nomu back at the USJ, which means if I don't take this seriously I will lose. All Might wiped the blood off his cheek, rushing back into the fight. Amazing, even while handicapped his power is on par with mine. I can only imagine what he is like at full power. Sorry All Might, but I have my own reasons to win and you won't get in the way of that. Ha! Izuku's aura exploded outward as he flew towards All Might. Back and forth the two traded punches, hitting each other with such force that with each punch shocked the earth beneath them. Bakugo slowly appeared from the building he was thrown into to see the two titans exchange his punches. Incredible. Deku has gotten much stronger since last time. That makes me mad. After all these years, how dare he surpasses me? He's supposed to be useless. Raghhhh. To the surprise of his classmates watching, Bakugo began to emit the same glow he had in the UA Sports Festival final. This was enough to distract the pair fighting. Both turned their attention to Bakugo. What? He shouldn't have this power. It's the same as the Sports Festival final. How is this possible? Izuku was more confused than anything else. Unless his body somehow absorbed some of the ki from that fruit. I told you, Deku. I will be the one who will take down All Might. Bakugo launched himself towards All Might. With a powerful blast he managed to blow back All Might, burning his costume. Haha, now this is more like it. I haven't had this rush during a fight since the Nomu. Come on you two, show me what you got. All Might once again rushed the boys. Kacchan, let's go. Izuku ran towards All Might, kneeing him in the stomach. I told you don't give me orders. Bakugo followed up with an explosion-powered uppercut. All Might flew back towards a building, which broke on impact. I see, it's time to switch things up then. He grabbed two chunks of building and with a powerful push off the building launched towards the pair. Delaware smash. Getting in close, he swung the cement chunk at Izuku, landing a tremendous hit to his stomach. Izuku couldn't bring his arms out to defend himself thanks to the heavy weight. The hit was so hard that it sent a shockwave throughout the whole arena, breaking windows and shaking the observation room. In the observation room, Papa! Eri yelled out when she saw Izuku get hit by the cement chunk. It's okay Eri, he will be just fine, Papa is really strong. Uraraka tried to comfort the girl, but she knew that blow had to have done some real damage. Sir, don't you think this is a little excessive? Iida said, looking at the screen. Normally I would say so, but today is different. Midoriya is far stronger than anyone we have ever seen. To truly test his abilities we need someone who can go toe-to-toe with him, well, at least as close as someone can. If All Might was in his prime, then maybe we would have done this exam differently. Midoriya can very easily be the #1 hero as he is now, but I have a feeling this is not his true potential. Aizawa narrowed his eyes towards the screen. Plus this can work as a perfect way to see if he has any weakness for the contingency plan. Todoroki looked up at the screen for the first time. Amazing, how can someone so powerful look so innocent at the same time? There has to be some sort of secret to his power and I want to know what it is. Wait, you said Midori was given a handicap, what was it? Mina asked. His handicap was that he couldn't transform, and you see those bracelets on his arms and legs. Each of those weighed in at 2 tons each, which restrict his movements and power. If we allowed him to transform he would easily defeat All Might, no question about it. The whole class went wide-eyed at the news. Back at the testing ground Izuku felt that last punch. Blood spilled as he flew into a nearby building, breaking the support beams and causing the building to fall on top of him. Damn, that hurt like hell, but I can't give up yet. I have to win for Eri. Now it seems it's only me and you, young Bakugo. All Might had his signature smile on him when he turned towards Bakugo. Damn it, he just took out Deku with that hit. Bakugo knew he wasn't strong enough to take on All Might. Maybe if Izuku was here he would have had a chance, but not like this. Well, if it's all the same to you, I think we should end this, don't you think? All Might ran towards Bakugo with the final cement chunk ready to finish the fight. No, I refuse to give up. If I'm going to lose, I will go down fighting. Raagghh. Bakugo pulled the pins from his gauntlets. Let him get in close, raised both of his hands. Take this. All Might swung the giant cement chunk, hitting Bakugo, while simultaneously Bakugo released the largest explosion he has ever created. Both fighters fell backwards as a result, but one was worse than the other. Bakugo was sent down the main street of the arena, sliding to a stop, coughing up blood when he tried to get back up. All Might had half of his costume burned off but was still standing after that explosion. With Izuku, I need to get up. Izuku tried to get up, but with the extra weight he couldn't get up. I think I'm going to rest my eyes a bit. He slowly closed his eyes. Izuku. 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 Izuku heard a voice in his head. Izuku, listen. It's Piccolo again. It seems you need some help to take this guy down. I may have the perfect technique that will help you out with this, but it requires the help of that boy you are fighting with. Goku and Vegeta have both used this technique before. I'm surprised you haven't thought of doing it. It's called the fusion dance. Normally 2 people of the same power level can only perform the technique, but with the restrictions you have now, much damage you have taken and how that kid is right now, you should be able to fuse no problem. Here's how you do it. Izuku opened his eyes once again. It's such a weird dance, but it works. It would be more than enough to take All Might down. A smile formed on his face. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Back with Bakugo. A valiant effort, boy, but this battle is over. All Might turned to leave when he heard something coming from the building. He threw Izuku in. Green aura began to appear out of the ruble where Izuku was. I should have known that wouldn't be enough to stop you. All Might saw as the ruble was forced outward and sent towards every direction. Slowly flying upwards, Izuku saw Kacchan. He quickly fired multiple ki blasts at All Might, blinding him long enough to get Bakugo and fly a good distance away. This time All Might wouldn't be able to find them. Now safely away they landed, and Izuku quickly got to explain his plan. Hey Kacchan, I got a plan to take down All Might, but I need your help. I normally would have told you to F off, but this time I'll listen. What do you got? Bakugo said, standing up. Right, I need you to follow my moves. If this works we should be able to win. Ready? Izuku took a deep breath. Alright, first we stand apart from each other. Then straighten your arms away from each other like this. Izuku did just that. Now you tiptoe like a ballerina. Bakugo couldn't believe it. Then take 3 steps towards each other, and from there lift your knee to form a 4. Now this is the tricky part. Turn your knee toward each other, and last but not least, stretch out your body sidewards and extend your pointer finger so we can meet in the middle. Oh, all while saying Fu Saiyan Ha. Izuku followed through with the motion, but the shock of Bakugo, not to mention everyone watching in the observation room. Look mama, Papa is doing a silly dance, Eri said, pointing at the screen. Why yeah, he is. Uraraka was embarrassed. Why would he do that?
You're crazy Deku if you think I'm going to do that. Bakugo yelled at Izuku.
But it's the only way we can win. It was really hard to do that with the extra weight you know. Izuku flinched at the sudden screaming. No, I refuse. I rather lost than do that stupid dance. Bakugo crossed his arms. But we have to, come on just this once, listen to me please. Izuku felt a strong key source approaching them quickly. Please, we don't have much time. Sorry, but you don't have any time at all. All Might voice was heard. Crap, we need more time, Izuku thought as he charged up a key blast. Take this, huh? Izuku launched a key ball into the air which All Might tracked, only to have it break apart and split into several key blasts which landed around All Might, pinning him to that spot. Kachan, it's now or never, we need to do this. Come on, Izuku held out his arm so Bakugo could grab onto. Bakugo looked and thought about it for a second. Fine, but it will be the only time I'll ever do this. He grabbed Izuku's arm. Awesome Kachan, let's go. Izuku pulled and flew away to gain distance, landing a few meters away. You ready? Bakugo nodded. Both got into position, just as the final key blast stopped hitting All Might. Good job at slowing me down, but it wasn't enough. All Might saw the two boys in the distance. I don't know what they're doing, but I shouldn't give them the chance to finish whatever they're doing. He ran as fast as he could towards the boys, but it was too late. Phew. Saiyan, huh? Both fingers touched and instantly a blinding white light shined from where the two boys were. What is this? All Might covered his eyes. He rushed towards the light only to be thrown back towards a building. Observation room, what is this light? Momo asked, covering her eyes.
I don't know, but did you see All Might get blown back? Mineta said, blinded by the light.
Mama, is Papa going to be okay? Eri asked. I hope so, Eri. I sure hope so, Uraraka said, shielding the girl from the light. Guys, look. Someone is coming out of the light, said Denki. It looks like Bakugo. Look, that's his hair, said Kirishima. No, it's Midoriya. Look at the shape of his head, said Iida. No, you're all wrong. It's both, said Todoroki, with the face of disbelief. Testing ground. Wow, this is amazing. From inside the light a figure began to walk out. I feel amazing. The figure had the costume of Izuku with the color pattern of Bakugo's. With Bakugo's messy spiky hair, but with the green color of Izuku's with some blonde color thrown in the mix, and with brown colored eyes. Who are you and what have you done with my students? All Might said in a fighting stance. We are the result of the fusion between Bakugo and Izuku, but you can be Bakudeku, he smiled evilly. If you think this is enough to stop me, then you are mistaken. Take this. California Smash. All Might jumped with a rocket punch. Is this all you got, All Might? Bakudeku asked, and to All Might's surprise he managed to catch his fist before it hit. Impossible. You shouldn't have the strength to fight anymore, said All Might, unable to free his fist from his grasp, so strong. Sorry, but with this fusion we have more than enough power to finish you off, Bakudeku said, throwing All Might to the ground. Bakudeku followed up with a combo move, first striking his head, then followed by a hard kick to his stomach which sent him flying into the air. Time to end this. He cupped his hands together in a familiar pose. A ball of green and red energy formed inside his hands and grew every second. With one final grin on his face, Bakudeku fired. Howitzer Kamehameha. The beam shot upwards towards All Might. Detroit Smash. All Might yelled as he tried to punch the blast back. After a few seconds of struggling, the beam overpowered All Might and engulfed him completely. Gra-hhhh. All Might yelled as he was pushed higher and higher into the sky. Well, that takes care of that. Now all I have to do is cross the gate. Bakudeku walked as calm as can be towards the exit. Once he crossed, a voice was heard over the loudspeaker. Bakugo and Midoriya have won. Congratulations, you have passed your exam. Too easy. Waiting, there is something I'm missing. But what? He crossed his arms and brought his finger to his chin. That's when he sensed it, above him. Oh snap, All Might. Bakudeku quickly ran to catch the falling hero before he could hit the ground. Got you. How was the view up there, All Might? It was amazing, but please don't do that again. That blast could have killed me, All Might said, still shaking from the experience. Don't worry, I held back a lot so that it wouldn't kill you, although you should still go see Recovery Girl and get yourself patched up. That cut on your forehead looks bad. Anyway, I'll see you later, All Might. Before you could turn to leave, a puff of smoke covered Bakudeku and out popped Bakugo and Izuku. How, we are back to normal. Ow, ow, Izuku said, grabbing his side. It looks like there is a timer to how long we can stay fused, Bakugo said, grabbing onto his arm, which he was pretty sure was dislocated. While we were fused, I saw your memories, Deku, and we are going to have a chat soon. Amazing, these two fused and beat me, and with those heavy weights on them too. I don't know if I should be celebrating this kind of strength or fearing it. All Might walked off limping from his injuries. I did it, Eri. Just for you, Izuku smiled, knowing that he could now keep Eri safe. In the observation room, everyone was stunned to silence. No one could believe what had just happened. Those two fused, beat All Might, and now they just unfused like nothing happened. Mama, does this mean Papa won? Eri asked, tugging on Uraraka's leg. Uraraka snapped out of her disbelief. Why, yeah, Papa won. You know what that means, right? Uraraka picked her up. Eri shook her head. That means you get to stay with me and Papa. She hugged her tightly. Really? Water started to form in Eri's eyes. Yes, you don't have to be afraid anymore, Eri. Both girls began to tear up. Hell yeah, fusion. I can't wait to write the training camp arc. I have some big plans for that. See you all in the next chapter? Vacation? After Izuku had passed his final exam, he went to get the weights removed at the support department. There you go, Midoriya, you should be able to move around more freely now. Let me know if you need anything else, Powerloader said, unlocking the last remaining weight. Izuku got up and started to punch the air around him quickly, showing that he was back to his normal speed. Awesome, thank you. He bowed as a show of gratitude. Powerloader nodded and walked out of the room. While mid-punch, he was suddenly hugged from behind. Who? This startled Izuku. Turning around, he saw an all-too-familiar face. Hatsume. Hey, remember me? We teamed up during the sports festival. Oh yeah, Hatsume, right. I remember you now. Izuku nodded, knowing who it was. You know, you are more solid than you look. All these muscles really are amazing. Let me get a closer look at you, Hatsume asked as she was feeling up his body and trying to take off his shirt. Izuku blushed. Hey, what are you doing? He tried to get Hatsume off of him. He knew if Uraraka saw, she would not approve of this. Just then the doors to the support room opened and in walked Uraraka with Eri in her arms. Hey Deku, they said you would be here getting the weights off. She stopped when she saw Izuku being touched by someone with his shirt almost off. Izuku looked at Uraraka and he immediately went white. You Uraraka? This isn't what it looks like, I swear. Uraraka said nothing. After a second or two, then she smiled. Hey Deku. What's going on here? Izuku stepped back out of fear. That smile was not a normal one. Why, you see, Hatsune here was trying to examine me and well, you see, she tried to take off my shirt. Izuku's voice got quieter and quieter. Mama, is Papa in trouble? Asked Eri. No, don't worry, sweetie. We are just going to have a little chat later, that's all. Izuku swallowed hard when he heard this and he was not looking forward to it. Hey, anyway, Hatsume, why were you trying to feel me up? Asked Izuku. Oh right, I was looking at the films from the sports festival when I noticed those blasts you shot out is not just any type of energy but rather plasma. Hatsume ran to her work desk and dug around the pile of gadgets. So I was thinking that the source of your power must come from within you, meaning your life energy. That's when it hit me. What if there was a way to contain that energy, and I came up with this. She held a strange capsule-looking thing. So you're telling me that small capsule can hold my energy? How did you even come up with this idea? Asked Izuku. Oh, that's simple. My great-grandmother was also an inventor. She used to run a company called Capsule Corp. She originally came up with the idea. I just modified it to contain energy. I found one of her old journals along with some of her diaries, said Hatsume. Izuku went eye-witted. Wait, did you say Capsule Corp? He couldn't believe what he just heard. You know something about it, Deku? Asked Uraraka as she was stopping Eri from reaching some of the gadgets. Yeah, Master Roshi once spoke about being friends with someone named Bulma, I think it was, Izuku said. Yeah, that was the name of my great-grandmother. Wait a minute, does that mean you're one of these Saiyans she talked about in her journals? Hatsume got close to Izuku's face. Izuku reached his hands out, pushing her away. Why, yeah, I am. But please keep it down, I don't want everyone to know. Don't worry, I won't say a word, but I want to test something out if that's alright with you? Asked Hatsume. Sure, if it means you'll keep my secret then fine. Izuku knew if he refused then he would have to deal with her later. Hatsume grabbed the capsule. Here, pour energy into this. She tossed it to Izuku, which he caught. Izuku placed the capsule in the palm of his hand and began to focus his ki to his hand, allowing it to flow into the capsule. There, I think that should be enough. He gave the capsule back to Hatsume. I gave it a fair amount of ki, as long as she doesn't do anything stupid with it, should be fine. Perfect, now to test it, she put on her goggles. What are you doing? Asked Uraraka, grabbing Eri. If I'm right, then when this capsule breaks it should expel the energy. Hatsume pulled her arm back and threw the capsule to the wall, to Izuku's horror. Crap, that thing has enough ki to do some serious damage to everyone. Izuku quickly grabbed Hatsume, Uraraka and Eri and put up a ki barrier around them. Just then the capsule hit the wall, exploding on impact, which pushed every desk, chair, and gadget toward the group. Lucky for them, Izuku's shield was enough to withstand the blast. After the coast was clear, Izuku lowered the barrier. Looking around, the damage was severe. The wall had a giant hole where Hatsume threw the capsule. The desks and chairs were now broken from the blast. Amazing. This energy of yours can cause this much damage. I can only imagine what you can do at full power. Are you two alright? Izuku asked Uraraka and Eri. They both nodded, then Izuku turned to Hatsume. Let's not do that again, at least not indoors. Yeah, you're probably right. If I want to see your maximum damage output, we need to be outside. She was unfazed from the damage she caused. Just the powerloader ran into the room. Hatsume, what was that explosion? I felt that all the way from the teacher's lounge. Then he saw the damage. What happened here? After a very long explanation and apologizes, the trio was allowed to leave, but Hatsume had to stay and clean the mess. As they walked down the halls back to where their class was, Izuku stopped by the nurse's office to get his injuries healed. As the day went on, Izuku and Uraraka watched as their classmates took the final exams. Unfortunately, some of them did not pass, but a good amount of students passed. Before dismissing everyone, Mr. Aizawa had an announcement. Alright class, listen up. As you have seen, we have a new guest with us. Eri will be under the protection of UA, while Midoriya and Uraraka will act as her guardians. Due to this and other circumstances, you will all be moving into dorms here at UA after your summer training camp. The class erupted in cheers. That awesome, guys. We get to live together, this year just got awesome. Mina jumped into the air. Izuku glared at the glass, quieting them down. As I was saying, we have already gotten permission from your parents, so all we need to do now is move all your personal belongings into the dorms. That will be done during the camp. However, training camp will not be a piece of cake. Both hero classes will also take part in this camp. There you will train your quirks with the help of other heroes who have agreed to help you. Class is dismissed for today. Go home and get ready for the trip. Man, I was hoping for some time off after all we've been through, said Kirishima. Heroes never take breaks, said Iida adjusting his glasses.
Yeah, but still the camp is going to be fun, I can't wait. Mina jumped into the conversation.
Izuku stood to the side staring down into the ground. The way he said why we are moving into the dorms has me worried. Does it have to do with Eri or about me and the incident? Papa. Izuku snapped out of it when he noticed Eri pulling on his costume.
Yeah, Eri. He asked, picking her up. You were mumbling a lot, so I came to check on you, Eri said, looking up at Izuku.
Izuku blushed. Yeah, sorry, I do that a lot. Come on, go with mama, we need to get changed before we leave. Eri nodded as she jumped out of his arm and ran towards Uraraka. After changing, Izuku and Uraraka made their way to the nurse's office for a checkup for Eri. Once there they were greeted by Sir Night-Eye, All Might, and Nezu. What's going on? Uraraka asked as they walked into the nurse's office. Uraraka, Midoriya, we are here to see the results of little Eri's checkup, said All Might with his signature smile. I didn't think this would be such a big deal, Izuku said, keeping his guard up. Normally no, but considering this is the daughter of Overhaul, we need make sure everything goes smoothly. Now please have Recovery Girl check her out, said Night-Eye almost demanding. Izuku couldn't join Eri during her checkup, but Uraraka could, so she did to make Eri feel better. Once they left to the next, Izuku was confronted by Night-Eye and All Might. Yes? Come with us, said Night-Eye, plain and simple. Izuku didn't like this one bit, but he decided to follow them. Going into a separate room, they sat down at a table. Midoriya, do you know what Night-Eye's quirk is? Asked All Might, his voice as serious as can be. Izuku shook his head. No, I don't. What's going on? My quirk allows me to see into the future of anyone I come into eye contact and physical contact, said Night-Eye. Izuku thought back when they first met. Wait, does that mean you saw my future when we first met? Night-Eye shook his head. Normally I would, but in your case I saw nothing but darkness. This could only mean one thing. When I can't see into someone's future, it means that person is going to. Izuku went eye wide. Die? The smile on All Might's face disappeared. Has your quirk ever been wrong? Izuku asked, his voice shaking. No, I'm sorry, this is destiny. You're destined to die. Night-Eye looked down at the table.
Izuku slumped down in his chair. How long? The time is unknown, most likely years. The cause of death is also unknown. I'm sorry, but there is nothing we can do to prevent it from happening. Night-Eye's voice became small.
Midoriya, I know what we just told you is a lot to take in, but please know I will be here to make sure nothing happens to you in the meantime. All Might tried to make him feel better, but it wasn't helping. Izuku got up from his seat and began to walk towards the door. Stopping short, he turned to face the two heroes. I'm sorry, but I can't accept that future. You said it was destiny, but I refuse to accept that destiny. I will make a new future, one where I stay alive and become the #1 hero. I'll keep getting stronger so I can beat any challenges that come my way, even death. Izuku shut the door behind him, leaving the two heroes alone. I promised your future son that I would look after you, Midoriya, and I won't break that promise. All Might clenched his fists, thinking back to when he last saw Isamu. Night-Eye, are you sure there is nothing we can do? Sorry, but no, I have never been wrong before. I know you wanted to pass on One for All to him and he rejected you? All Might turned to Night-Eye. So will you now give it to Mirio? All Might sighed. Not yet. Let me talk to Midoriya one for time. If he rejects me again, then I will give Mirio One for All. Fine, this will be your last chance to convince him. However, it's no use to give it to someone who is going to die. Night-Eye left the room, leaving All Might alone. Back at the nurse's office, Eri was now done with her checkup. Recovery Girl had given her a piece of candy as a reward for being such a good patient. In walked Izuku, still with a shocked look on his face. Hey Deku, everything okay? You're sweating a lot? Uraraka noticed the look on his face. Why yeah, just tired, he smiled, trying to hide his feelings. How'd it go with Eri? He quickly changed the subject. It went great, she was surprisingly calm. Isn't that right, Eri? She said, picked her up. Yup. Old lady gave me a candy. Eri smiled, proud of her little accomplishment. Good girl. Izuku patted her head. I knew you could do it. In walked Night-Eye, followed by All Might. So how'd it go with the girl? Recovery Girl physically is in almost perfect health, except for the scars obviously. Mentally is another story. She shows little to no emotion in most instances. For example, when I was drawing blood, she didn't move when I pushed in the needle. Do you know any other 6-year-old that would stay still for that? Said Recovery Girl, grabbing the clipboard. Now that you mention it, Eri does show little emotion. She usually only shows it when we are around, said Uraraka with Eri in her arms. That's probably because you two found her and were the first people to show her what kindness is. I recommend you two keep doing what you're doing, instructed Recovery Girl. They both nodded. Good, now that's out of the way, you three can go, we are done here. If anything else happens, I'll make sure you are the first to know. Recovery Girl signaled them to leave. Oh, don't forget to pack for the training camp, you three. It's next week, so don't forget. All Might said before the trio left. Once they left, Recovery Girl turned to the two heroes. Now, about her quirk, with the tests I did on her blood, and she may be one of the most dangerous people on this planet. The two heroes went eye-witted. What do you mean? Asked Night Eye. Her quirk can basically rewind time. She can reverse living beings' bodies to a previous state. Standing up, Recovery Girl walked to the window. And if I'm not mistaken, she can reverse someone so back in time that she could effectively erase someone from existence. So that's how they've been making the quirk eraser bullet. Night Eye brought his hand to his lips. We need to get her away from Midoriya and Uraraka right away. All Might was about to rush out the door, but stopped when he heard Recovery Girl slam her cane. No, that could be the worst thing you can do. Right now she sees them as her parents. Take that away and she may lose control of her quirk and erase everything around her out of existence. Recovery Girl sighed. That may be why she doesn't show much emotion. Her control over her quirk must be tied to her emotions. Right now the safest thing to do is to keep things the way they're, she said, staring out the window to see the trio walking away from the school. The weekdays went by fast. Aizawa spent the whole week going over what students could improve during the training camp. Eri was slowly starting to get adjusted to being around people, especially Class 1A. With the exception of Tokiyami, she still couldn't be around him. The weekend was spent on getting ready for the training camp. Izuku and Uraraka took Eri to find her some new clothes since she couldn't wear the uniform forever. Sunday night came along and Izuku was reading to Eri on the couch before bed. Sadly, Uraraka had to pack for the trip tomorrow, so she could not join them. T the cat s sat on the hat, Eri said, struggling to read the words. Yeah, that's right, Eri, good job. Izuku praised her when his phone rang. Picking it up, he answered. Hello? Deku, it's me. I just wanted to check on Eri. Uraraka. She's doing fine, we were just ready a book. Izuku. That's good. You ready for the training camp tomorrow, Uraraka? I still need to pack a few things, but I should be done before I go to sleep. Before he could say anything else, Izuku sensed something. Something evil was looking at him, no, rather at Eri. Izuku quickly got up, dropping his phone as the process. Hello? Deku, you there? Everything alright? Uraraka's voice came from the phone. Who is that? Their key is so strong, and it's getting closer. It has to be the guy from the Hosu incident. Izuku put up a key barrier. Eri, get behind me. She did what she was told and hid behind his leg. Izuku braced for a fight, but nothing came. The strong key he was sensing was gone. Deku, Deku. What's going on? Answer me, Uraraka was screaming in panic. It's okay, Eri. Everything is alright now. Izuku kneeled down to hug Eri, dropping his barrier. He picked up his phone. Uraraka, he said, clearing his throat. Oh my god, thank goodness. What happened? I heard the panic in your voice and then you just started to yell. Uraraka's heart was racing. We are fine, it's that I felt something strong approaching, he said, still shaking. Is Eri okay? Her voice panicking. Yeah, she's fine. Here? Izuku gave the phone to Eri. It's Mama, go on. Mama? Eri's voice was quiet as ever. Eri, how are you? Are you alright? Are you hurt? Uraraka started to ask question after question. Yes, Mama, Papa saved me again. Eri could hear Uraraka sighed in relief. That's good, Eri, I'm glad you're safe. I'll see you tomorrow, Eri. Let me talk to Papa for a second. Eri nodded and handed the phone back to Izuku. Yeah, Uraraka, he said, putting down Eri. Was it him, the person from the Hosu incident? Uraraka's voice changed to a much more serious tone. I think so, his key was different, but I know it was him. Why? Why does he hate you so much? Why doesn't he leave you alone? After the Hosu incident, shouldn't he be satisfied? He beat you enough to send you to the hospital. What more does he want? Izuku could hear her voice breaking. She was on the verge of tears. I don't know. Look, Uraraka, I didn't want to say anything before, but Izuku stopped to think. Never mind, I'll tell you at the training camp. Alright. Remember, Deku, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm always here. I'm your girlfriend after all. Izuku smiled. Yeah, I know, thanks. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, Uraraka. He ended the call. Placing the phone down, he looked out the window, still wondering why they stopped their attack. The next day they were instructed to meet in front of the school at 6 a.m. so they can be off and going by 6:30. It was going to be a 3-hour drive to get there, so the students had time to catch up on sleep on ride there. Before they left, Nezu told Izuku and Uraraka that Aizawa would look after Eri when they would training. This was in case she lost control. About 2 hours into the drive they stopped at a nearby cliff overlooking a large forest. Alright, everyone out, Aizawa said, getting off the bus. Once everyone was outside, they saw that they were still nowhere near their destination. Izuku was holding onto a sleeping Eri. She had fallen asleep on the bus ride. Mr. Aizawa, aren't we still like an hour away from our destination? Asked Iida, stretching. Before Aizawa could answer, a voice was heard from behind the bus. We are the Wild Pussycats. The hero group known as the Pussycats had made their grand entrance, but they were missing 2 of their members, and surprisingly they were with a kid. Wow, it's the Pussycats. They're heroes that specialize in mountain rescue? Wait, there is supposed to be 4 of them? Izuku's face lit up when he saw the pro heroes. The others are setting everything up for you students, but first they wanted to greet you guys before we got to the camp. These are some of the heroes that are going to help you train, Pixie Bob and Mandalay, said Aizawa. That's right, you are going to train in our facility that is at the base of that mountain. We own all this land, so you can all use your quirks as much as you want. said Pixie Bob, striking a pose. While explaining, Aizawa walked towards Izuku and Eri. Midoriya, you might want to give me Eri? What, why? Don't we still have a ways to go on the bus? Asked Izuku. Yeah, about that. Let's just say there's going to be a surprise in a bit. Izuku didn't want to give him Eri, but he knew if something happened he could trust Aizawa. So he shook her Eri slightly to wake her up. Hey Eri, sorry about this, but you're going to go with Mr. Aizawa for a bit, okay? Eri was still half asleep when she heard that he would be leaving. No, I want to stay with Papa, she said, grabbing onto his shirt. Her crying caught the attention of Mandalay. Oh, is this the young lady Nezu said to look after? Mandalay got close to Eri. Hey, why don't you come with me? Your Papa is going to meet us at the camp. You can play with Koda in the meantime, what do you say? Eri looked at Izuku and Uraraka. They both nodded, signaling their approval. Oh, okay, she said, jumping out of Izuku's arms and walking with Mandalay. Alright, good, now for a little fun. You have until 12:30 to reach the base camp, which is about 57 kilometers away from this point, 35 miles. Also, if you don't make it on time, you don't get any lunch. Do whatever you got to do, just make it before 12:30. Pixie Bob smiled evilly. You know, I think I'll just go back on the bus, Mina said, trying to sneak back on the bus. Why, yeah, that's too far for me, Kirishima said, running towards the bus as well as the rest of the class. However, they were quickly blocked by Mandalay. Sorry, but you guys are taking the scenic route. She activated her quirk, which turned the hard earth soft, transforming it into a wave and pushing the class off the cliff. Izuku on the other hand grabbed Uraraka before she could be pushed off the cliff and hovered over the cliff edge. That was close, wasn't it, Uraraka? Yeah, thanks for the Deku, he smiled as she clung onto his side. So, he turned to the group still on the cliff. You said that direction, right? He pointed towards the mountain. Mandalay and Pixie Bob just stood in amazement. Why, yeah, that way. Awesome. Eri, be good girl and stay with them, alright? Eri nodded and waved at them as they flew away towards the camp. Bye Eri, we'll see you in a bit, Uraraka yelled before disappearing from view. As they left, Eri walked up to Koda. Hi, I'm Eri, she said to Koda's surprise. Hi, I'm Koda. Nice to meet you, An. And so it begins the training camp arc. This is going to be something else, so get ready. The next chapters are going to get intense. Time to train. Izuku and Uraraka made it to the campsite well before their classmates, well before the 12:30 mark. They even arrived quicker than Aizawa and Eri, who took the bus to the campsite. Slowly but surely his classmates began to appear from the forest as the sun was setting, exhausted and bruised. You guys cheated, said Mina as she fell to the floor, tired. Izuku and Uraraka looked at each other. Nah, we used strategy. We worked smarter, not harder. Isn't that right, Uraraka? You bet. Besides, Mandalay said we could do whatever we need to do. Uraraka smiled at her classmates. Eri had gone inside the building where the classes were going to be sleeping to help out with dinner. As Class 1A got up from the floor, Eri appeared wearing the little apron. When she saw her mama and papa, she ran towards them. Mama, papa, I helped out in the kitchen, she said with pride. Really? That's good, Eri. I can't wait to see what you made, Uraraka said, patting her on the head. It's going to be really yummy. Koda even helped, she said, pointed at another small child who was wearing a red hat with golden spikes coming out of it. Oh really? Izuku walked over to the boy. Hey there, Koda, right? Thanks for helping, Eri. My name is Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. He extended his hand for the boy to shake. Without saying a word, Koda punched Izuku in the nuts. Izuku immediately went to the floor in pain. All the guys felt his pain. Iida rushed in to help his friend off the floor. Why would you do such a thing? Koda walked away back towards the building. So stupid, pretending to be heroes, he muttered to himself as he walked by. Eri and Uraraka ran towards Izuku to make sure he was okay. Deku, are you alright? Asked Uraraka, knowing she wouldn't be much help in this situation. Gasping for air as he forced himself to talk. Why, yeah, just need a minute. Slowly getting up, he smiled, assuring everyone he was alright. Sorry about that, he's my cousin, we are taking care of him for a while, Mandalay said, clapping her hands together. Anyway, welcome to training camp. Here you will spend a whole week improving your quirks, but today and only for today you will sit back and relax. Dinner will be ready soon, so please go get your stuff from the bus and unpack. As everyone began to get their stuff off the bus, Izuku couldn't help but notice Koda's expression. Very angry. After enjoying dinner, it was time to take a bath. It was a hot spring which everyone enjoyed. A tall wooden wall separated the genders, but someone wanted to get a better view. You know what, guys, I'm going to peek over the wall, Mineta said, striking a pose. The boys all turned to look at him. Don't do it, Mineta. You could get in real trouble if you do, Iida warned him. Mineta did not care. Just watch me. Over this wall is every beautiful girl in our class, just waiting for me to look. Mineta began to rip the purple balls off his head and placed them on the wall to climb. Dude, I wouldn't if I were you, Kirishima said, swallowing hard. Give me one good reason why I should stop. Mineta climbed higher and higher. Because him, Kirishima said, pointing at Izuku, whose face was filled with rage. Mineta stopped before reaching the top. Oh right, he's with Uraraka now. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the top of the wall. Worth it, he yelled out as he began to climb faster. Before he could reach the top, he was hit by an energy blast which knocked him off the wall and back into the hot spring. Anyone else want to try it? Izuku said, holding a key ball. The boys quickly got back to enjoying the hot spring. That's what I thought. After enjoying the hot springs, the genders were split. The boys would take the upstairs room while the girls would take the bottom floor. Izuku kissed Eri on the forehead and Uraraka on the cheek and went to bed with the others. As soon as he got to the room, Shiro, Mineta, and Kaminari stared at him. What? He asked nervously. Time to spill, Midoriya, said Shiro. How far have you gone with Uraraka? Izuku turned red. Izuku frantically looked around. What? Come on guys. Come on, tell us, Kaminari said, getting in Izuku's face. Come on. I really shouldn't guys, that's kinda private. Izuku hoped that would make them stop. Iida joined in the conversation. That's enough you three, leave him alone. If he wants to tell us then he will, but he doesn't, that is fine as well. The three guys sighed and walked off. Thanks Iida. Iida just nodded and went to lay down. Little did Izuku know Uraraka was having the same conversation with the girls. Come on Ochako, tell us, Mina said, begging on her knees. I told you, why do you need to know? It's my personal life, you know, Uraraka said, brushing Eri's hair. Because we all want to know. Isn't that right? She turned towards the rest of her class, who all nodded slightly. Uraraka sighed. Not right now. She moved her eyes at Eri. If they wanted to hear then they would have to wait until Eri fell asleep. They all saw what she was doing and nodded. Now that Eri was finally asleep, Mina asked again, so, how far have you guys gone? Uraraka laid right beside Eri. She turned to the group of girls. If you really want to know, we've kissed obviously. Well, we slept on the same bed before too, her face turning red. The girls couldn't believe it. Uraraka, arguably the most innocent girl in the class, had done such a thing. Does that mean you and him? You know, done it? Asked Jiro. Uraraka blinked. What, no? Well, at least not yet. Uraraka's voice turned timid. Oh, so you want to? Said Mina with a smug look on her face. Uraraka buried her face into her pillow. I mean maybe.
Ha, so you do. Can't really blame you though. If you weren't dating him I am sure one of us would. The other girls nodded. He's easily the cutest guy in the class, not to mention those muscles.
Alright, can you stop talking about my boyfriend like that? It's weird, said Uraraka from the pillow.
Momo put up her hands. Alright, why don't we call it a night? We got training in the morning.
Fine, Mina said reluctantly. The next day everyone were woken up early just before the sun rose. Aizawa took his class in an open part of the forest. Alright everyone. Welcome to day 1 of training camp. Today we are going to see how much you have improved. Midoriya, think fast. He threw a ball at Izuku which he caught with ease. Your record was 2,300 meters in the beginning of the school year. Let's see how you are now. Remember, no holding back. This made his classmates step back, remembering what happened last time. Alright then, Uraraka, make sure to hold on to Eri. Things might get a little windy. Izuku smiled. Uraraka quickly grabbed Eri. You guys might want to go step back farther, he said, loosening up his arm. As much as I want to see, I think we should just run for it. Last time we almost got swept away from the wind pressure, Kaminari said, running into the forest. Izuku sighed. Fine, since you want to see so badly I'll help you guys out. He raised his hand out in the direction of his classmates, placing a key barrier around them. You guys are safe in there, maybe. Did he just say maybe? The whole class thought as Izuku transformed in a Super Saiyan. Ha! Izuku's aura exploded outward, knocking over trees. Pulling his arm back, he threw the ball as hard as he could, creating a much stronger sonic boom than last time, which was heard for miles. Relaxing, Izuku reverted back to his base form and dropped the barrier. Damn, the ball slipped out of my hand. I could have thrown it harder than that. So how is that, Mr. Aizawa? He said, looking around at the destruction he caused. Looking down at the tracker, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. 50k meters. No, it's still going. 75,000, 90,000, 110,000. At this rate the ball is going to end up in the ocean. The number finally came to a stop at 117,000 meters, 72 miles. It's 117,000 meters. Mr. Aizawa tried to keep a straight face. Very good, Midoriya, over 50x your past record. His classmates on the other hand couldn't believe it. You're kidding. How can someone be so strong? Mina said, falling on her butt. My papa is amazing, isn't he? Eri said with pride. Why, yeah, he sure is, Iida said, fixing his glasses. Unknown city. Little did Izuku know that his sudden power-up caught the attention of someone. E23 was looking over a city when he felt it. It seems you've gotten stronger than last time, big brother. It seems, now the time has come. You are getting too strong for my liking. Just then he got a call on his phone. Yeah, today at night. Alright, I'll be there. Remember, Izuku Midoriya is mine to kill? He hung up and smiled. By this time tonight, you and me are finally going to decide who is stronger. And only one of us is coming out alive. E23 said, crushing the phone and taking off to meet up with Shigaraki. Back at the training camp, learn from his success class and become just as strong, Mr. Aizawa said. Now you will be splitting up and will focus on improving yourselves. Now going their separate ways, each student was given an area where they could train without getting in each other's way. Izuku was taken deeper into the forest where he could train without worrying about others. I should try that technique I learned in the time chamber. Now I can finally concentrate. I should leave a key source here so I can come back. He created a ball of energy which he set down, then placed 2 fingers on his forehead. He focused on Uraraka's key. Come on, focus. Focuses with a thwip, Izuku disappeared. Uraraka was working near a cliff full of boulders. She would touch as many boulders as she could to push her quirk to the max. When she couldn't anymore, she would release and do it over again. She started working up a sweat. She decided to take off her jacket. Mena didn't think do this so much would be so tiring. Just then Izuku appeared out of nowhere in front of her. Deku. She jumped up. Izuku on the other hand couldn't keep his balance and fell forward towards Uraraka, getting a face full of her chest before falling to the floor. Looks like I still need some practice with this, he said, looking up to see Uraraka, who was blushing red. That's when he noticed what kind of situation he was in. Uraraka. Mina was nearby dissolving rocks with her acid when she heard Uraraka yell and went to check on her. Hey Uraraka, are you alr? She stopped when he saw Izuku on top of Uraraka. Sorry, I'll come back later. Sorry to interrupt. She slowly backed away. Wait Mina. They both yelled. Izuku quickly got off of Uraraka to run after Mina and try to explain what happened. After an explanation they cleared it all up. Izuku teleported back to where his key ball was to practice the technique again. This time he would teleport between key ball sources that he created so another incident wouldn't happen again. Now being able to teleport at will, he found out he can sense key sources and teleport to them from a long distance away. He could even sense All Might and his mother's key and could go there if he needed to. Now it was time to move on to physical training. He teleported to Aizawa to his surprise and asked for the weights that he used for the final exam. Here, take them. Also they upped the weight of them just so you know, Aizawa said as a robot attached the first weight to Izuku's wrist. Oh yeah, how much? When the robot placed the first weight, Izuku's whole arm got pulled towards the ground. About 2 more tons each. Also a student in the support class told us to give you these. In his hand Aizawa held out 5 capsules. She said to fill those with your energy. Honestly I don't know what she was talking about, but it seems important. Izuku struggled to move but managed to get his arm up. Right. Alright then, thanked Mr. Aizawa. Whip. Izuku was gone once again, leaving Aizawa alone. Izuku went straight to work. Now with extra weight he would have to push himself even harder than before. Transforming, he began to shadow box until he couldn't take anymore, falling in a pool of his own sweat. As he lay on the ground he thought back to the Hosu incident. During that time I felt something, more power. It was only for a split second but I felt it. I need to learn how to tap into that power. When the day comes I will need to meet the guy who looks like me again and I need to be ready. He took off his shirt to lessen the heat. After a few hours of working out it was finally time to go back to the campsite. Izuku teleported to Aizawa but forgot that he had no shirt on. When he arrived all the girls were there. Izuku quickly covered himself up but not before all the girls got a good look at his muscular body. Wow, Uraraka is one lucky girl, Momo said, slightly blushing as the other girls nodded. After taking a shower it was time for dinner. It was up to the students to make the food. Today on the menu was curry. Even class 1B got involved. Everyone had a job to do and they did it. This was meant to build teamwork with others, especially those who they don't know. As they were enjoying the food they make, Izuku and Uraraka noticed Eri was not with them. Hey Deku, have you seen Eri? Uraraka asked, looking around. Mandalay walked up to them. Oh, the girl, she's with Kota. He wanted to show Eri a secret or something. They might be on the cliff overlooking the camp over there. She pointed towards a tall mountain. I'll go check on them. Oh, I guess they haven't eaten yet too, so let me grab them a plate. Izuku grabbed 2 plates of food. Placing 2 fingers in his forehead he focused and with a thwip he disappeared. The whole class froze. Since when can he do that? Mineta asked, shocked to see his classmate disappear. On the cliffside Kota showed Eri his hideout. So what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Eri looked on with amazement. The full moon shined on the forest below, giving it a beautiful shine. Wow, it's so pretty. Eri eyes widened. If only Mama and Papa could see this. Thwip, who said I couldn't? Izuku's voice appeared from behind Eri. Papa. She ran towards him, hugging him, almost making him drop the food he had in his hand. With his free hand he patted her head. Hey Eri, hungry? She nodded, grabbing the plate of food. Kota, right. If you're hungry I brought you something to eat. Izuku walked towards the Kota, only to have him turn away. No, I'm good. I don't want anything from wannabe heroes like you. Izuku stopped. Why do you guys want to play hero? All you do is beat each other up without a care in the world. Izuku sighed. Tell me Kota, who did you lose to make you hate heroes so much? Shut up. Shut up. Leave me alone. You know nothing, Kota yelled, making Izuku step back. Alright, I get it. We'll leave this with Eri if you want it. He turned to Eri. Can you give this to Kota if changes his mind? She nodded. Alright then, be careful you two. Izuku teleported away once again with his class. As a special event the Pussycats were setting up a test of courage for both classes to take part of. One class would go through a set course while the other class would try and scare the other. They would go in pairs of 2 through the course, and as luck would have it Izuku would be paired up with Uraraka. Going through the course Uraraka clinged onto Izuku. I don't like the dark. He chuckled. Hey, that's not funny, she said, pinching his cheeks. Sorry. Here, Izuku formed a small key ball that lit up the area around them. Better? She nodded. Better. These peaceful time would soon come to an end, for before the night ends, heroes will rise and heroes will fall. Power is gained and power is lost. Bonds formed and bonds broken. For tonight would be one of tragedies for both classes. Unknown bar, are we ready, Kurokuri? Asked Shigaraki. Almost. I'm bringing the last of the villains we recruited for this. As a portal opened out came 8 villains. So this is the secret hideout of the League of Villains, not much if you ask me, said a tall man wearing a tank top. Enough, we move out in a few. We are just waiting on one more person to join us, Shigaraki said as the door to the hideout opened. Ah, just on time E23. Muscular walked up to E23, so you're this famous villain who took down the UA festival winner. You don't seem like much, you sure you won't slow us down? Before he could react, Muscular was backhanded, which sent him flying towards the wall. You talk too much, his bloodlust is something else. He may be worthy of using it. Why you little? Muscular picked himself off the floor and stomped his way towards E23. Before he would get any close, Kurogiri got in between both of them. Enough, you are only here to do a job. So both of you shut up and do it, both men agreed, good. By the way, take these, E23 handed bracelets to everyone. What are these, some kind of club thing? Twice said looking at the bracelet. E23 growled, no, these hid your energy, put them on and don't take them off until you have to. If we don't wear them, he would be able to sense you the second we get there. As everyone but on the bracelet, the villain known as Toga got close to E23, your blood smells different, almost as if it were different people, she licked her lips, I like that. Alright everyone, time for you to go, you all have your targets. If you encounter Izuku Midoriya, leave him to E23, he's his to kill, Shigaraki said getting up. Kurogiri opened the portal. Before they Muscular stepped into the portal, E23 stopped him, what? We may have gotten off the wrong foot, you have the same drive to kill as I do. Here, take this. E23 handed him a strange looking fruit. Eat this during the mission when you feel like having more power than you ever imagined. I'll give you this under one condition. Kill as many of Izuku Midoriya's friends as you can. Muscular looked at the fruit and smiled, you got it, grabbing the fruit and stashing it. As they stepped into the portal, E23 adjusted his mask, now the time has come brother, you will die tonight. Back at the training camp, Izuku and Uraraka were halfway through the course when Izuku had an idea. Hey Uraraka, want to see something cool? He said, picking her pig bridle style. Deku, what are? Before she could finish, Izuku flew upward, clearing the tree line. Wow, the sight was amazing. The stars above her shined bright. Clear skies have made every star visible, and with little to no light sources you could see every star perfectly. Thought you would like it, Izuku smiled. Hey Uraraka, I want to tell you something. She looked at him with concern. You remember that guy who put me in the hospital after the Hosu incident, right? He said, looking at the stars. She nodded. How can I forget? Well, I know how he looks like. Izuku looked at her. Then why didn't you tell the police? They could have caught him by now. Uraraka looked at with confused as to why he wouldn't tell the police. Because the guy is me. Her eyes widened. What do you mean? Izuku looked away. Uraraka placed her hand on his cheek and turned his face to look at her. Hey, come on, what did you mean by that? I mean that he was me. He looked exactly like me. He grabbed her hand. He also said he wanted to kill me, but before that he wanted to kill everyone I cared about. That includes you. I was just so scared of losing you. A tear fell from his eyes. Deku, look at me. He turned to her. Nothing is going to happen to me, I promise. Do you know why? Because you are going to be here protecting me? She pressed her forehead against his. No matter what, I will always be by your side. Whipping the tear of his face, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Thank you Uraraka, I love. Just then the trees below them began to catch fire, not just ordinary fire but blue fire. What's going on? The forest is catching fire. Uraraka looked on as the fire spread. Izuku focused hard to see if there were anyone else besides the two classes. Nothing. I don't sense anyone out of the ordinary, but this is the work of a quirk. We are under attack. As soon as he said they both looked at each other. Eri, Izuku focused on her key and quickly teleported to her. Whip. A few moments ago with Eri sat on the ground overlooking the forest. Hey Eri, do you want to head back? It's getting pretty late. She looked back and nodded. Only if you apologize to Papa. No, I have nothing to apologize for. It's his own fault for pretending to be a hero. Kota clenched his fist. She got up and confronted Kota. You're wrong, Papa is a real hero. He saved me from some really bad people. Yeah, well, who's going to save him when he needs saving? Kota walked away. As he walked away, a tall man in a tank top walked out of the shadow of the cliff. Let's see who's going to save you now, kid. Kota. Eri yelled as Muscular swung his arm to punch Kota. With the sound of Izuku teleporting was heard. With a loud boom echoed as Muscular's fist made contact, but not with Kota. I seems you need some help, Kota, Izuku said, holding back Muscular's fist. Mind if I step in? Papa, Mama. Izuku and Uraraka had arrived just in time. Muscular pulled his hand free and jumped back. Oh, I know you. Yeah, you're that guy wants to kill. What's his name? Oh yeah, E23, he said smiling. I know he wanted to do it, but I think I will have a little fun first. There are still plenty of targets. Izuku's eyes widened. Uraraka, take the kids and get to Aizawa. If he's here, then we are all in grave danger. You think I'll let you get away? Muscular ran at Uraraka and the kids. I came here to kill and that's what I'm going to do. Before he could reach them, he was sent flying towards the side of the mountain, breaking it. Not while I'm around. He turned to the group. Go, I'll catch up with you later. Uraraka nodded. Come on, let's go. Picking up the kids, she ran down the mountain to safety. You can come out now. We both know that hit wasn't hard enough to knock you out. Izuku yelled towards where he sent Muscular flying. Ha ha ha, so you knew. A real shame if you ask me. Now they won't be able to see what I'm about to do to you. Muscular said, getting up and cracking his neck as muscle tissue disappeared from his body. I'll give you this. You hit pretty hard, but that was nowhere near enough to take me down. Oh, I know, I just wanted to see how much you can take. Judging by your quirk, you can take some hits, but… Izuku transformed, his hair turned golden yellow. I don't want you to accidentally die, now do we? Muscular gritted his teeth. Why, you little… I'll show you. Time to die. He ran towards Izuku, muscles enlarged to the point that they showed outside his skin. Only to have Izuku disappear. What? Where did he go? Muscular looked around to find no one. Here. You got a bit faster than the first time, but it still wasn't enough. Muscular looked up to see Izuku above him. You lose? With a power kick he sent Muscular to the ground, knocking him out. That was easy. Izuku powered down and began to walk away to find Uraraka and the kids. Only to stop when he felt a power level growing. What? How is he getting this power? That's when Izuku saw it. The same fruit Bakugo had eaten during the sports festival. Getting up, Muscular grinned. Man, now this is some real power. The bracelet that E23 snapped off him. Now I see what that guy was talking about. With this power it should be more than enough to kill you. Raghh, a red aura began to cover his body. The muscle tissue bulged greater and greater. Izuku took a step back. Damn it. I knew I should have taken you out for good. Haaa. Izuku transformed once again, his golden aura smashing into Muscular's, sending shockwaves of energy flying towards the mountain. They both jumped at each other, fists colliding with enough force to break the ground, splitting the mountain in two. Sorry, I can't afford to waste time with you. I got people waiting for me, so I'll end this quickly. Raw. Izuku fired blasts that knocked Muscular back, seemingly unfazing him. Muscular began to taunt Izuku. Is that what you think, that this would be easy? With a strike fast enough that Izuku had trouble following, he knocked Izuku through several trees. I'm not done. Muscular followed it up with shots to Izuku's body, and finishing it with a kick to his face. Blood dripped from Izuku's mouth. He's strong, wiping the blood off, but not strong enough. Since it came to this, I have to use it. Opening his hand, he collected ki and began to rotate it in his hand. As it got faster and faster, it began to make a buzzing sound, almost like a saw. Now completely flat, Izuku threw his arm forward towards Muscular. Destructo Disc. The attack sliced trees as it approached Muscular. What the? He quickly dodged, but he wasn't fast enough. He had sliced his side, causing him to bleed. Ha, nice try, kid, but you missed. He ran towards Izuku once again. Checkmate. Izuku brought his arm back and the disc followed his order and began to turn around back towards Muscular. This time he wouldn't see it coming. Buzzing as it got close, Muscular turned around only to see the blade slice his arm off. Muscular screamed out in pain. My arm? Fuck my arm. Blood poured out from the wound. You monster! Get away from me! Muscular scrambled away from Izuku, who was walking towards him. Me a monster? No, I'm a Saiyan. Izuku let his aura out, which caused Muscular to faint. I should probably help him out, I don't want him to bleed to death. He placed a hand on Muscular and allowed his ki to flow into the man, stopping the bleeding. There, that should do it. I should probably go see if Uraraka is alright. With a thwip he was gone, leaving Muscular. While Uraraka was running away, she found Sue in the middle of the forest. They decided to head back together when they were attacked by the villain known as Toga. However, she would prove no match to Uraraka's fighting style that she picked up during her internship. She pinned Toga to the ground as Izuku arrived. Wow, taking down a real villain. That's my girl. He appeared from the trees. Papa. Eri ran towards Izuku, who hugged her. Hey Eri, looks like your mama took down a villain, Izuku said, picking Eri up. Eri nodded. Yup, she was cool. Toga was able to turn her head to look at Izuku. Your blood is different, just like his. She blushed. Yeah, I can tell. You aren't fully human, are you? She smiled sadistically. Sue looked at the villain, then to Izuku. What are you talking about? Of course he's human. She must be crazy, Ribbit. No, he's not. My quirk deals with blood and his isn't pure, is it? Toga stared at Izuku, who stood there in shock, as well as the rest of the group. Taking advantage of this distraction, she stabbed a needle into Uraraka's thigh, taking her blood. Uraraka. Izuku put down Eri and ran toward her. Before he could take her off of Uraraka, she flipped out of the way and disappeared into the forest. Go after her, Ribbit. Sue tried but was stopped by Izuku. No, as much as I want to. We need to meet up with the rest of the class. Uraraka, are you alright? He said, helping her off the ground. Yeah, I'm alright. Izuku nodded. Alright, let's go. Everyone grab onto me, I'll take you to Aizawa. As everyone placed a hand Izuku, a voice was heard inside everyone's head. Attention classes 1A and 1B. You are to rendezvous with Eraserhead and Vlad King at the front of the building. Use any means necessary to get her. Just make sure you come her safe and sound. Well, that's convenient. Let's go. Whip. Izuku was gone once again. In front of the building, the Pussycats were standing outside with Aizawa and Vlad King waiting for the students to arrive. Where are they? We are still missing 4 students and 2 kids. Vlad King guarding the door to the building. I know, but if Midoriya is out there, we should worry about any of them. He will protect them, Aizawa said, looking into the forest. Just then Izuku appeared in front of Aizawa. Hey, what we miss? Kota. Mandalay ran to him, hugging him. I'm glad you're safe. I'm alright thanks to him. He saved me from a villain, he pointed at Izuku. Releasing him from the hug, she walked towards Izuku. Thank you so much. How can we ever thank you? Izuku raised his hand. No, it's fine, your thanks is enough, he smiled. Nodding, Mandalay walked Kota inside to safety. Uraraka, get Eri inside, I'm going to stay out here to guard the building. You better meet us inside, he nodded as she took Eri inside where she would be safe. Midoriya, Aizawa said, walking up to him. Have you seen Bakugo anywhere? We can't find him. He was with Todoroki but he was knocked out during the fight with a villain. Izuku's eyes widened. Hold on, let me see if I can sense him. He focused, scanning for his ki energy but found nothing. No, sorry, I can't sense him. Damn it, so it's true. It seems Bakugo was one of their targets. Izuku clenched his fists. Izuku sensed something coming towards him. What? Izuku flew up, stopping a ki blast that E23 fired at the building. Pushing hard against it, Izuku managed to redirect it towards the mountain. As the blast hit the mountain, it destroyed it, sending pieces flying everywhere. That wasn't their only target. A voice above them was heard, making everyone outside look up. There is still one target. My target. E23 hovered above them. Aizawa stood shocked as he just say the mountain disappeared with a single blast. What the? Even All Might can't do that. Just who is he? Izuku floated down to catch his breath. He's the one I fought at the Hosu incident, the guy who put me in the hospital. Aizawa looked at the villain. That means he's stronger than All Might. If he put Midoriya in the hospital, then that means we are in serious trouble. E23 waved a finger. No, I spared you. But now it's time to finish this. Fight me, Izuku Midoriya. And, oh snap, the showdown beings Izuku vs E23, who will win? Find out next week. Vale Bellator. Izuku looked up at E23. Damn it, if we fight now everyone will be in danger. What should I do? Izuku began to play every possible scenario in his head. Should he fight him head on? Wait for backup? Or just run? Enough of this. Vlad jumped into the air and activated his quirk. His quirk allowed him to harden his own blood. Touching E23, he encased him in a blood shell. That should hold him, he said, landing on the ground. E23 simply looked at the hardened blood. Really? Is this all you pros have to offer? Such a disappointment. He flexed his body and broke out the shell with ease. What? He broke out so easily. Just how strong is he? The others didn't notice, but Aizawa had activated his quirk, but it had no effect. If my quirk doesn't work on him, then his power comes from something else. So what do you say, Izuku Midoriya? Will you fight me? Or do I have to hurt people to make you fight me? E23 looked towards the building where everyone was in and raised his hand. No, don't you dare hurt them. Izuku transformed. You want to fight, I'll give you it. He flew up to meet E23. Not here, let's go far away from here. Very well, E23 took off his mask and cape, revealing to the heroes below who he was. Impossible. He looks just like Midoriya. Aizawa stood in shock as he saw them take off. Midoriya. Wait. Aizawa tried to stop him from leaving. It's alright, Mr. Aizawa, I'll be right back. Get everyone on the buses and get out of here. I'll buy you some time. He took off after E23. Damn it. Vlad, get the buses ready. We can't waste the time he bought us. Aizawa turned to run into the building. He doesn't stand a chance. He needs backup. Alright, everyone listen up. Everyone turned their attention to Aizawa. Another villain has showed up. One strong enough to take down Midoriya. It looks like he is only interested in Midoriya, so he is buying us some time to get out of here. We are going to bring the buses here, then we are leaving. All the students began to mutter. It has to be the villain from the Hosu incident. Deku, please be careful. Uraraka couldn't help but worry. He said he would come back, so we had to believe in him, Aizawa said. He continued to instruct the students what to do. With Izuku and E23, here is far enough. E23 stopped in midair. Izuku stopped just meters away from him. Tell me before we start, why do you hate me? Asked Izuku. E23 waved him off. Tell you what. Defeat me and I'll tell you everything you want to know. Izuku readied himself. Fine. Ready? E23 nodded. Ha! With his aura flaring out, Izuku made the first move. Rushing in, he fired ki blasts at E23, which he swatted away with ease. Now in close range, Izuku went for a punch to the face, only to have E23 dodge and countering with a heavy hit to the ribs. He smiled. You have to try harder than that. Come on, show me what you got. I don't want this to be a repeat of Hosu, E23 taunted. Izuku gritted his teeth. Kaioken. The red glow of the Kaioken shined bright enough to be seen from where the rest of the class was. Oh, Kaio, what? E23 was interrupted as Izuku connected to E23's head, sending him flying. Izuku gave him no chance to recover and quickly followed up with rapid hits to the body. It seemed that Izuku had the upper hand. Harder. Faster. Can't give him time to recover. Time to end this, he thought as he punched E23 hard, sending him flying. Take this. Kamehameha. The beam streamed towards E23, but he didn't move, he only stared at it, almost as if challenging it. Izuku watched as E23 raised only one arm and stopped the attack. What? There's no way. Ha! Izuku pushed harder and harder. At first it seemed as if it was going to hit, but E23 simply raised his other arm and completely stopped Izuku's blast. How disappointing, and here I thought you were going to be more of a challenge, said E23, still holding back the blast. Here, you can have this back, ha.
With a mighty roar he managed to push the blast back but not towards Izuku. To his horror the blast redirected towards where his classmates were.
With the extra momentum behind it, Izuku had to try with all he had to hold it back. He positioned himself in front of the blast and held out his arms to catch it. No, you bastard, leave them out of this. Izuku could feel his muscles straining. His hands began to burn from holding the blast back. If this blasts get past me, then my friends are done for. He couldn't hold on forever. Izuku needed to think of something fast. It's over, Izuku. Accept your fate and die. E23 pushed harder. It proved to be too much for Izuku. Damn it. Izuku felt his power surging. I can't give up yet. I will stop this. Raghh. Charging his own blast in his hands, he managed to push it slowly. But he put too much power into it, causing both blasts to explode in front of Izuku, shredding half of his shirt and burning his body. His body was thrown towards the ground, hitting it with enough force to break and shaking the earth. The trees uprooted from the shock wave that followed. Izuku laid there broken and bleeding from the wounds on his body. E23 floated down towards Izuku. Looking at him broken and beaten disgusted him. How disappointing, you are the original and yet you can't beat a copy. Picking Izuku up, he held him up with one arm. As much as I want to end it here, that would be much fun. So let's have a little fun, shall we? E23 pointed a finger towards Izuku's shoulder and fired a ki blast that pierced right through him. Ah! Izuku's screams echoed through the mountains. Uraraka and the others were about to get on the bus when she heard it. Deku? She looked towards the mountains. Please come back to us, we need you. She hugged Eri tighter in her arms. E23 smiled. Yes, what a lovely scream. I wonder, can you scream louder? He aimed for his other shoulder then fired again. Izuku gritted his teeth, but the look of pain and anger on his face was apparent. Oh, what's wrong, are you mad? Good you should be? E23 threw him into the air. Before Izuku could hit the ground, E23 delivered a powerful kick to Izuku's face, sending him flying. Breaking trees as he flew through the air, Izuku began to lose consciousness. The blood spilled as he came to a spot resting on a tree. So this is he's just too strong for me. I let everyone down, Mom, Eri, my classmates, and especially Uraraka. I'm so sorry. Izuku could see E23 walking towards him as he finally blacked out. Waking up once again in the void, Izuku looked around. I guess this is where it ends. Izuku hung his head down low. Hey, what kind of talk is that? A voice was heard behind Izuku. Goku and Vegeta appeared behind him. You are supposed to be a Saiyan warrior, yet you give up so easily? You're letting down your heritage, Izuku Midoriya? Vegeta yelled at the boy who didn't look up to face them. Izuku shrugged. Not that it matters now, in a few seconds I'll probably be dead, along with everyone I ever knew. If only I had more power, I could take him down for good. Goku and Vegeta saw a tear run down his face. Goku stepped up to Izuku. Hey, look at me. He slowly turned to face Goku. You already have the power you need. All you need to do it, let it out. Goku laughed. You know, you remind me of my son Gohan, always too afraid to act out of fear. But when the time came he always pulled though, and you are going to do the same right now. Kakarot is right. You felt it before during the Hosu incident. The power you need is already within you. Do you remember what you were feeling when it happened? Said Vegeta. Izuku thought about it for a second. Why yeah, I felt anger and a need to stop him. Goku stopped him right there. Yes, exactly, a need. You have to create that need again. Remember what he is going to do if you die now. If you are scared about your friends getting hurt, then get them out of the way before fight, but you have to create that need to fight, to survive, to win. You're right, I need to create that need again. Izuku turned away, look at his hands. Thanks guys, I know what I have to do now. Goku and Vegeta nodded as they began to fade from view. Outside, E23 looked over the beaten Izuku. If this is all I'm going out of you, then there is no need to drag this on. He charged a ki blast pointed at Izuku. Goodbye brother. He closed his eyes and fired. Opening his eyes once again, he saw that Izuku was no longer in front of him. Only a hole in the tree where Izuku would have been. What? E23 looked around and saw Izuku behind him. How did you escape? You should have the strength to move. Izuku said nothing. As he began to walk closer to E23, every step he took lightning bolts hit the ground around him. You will not. Izuku's hair spiked up more than usual. Hurt anyone, anymore. His muscles bulked up, hitting against the clothes. I will make sure this is the last time you will hurt anyone again. I will kill you, The ground around him began to break and caving inward from under Izuku's pressure. The very mountains broke from the sheer power Izuku was giving off, his aura glowing brighter than before, illuminating the sky in a golden yellow shine. Classes 1A and 1B were both on the buses and were heading away from the camp, when they felt the ground beneath them shake violently, causing Class 1A's bus to swerve and crash. Everyone okay? Aizawa shouted from the front of the bus. They all nodded. Good, wait here, I'm going to see how bad the damage was. Stay here, he instructed as he left the bus. Inside, Uraraka was holding on to Eri, when she noticed something outside. Mama look, she pointed outside to a bright golden light coming from the mountains. Everyone heard her and turned their attention to the glow. Deku. That shake must have been him, Uraraka said, praying for his safety. Outside, Aizawa saw that the tire had blown out, so he went back into the bus. Yaoyorozu, can you make a new tire with your quirk? She nodded and followed Aizawa outside. Back with Izuku, E23 stumbled back. You changed, you're stronger now aren't you? He smiled. Good, let's see if it was enough. He ran towards Izuku ready to punch him in the face only to have his fist stopped. Izuku pulled on E23's arm, getting in his face. I have ascended past a Super Saiyan. Izuku pulled hard and kneed him in the stomach. You can call this a Super Saiyan too. Coughing out blood, E23 jumped back, gaining distance. You bastard, ha! E23's aura erupted. I'll show you true power. He fired a ki blast. Izuku did not move. Instead, deciding to tank the hit, it did little damage. What? That's impossible.
In the blink of the eye, Izuku appeared face to face with E23. You may have my face, but you will never have my power. Izuku took a swing, hitting him in the face.
Falling to one knee, E23, blood dripping from his lip. Get up, Izuku said, staring down at E23. As he was getting up, Izuku raised his arm and hit him with his elbow, knocking him to the ground. I said, get up. His eyes said it all, completely empty and void of any emotion. All you saw was the desire you win, to kill him once and for all. As he tried to get up again, Izuku kicked him in the ribs, breaking a few. I'll tell you one last time. Izuku picked him up the hair. Get up. He punched E23 in the stomach. Keeping his hand pointed at his stomach, Izuku fired a blast that covered E23's entire body. His body blew back, crashing into trees as his body rolled to a stop. You won't hurt me or anyone again. Izuku smiled, but in your own words, why don't we have some fun first, shall we? Izuku stopped, his overconfidence overflowing from the power-up. No, stop. Get away from me. Fear began to take over E23. For the first time in his short life, he had experienced fear. Izuku created two small destructo discs and threw them at E23. The blades buzzed as they cut at E23's body. Screaming out in pain, E23 managed to look at Izuku, who was smiling. You think this is fun, you bastard? As he lay on the ground bleeding from the wounds. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. I am the copy built to be the ultimate weapon. E23 began to feel something. His heartbeat became rapid. Something crawled within him, scratching at the edges of his mind, almost screaming to let it out. What's going on? E23's aura suddenly flared up, destroying the two destructo discs. You really should have killed me when you had the chance. Because now you're not going to get another shot. He stood up and stared at Izuku. You want to see real power? Then feast your eyes. Crossing his arms in an X formation, he began to change. Izuku stared at E23. His hair was changing, flashing orange in color. Rog HHHHHH. Izuku shielded his eyes from the orange glow radiating from E23. In front of Izuku, E23 stood with orange hair. You like it? Not really a fan of the orange though. This is all possible thanks to your DNA. Just like you, I too have gained new power. His aura pixelated orange. Now we can fight to the death. What? Since when can he do this? I knew he was strong, but this strong. He said my DNA. Does that mean he's a clone of me? Instinctively, Izuku took a step back. Nope, I can't back down. If I'm sensing this right, we should have equal power now. That means there is a chance. Izuku took a deep breath. Fine, but let me get my class out of here first. Then and only then will I fight you at full power. E23 thought about it. You have 5 minutes. If you run, I'll find out and kill your friends. Got it? He said, pointing at Izuku. Fine, 5 minutes. Powering down, Izuku placed 2 fingers and focused on Aizawa's ki. He was gone. With Class 1A finishing putting the tire, Aizawa was about to get on the bus when Izuku appeared. Midoriya! He yelled. The whole class ran out of the bus to see him, bruised and bleeding. Hey guys, he smiled. Then he saw Eri and Uraraka. He ran towards them, hugging them. Thank God you're safe. Izuku, you being back, does that mean you won? Ida asked. Letting them go, he shook his head. No, not yet. Now is not the time. We need to get out of here. He only gave me 5 minutes to get you all out of here. He turned to Aizawa. Call All Might and have him in front of the UA dorms. Aizawa nodded and pulled out his cell phone. 30 seconds passed when Aizawa nodded, signaling it was done. Good, everyone hold on to me. We are getting out of here. As everyone got close and placed a hand on Izuku, they can only look in horror as they saw the blood dripping from his shoulders. Whip. In front of the UA dorms, All Might stood in front of the building with Nezu, not knowing why Aizawa called him. His voice was panicked. Nezu, it's a good thing I was still here at the school doing some paperwork, but why here? Just then Izuku and the rest of Class 1A appeared. Whoa, what happened to you guys? All Might ran to the class. Villains attacked the camp. Class 1B was able to get out in bus, but ours got a flat, Aizawa said, making sure the kids were alright. Everyone was okay relatively speaking, except for Izuku and Bakugo, who was missing. Nezu had called for Recovery Girl as soon as he saw them. Those injured, please wait a few minutes. Recovery Girl is on her way. I had to go back, Izuku said, to the shock of everyone, especially his classmates. Like hell you are. Look at you. You're bleeding and need help, Todoroki yelled as he was being held up by Momo. I don't have a choice. If I don't, he'll come here. I won't be able to fight him at full power with you in danger. He's too strong even for All Might. I have to fight. Izuku started in the direction of the mountains. I'm afraid he's right. This villain is stronger than you, All Might. But I don't agree with you fighting him alone. It's suicide, Aizawa said, staring at Izuku. But his words couldn't reach him. He had already made up his mind. All Might got in front of Izuku, stopping him from leaving. Sorry, but you aren't going anywhere. Izuku looked at him dead in the eyes. Get out my way, All Might. Standing his ground, All Might didn't move. Nope, the whole class tensed up at the scene that was unfolding. Nezu was the next to approach Izuku. Midoriya, if you just give us a minute we can surely think of something we can. Izuku cut him off. No, I don't have a minute. If I don't go back he will come here and kill you all. There is no way in hell that I would let that happen. All Might move I won't ask again. I'm sorry Midoriya, that's not going to happen. All Might, if he tries to leave, restrain him, use any force necessary. Nezu ordered All Might. You leave me no choice then. Izuku began to raise his arm towards All Might, opening his palm. The class knew what this was. Deku no. Uraraka tried to cut in but her words fell to deaf ears. Izuku began to charge up a ki blast. Move now, don't make me hurt you All Might. The ball of energy lit up the area around them. You know fighting me won't end well for you, so stand aside. His eyes became stone cold. The look in his eyes said it all. He's actually going to do it. All Might braced for the blast. Seconds passed as the tension in the air was suffocating. Nezu closed his eyes and sighed. Let him go. All Might couldn't believe what he just heard. What? But sir, we can't just let him go. He is a student here at UA and our responsibility. Midoriya, if you leave now you are no longer welcomed here at UA. Do you understand that? Nezu said, getting in front of the two. Izuku nodded. If that's what it takes then fine. He lowered his hand and let the ball of energy disappear. I'm sorry, he apologized before walking to Uraraka.
Yes, so are we, Nezu said, turning his back on Izuku.
Seeing her made him happy more than anything in the world. Kid. Hey Uraraka, I have to go, he said quietly.
She began to cry. No, please don't go. She embraced him. You already fought him once and look how you ended up. This time you can end us worse. I told you we're going to be here to protect me and Eri. Don't make me break that promise.
That's why I have to go. If I don't go, how am I going to protect you both? He smiled, caressing the back of her head. Eri stood beside them crying as well. Papa, please don't leave. Izuku picked her up. I need to go fight a bad guy. So you and Mama can be safe. Izuku put out his hand. Here, remember this. Izuku created a small ball of ki just like he did when they first meet. As long as this ball shines I'll be fine. Hold this close to you and everything will be alright. Izuku put her down as she looked at the ki ball. I had to go. Before he was grabbed by the arm. Let me come with you. Please, I don't want you to be alone. I can help, please. Uraraka's face so filled with sadness and she tightly held onto his arm. He shook his head. No Uraraka, you can't come with me. It's too dangerous for you. He turned to his class. For any of you, Izuku knew that some of his classmates wanted to fight alongside him.
No, I'm going and you can't stop me. Tears fell from her face as she latched onto his arm even tighter.
Izuku couldn't help but smile, so stubborn, yet so caring. I'm one lucky guy to have you as my girlfriend. Izuku simply shook his head. I'm sorry Uraraka. He went in to kiss her on the lips. A few seconds later he pulled away from her lips, staring directly into her beautiful brown eyes. Her face blushing slightly. I love you. Izuku quickly neck chopped her, rendering her unconscious. Deku, no please. Don't leave, were her final thoughts as she drifted to sleep. Izuku quickly caught her, and holding her in his arms he turned to All Might. Please take care of her. All Might bent down slightly to grab Uraraka. I promise you I will. All Might knew what was happening and so did the rest of the class. He doesn't plan on coming back. He then kneeled down to Eri. Take care of Mama for me, will you, Eri? Can you promise me that? He put his forehead on hers. I promise you I will. She could barely get out the words out from all the crying. Izuku nodded and then turned to his class. Thank you everyone, for everything. You made this year really special, and for that I can't thank you enough. His classmates began to cry. Todoroki, sorry we won't be able to have that rematch you wanted. Stop talking like that. Like you're going to die. You aren't. Todoroki yelled as tears ran down his face. Izuku chuckled. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll see you soon then. Make sure to become great heroes, alright. He faced the three UA staff, Nezu, All Might, Mr. Aizawa. Thank you, you made coming to this school worth it. Midoriya, Aizawa was the first to speak. What you are about to do may be the stupidest thing ever, but most important. The most heroic thing you can do. I'll take pride in calling you my student, and one day Uraraka will understand why you did it. Izuku nodded. Midoriya, wait, All Might said, putting down Uraraka. If you're going to do this, he ran towards the school and came back with a briefcase. You might need this. Izuku grabbed the briefcase and opened it to reveal his hero costume. All Might picked her back up as he smiled. Izuku smiled. Thank you, All Might. He hid behind the hero to change. After a few seconds he re-emerged wearing his green costume. Izuku nodded, then he felt a spike of energy. Right, I'm coming. This is it. Goodbye my friends. Izuku placed his 2 fingers on his forehead and with a thwip he was gone. Todoroki lunged towards Izuku as a final attempt to stop him from leaving. Midoriya, no. He fell to the floor as he was too late to reach him. Damn it. He slammed his fist into the ground out of frustration. All Might couldn't accept this either. He became a hero to save people, not to watch them die. Aizawa would take her. He handed Uraraka to him. What are you doing, All Might? Nezu asked. At top speed I can make it there in 45 minutes. All he has to do is hold on for that long. I can help him fight the villain, he said, ready to take off. They are in the training camp. Last time I saw they were heading north, towards the mountains, Aizawa said as All Might nodded. Godspeed, All Might, said Nezu as All Might leaving everyone behind. Let's take her to the dorms. He turned to the class. Everyone please head to the dorms. There you can talk about what happened. Everyone did as they were told and went in. Back with E23, 8th whip was heard as E23 stood waiting for Izuku. It's about time, I was just about to go after you. So have you said your goodbyes yet? Izuku stayed quiet. Nothing to say? Fine with me, not that I really cared. I'm sorry everyone, but I had to do this. If I can't stop him then no one can. Izuku was ready. Taking a deep breath he let his aura flare. Lightning appeared around him as his hair spiked up turning golden yellow. Time to end this, he readied himself. E23 stood looking at Izuku, straight to the point. I like that. His hair changed orange once again. Running at each other, both swung only to have their fists hit one another. Seeing that it was going nowhere they both swung again, only to get the same result. Locking hands they pushed against each other with everything they had. Lightning cracked around the two fighters. Breaking the deadlock, Izuku managed to kick E23 away. Back and forth the two fought, each strike getting stronger and stronger. Both fighters couldn't help but smile. I guess I have to thank you, Izuku said looking at E23. Thanks to you I can let loose, now I'm not afraid of hurting someone. That means I can go all out, Izuku yelled as he punched E23 in the ribs and followed it up with a hard kick to the face which sent him flying. Flying at E23 once again, Izuku rocketed in with several punches to his body. Spitting up blood with every strike, E23 knew he had to do something fast. As Izuku pulled his arm back, E23 aura flared out pushing Izuku off of him. Amazing, you are truly amazing, but let's see how you handle this. Ha! E23 fired a blast, which Izuku blocked by putting his arms up. In the smoke from the explosion, E23 got in close, rapidly punching him in the torso. I'm not finished yet. With a powerful kick he sent Izuku flying towards the ground. Only to have Izuku stop himself midair. Mind if I take a move from your book? E23 smiled as he cupped his hands together. Kamehameha! The black beam cut across the air. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the blast coming. Only one way to stop this. Izuku cupped his hands together. Kamehameha! Izuku's emerald green blast roared into the night. The beams crashed into each other, pushing and pulling against each other. Neither gave up ground as they fought in the sky. The light shining off the two beams clashing was seen for hundreds of miles. The shock wave of the beams leveled every single tree in sight. The mountains broke under the wind pressure. With all might ran down the highway leading outside the city, passing cars and trains as he ran. That's when he saw it, light shining from the mountains. Midoriya, just hold on, I'm still 30 minutes from the camp. I need to get there faster. Back with Izuku, Izuku's injuries began to burn as he pushed his body. Every second he felt the blood running down his shoulder injuries. Think Izuku, think, I need to break this deadlock, he grunted as he began to lose ground. I got it. This is going to hurt, but it's the only choice now. Kaioken, Izuku's aura flared red once again. With the extra power boost, Izuku's beam was able to overpower E23's. As the blast got closer and closer, E23 could only watch as he tried to push the beam back before the blast completely engulfed him. He wasn't strong enough, the beam would slowly engulf E23. You bastard, E23 yelled inside the green energy as went higher and higher into the sky. The blast was pushed into the outer atmosphere as it rocketed towards space. I did it, he said as he fell towards the ground. He no longer could keep Kaioken going. His red aura fading as he fell to the ground, breaking it around him. His breathing heavy, this open wounds burned from muscle strain that Kaioken put on his body. Giving himself a minute to rest, Izuku got up and looked around him. Wow, so much destruction, Izuku started at the sky. At least it's over. I didn't want to kill him, but it was inevitable. Only one of us was making it out alive. Izuku wasn't proud that he killed him, but there was no other way. Who said I was dead? A voice behind him said. Izuku turned around to face this person only to have an orange keyblade stab into his gut, piercing his organs and coming out his back. Gah! Izuku looked down, his hands hovered over the blade in disbelief. The tip of the orange keyblade had his blood dripping from it. His hair turned back to its natural green color. Izuku slowly looked up to see E23 smiling, his whole right side of his body bloody and burned. His arm shriveled up from the heat of the blast, leaving almost nothing but black burned muscle tissue. The pain he must have felt would have been unbearable. His right eye closed due to the blood running down his face. Why, you thought I would die from that attack? He pushed the blade deeper into Izuku's gut. Surprise! He pulled the blade out of Izuku. Izuku placed his hands on the wound, trying to stop the blood from flowing. Slowly and wobbling, he took 5 steps before falling to the ground facing the sky. How? Izuku coughed out blood. E23 walked towards Izuku. Lifting his leg, he slammed down on Izuku's wound. Luck. Right after the blast overtook me, I managed to push myself out of the way. But as you can see, I still took heavy damage. He grinded and twisted his foot, torturing Izuku. Gah! Izuku's screams brought pleasure to E23's face. With Class 1A, the class was in the lobby of the dorms. Recovery girl was tending to the wounded with the help of Nezu. Eri sat by Uraraka's unconscious body that was on the couch, still holding onto the keyball Izuku had given her. I can't believe he left. Iida sat around the dinner table, along with some of his classmates. Alright, but you heard him, he had to go or else that guy was going to come here. All we can do is believe in Midori, Mina said with worry. Suddenly Eri yelled, which made everyone run towards her. "Eri, what's wrong?" Momo asked, rushing to her side. Eri turned to the group. Papa, he's. The key ball was fading. "No, does this mean what I think it means?" Kirishima said, stepping back. Mina covered her mouth as tears began to run down her face. "He's dying." Back with Izuku, Izuku screamed as E23 continued to torture him. "You know I could have done things differently, you know?" E23 lifted his foot off Izuku. "Yeah, I could have very easily killed you in Hosu, but I didn't. Do you know why?" He bent down close to Izuku's face. "It's because I wanted to see how strong you got. Now none of that matters. You will die here and soon all your friends will too." Are you the one who attacked before the training camp? At my house you tried to take Eri?" Izuku grunted as tried to get up but couldn't. E23 raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about? Has the loss of blood affected your brain? Why would I want her? If it makes you feel any better, no, it wasn't me." "If it wasn't him, then who was it?" Izuku thought as he tried to get up. Now, I wouldn't move if I were you. Those injuries look pretty bad. You remind me of an injured animal. Why don't I put you out of your misery?" E23 created another keyblade and began to thrust the sword down. "Goodbye, brother." Izuku saw the blade in slow motion as it approached his heart, ready to take his life. "Damn, I missed my chance to take him down. Wait, there is still that technique. No point in thinking it over, I'm dead either way. Might as well take him down with me." As the blade was inches away, Izuku reached out and grabbed the blade, cutting his fingers. And not yet. Blood ran down his fingers. He squeezed hard, crushing the blade. As he got up, his hair once again turned golden yellow. His body gave off lighting as he transformed once again into a Super Saiyan 2. "Oh, what's this? You still want to fight even with that wound?" E23 looked to see blood running down Izuku's leg. "Alright, I'll bite. Show me what you got." Pain shot through his body. "This will be my final attack. Let's see if you can take it." Izuku charged up once again. This time his aura swirled around him in a ball, trapping both Izuku and E23 inside it. Golden streaks of light swirled around him as his life energy gathered around him. "What is this? Your final breath or your dying gasp? Either way, all I need to do is get out his..." E23 flew up only to hit the key swirling around them, knocking him down to the ground. "I can't get out? This time there is no getting out of here. I will make sure you go down with me." Izuku smiled as he saw the panic in E23's face. E23's eyes widened as he realized what was happening. Too little too late. Wait, Izuku. His voice panicking as the light began to burn brighter and brighter. "Do you think about your friends, your family? Don't you want to do back with them?" Izuku smiled one final time. "They will only be safe when you're gone." Looking down at his arm, Izuku saw golden flakes coming off of his body. "I do this for you, my friends, Mom, Eri, and especially for you, Uraraka. Be the heroes you were all meant to be. Goodbye." Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr inside out, expelling every single drop of energy, vaporizing everything in its way. E23 could only watch as the explosion got closer and closer, destroying the landscape around them. No, Cruise Izuku Midoriya. I'll be back. His body couldn't take the explosion. E23's body ripped to shreds as the explosion tore the ground around them. With All Might ran at full speed through the countryside. He was still 25 minutes away when he got a call on his cell phone. Without losing speed, he picked it up. Hello? All Might, where are you right now? Aizawa's voice was heard. I'm about 25 minutes away. Why did something happen? He said as wind hit his face. Damn it, hurry, I think you're out of time. Aizawa's voice was quiet. What are you talking about? Suddenly the ground below him began to shake violently, followed by a gust of wind that knocked All Might back into the ground.
All Might, what was that? We just felt that earthquake from all the way over here, what's going on? All Might, Aizawa yelled, hoping that the hero would hear him.
In front of All Might an explosion rose from above the mountains. Dear God, dropping his phone he quickly got back up and ran at full speed. Class 1A, everyone gathered around Eri and the key sphere as it slowly began to disappear. Damn it, he's not responding anymore, Aizawa said looking at his students. Nezu, it doesn't look good for Midoriya.
I know, but there is nothing we can do. I already asked for the top heroes to meet All Might at the training camp. Nezu looked outside through a window. But I fear we are too late. A gleam of golden yellow was seen off in the distance.
No, a scream made both turn. It was Eri. Papa, please no. In her hands the key ball began to shrink. Tears fell from her eyes as the whole class joined around her. Some crying, others falling to their knees. Then their worst fears, the key ball burst into sparkles which disappeared into thin air.
Eri's eyes went wide as water gathered in them. Papa, no. Eri pushed her way through the class and with tears in her eyes she ran outside the dorms.
Eri, come back, Momo yelled as she chased after her. She quickly caught up to her outside, wrapping her in a hug. Let me go. I have to go with Papa. She tried to free herself from Momo's grasp with little success. Momo could only hug her more tightly. Eri, please. Tears fell from her face. Please, it's too late, he's gone. Hearing those words made her stop squirming around. No. No. The horn on her head began to grow. No. Light began to emit from her horn, pushing Momo off of her. Nezu and Aizawa ran outside when they saw what was happening. Aizawa, Nezu yelled. He already knew what to do. On it, he quickly wrapped her in his capture weapon and activated his quirk. Eri collapsed from the sudden loss of her power. Aizawa cautiously approached her. Lucky she was only unconscious. She's asleep, sir. Must be the sudden emotional strain that activated her quirk. Nezu nodded and instructed him to take her back inside.
With Izuku. Izuku floated mid-air since the ground beneath him was vaporized from his attack. As he fell to the ground he saw the star above him, "Be beautiful," uttering a single word as he hit the ground.
Izuku could feel it. He was dying. His body felt so empty, almost as if all the blood within him ran dry. He couldn't feel his arms and legs anymore. I think it's time for me to rest, he thinks to himself as his eyes open and close. The blood continues to flow from his wounds, but he can no longer feel it. As his life flashes before his eyes, he could only think back to the good times he had with his friends. But especially of her. His date with Uraraka played over and over in his mind. The day he first met Eri, and the times he spent playing hero with his mother. Izuku's heart rate slowed to a stop, his lungs no longer taking in air. It was time. But he had no regrets. Why would he? He just saved his family and friends from death at the cost of his own life. There he laid, the strongest warrior on the planet, in a crater of his own creation. He who had given his life for others. Closing his eyes for the final time, he lays there with a smile on his face. May he rest in peace, Izuku Midoriya. 25 minutes later, All Might would come across the carnage of the battle. What happened here? This crater has to be at least 160 kilometers wide. And the mountains are gone, he said as he looked around at the now barren wasteland. Making his way to the center of the crater, he saw him. No, he walked closer as his signature smile faded from his face. No, the closer he got the clearer he could see. His worst nightmare had come true once again. All Might reached the center of the crater to find Izuku dead. Picking up his body, he noticed the injuries he had. Even though you had such injuries, you chose to fight, to be a hero. Then he looked at his face, so peaceful it looked, and with a smile. That smile tells me everything, Izuku Midoriya. You died without fear. That makes you a true hero. With Izuku in arms, he made his way back up the crater. There he was met by the other top heroes. All Might said nothing as he walked past them holding Izuku. As a medical person tried to reach for him, All Might yelled at them and told them to back off. He is a true hero. And thus the life of Izuku Midoriya was no more. He gave the ultimate sacrifices for his loved ones and the world. Well, did you see that coming? Till next week, bye, goodbye. The next morning the whole class were told to stay at the dorms. Most of their stuff had already been moved in but still had stuff missing. As they were assigned their rooms, sadness came over them when they called Izuku's name. They didn't know if he was still alive or not. Uraraka had still not woken up from when Izuku neck chopped her. She was taken into her assigned room. Everyone was instructed to get some rest, but who could sleep after the night's events? They still held out hope that Izuku was still alive. It was now early morning and everyone was downstairs in the living room waiting for news on Izuku. Just then All Might walked into the dorms with Izuku nowhere in sight. Sir, where is Midoriya? Iida stepped up. The look on his face said it all. I'm sorry everyone, I arrived too late to help him. Izuku Midoriya is dead? Looks of disbelief and gasps were heard. He died taking down the villain and in turn saving us all. No Midoriya. Todoroki clenched his fist. In a fit of rage he punched the wall, making a hole in it. As he pulled back his hand, the blood began to drip down. All Might left to check on Eri. She was still with Recovery Girl. Uraraka stood in front of a chapel in a beautiful white wedding dress, and her classmates and family sat in the front row. Do you, Uraraka Ochako, take Izuku Midoriya to be your husband? The priest asked as Eri stood beside her as the maid of honor. I do, she said, blushing, turning to Izuku, who was wearing a green suit. The priest turned to Izuku. And do you, Izuku Midoriya, take Uraraka Ochako to be your wife? I do, he said, looking into her eyes. By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. As both went in to kiss, a bright light suddenly flashed, blinding Uraraka. Opening her eyes, she was no longer in the church. Instead, she found herself surrounded by a city in ruins. Fires raged in every building, houses destroyed, and debris covered the streets. What's going on? Uraraka frantically looked around for anyone. As she ran down the street, she saw someone laying face down on the street. As she approached the person, she noticed the amount of blood on the floor next to them. Hey, can you hear me? I'm here to help, she said, flipping the person over to check on them. To her horror, she saw the face of Izuku, his face white as snow and the color in his eyes gone. Deku? She went to feel for a pulse, nothing. She quickly started CPR. No, please. Please don't leave me, Deku. She desperately tried to resuscitate him. No luck, he was gone. Why? Why did this happen? She asked herself as tears ran down her face. It's because you didn't care enough, a demonic voice was heard coming from every direction. You let him leave. No, you're wrong. I tried to stop him, Uraraka yelled back. You didn't try hard enough. The voice became more aggressive. If you were good enough, maybe Izuku would still be alive. Uraraka fell to her knees. Stop it, deep down you know it's true. You're just a kid pretending to be a hero. Stop it, she yelled, covering her ears. His blood is on your hands. Stop it, she yelled, still hearing the voice. It's all your fault. No, she said, screaming at the heavens above, only to see the face of a dragon, which began to fall towards her, ready to devour her. Uraraka's eyes snapped open, her face covered in sweat. Just a dream. Just a dream. Giving herself to calm down, she looked around. Where am I? This looks like my apartment, but it seems bigger. She got up to a sharp pain in her neck. And why does my neck hurt? That's when she remembered. I love you. Deku. Where are you? She looked around to find no one else in the room, not even Eri. She decided to go look for someone. Leaving her room, she wandered down the stairs. She started hearing voices of her classmates coming from the kitchen. So who's going to tell her when she wakes up? Said Kirishima. Silence. I don't know. Sue, can you do it? Asked Momo. I don't know if I have the guts to tell her. Ribbit. Her voice quiet. That's when Uraraka turned the corner. Tell me what? Her classmates all looked at her. Then they all ran towards her. Uraraka, how are you feeling? Mina asked, hugging her. I am good. Why is it everyone here? Wait, where is Deku and Eri? She said, looking into her crowd. Mina pulled away from the hug. Everyone stiffened up when they mentioned his name. Gee guys, what's going on? Her voice becoming more and more worried. Momo was the brave soul to step up. Eri is going to be just fine. She accidentally activated her quirk, which caused her to faint. She's with Recovery Girl now. She stopped biting her tongue. Oh okay, that only answers half of my question. Where is Deku? Her voice shaking. Ichi's, well, I don't really know how to say this. Just then All Might walked into the dorms. Wait, let me tell her, said All Might. All Might. What are you doing here? Do you know where Deku is? She asked once again. He kneed down towards her and hung his head down. I'm sorry Uraraka, but Izuku Midoriya is dead. Her eyes went wide. What? All Might could only stare at the ground as she slowly processed what he said. Uraraka took a step back. And no, you're lying. You have to be right, guys. She looked at her classmates. Looks of sadness was seen on their faces. Hey, All Might, look at me, she said as her voice trembled. He looked up at her. Is what you said true? Yes. Slap. The sound of her hand hitting his cheek was heard. Don't lie to me. All Might, please. Tears ran down her face. Not you, please. Not you. She turned towards her classmates. Tell me he's lying. Tell me this is just some sick joke you guys came up with. No one said anything. And no, come on guys, this isn't funny. She slowly backed away from everyone. Tell me that's not true. Please tell me it's not true. Tell me, she yelled out. Mina. Come on, tell me it isn't true. Mina ran towards her and hugged her as tears ran down her face. I'm so sorry Uraraka. What he said is true, he's gone. She fell to her knees. No, it can't be, it just can't. Her tears were uncontrollable. Deku. Her wails echoed through the dorms. The girls helped her up and took her to her room. The whole way there the tears never stopped falling. Once in her room she turned to the girls, get out. But Uraraka, Mina wanted to stay to comfort her. Get out. This was the first time they had seen Uraraka so desperate, so defeated. Please, get out. She hung her head in defeat. Momo grabbed Mina by the shoulder. Come on. She needs her space right now. As they turned to leave they heard the thud of the door closing followed by more sobs coming from inside the room. Uraraka shut herself in her room, refusing to speak to anyone. Later in the day Aizawa showed up with Eri. How is she taking the news? Aizawa asked All Might, who was sitting on the couch. As well as you think, she just lost one of the important people in her life. The hero was visibly shaken. And I wasn't fast enough to help him. What kind of hero does that make me? He said, looking at his hands. Aizawa turned to Eri. Eri, why don't you go with Uraraka? She needs you right now. She nodded and with the help of Momo was taken to her room as the two heroes talked. Aizawa took a seat next to All Might. There's nothing you could have done. Midoriya tried to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders and he paid the ultimate price. That's the thing, I could have stopped him from leaving or at least tried, but I didn't. It wasn't fear that was holding me back, it was something else. Maybe I understood what he wanted to do. Maybe deep down if it wasn't me it had to be him. He dropped his head into his hands. I still had to tell his mother. With Eri the duo walked in complete silence until Eri stopped. And Momo. Yes Eri? She kneeled down to meet the girl eye to eye. I am sorry about last night. I hurt you with my quirk. Eri looked down at the ground. Momo hugged the girl. It's okay Eri, if you want to make it up to me. Help Uraraka for me please. Eri nodded. Getting to Uraraka's room Momo noticed the food they left out for her remained untouched. Momo knocked softly. Uraraka, it's Momo. I know you don't want to talk to anyone right now but I have someone who's worried about you. Inside Uraraka laid in bed wrapped in her blanket, her pillowcase wet from tears. Mama? She got up when she heard Eri's voice. Mama, it's me Eri. Uraraka got up and quickly reached for the door. The tears started to flow as she turned the doorknob. Opening it she found Eri holding Momo's hand. Eri. She fell to her knees. Papa is, he's. Before she could say anything else Eri cut in. I know Mama, I know. Tears ran down her face as well. I miss him so much already. Momo left the pair as they cried in each other's arms. With Inko as the sun set it was now time to tell Inko about Izuku's death. This was something All Might was not looking forward to. In her tiny apartment she sat down to eat dinner when there was a knock at the door. Who could that be at this hour? She got up to open the door. Yes. When she opened it was All Might and Nezu at the door. All Might. Good evening ma'am, may we come in? We have something to tell you regarding Izuku Midoriya. All Might's voice wavered. Sure? I hope he's not in trouble. I swear that boy, he may be strong but he is the most stubborn person you'll ever meet. If you ask me it's pride, so much like his father. May I offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? Inko invited them in welcomely. No thank you ma'am, we actually have some news regarding Midoriya and you may want to sit down for this. Nezu asked as he gripped his hands together.
Sir, if there is one thing I don't like it beating around the bush, tell me what's going on. Inko sat down.
You see there was an attack at the training camp, said Nezu. Oh no, is Izuku alright? He's not hurt is he? What about Uraraka and Eri, are they alright as well? Inko began to panic. The two men looked at each other. Eri and Uraraka are uninjured thanks to Izuku. However, Izuku fought a villain to buy his class time to escape. And well, I'm sorry Ms. Midoriya, but Izuku is dead. She blinded twice. I'm sorry, I must have misheard you. What was that? She said staring at the two men. We regret to inform you that Izuku Midoriya died protecting his class from a villain, said Nezu. Inko got up. He's dead. Is that what you're saying? The two men looked down at the floor. And no, that can't be. Izuku is strong, he wouldn't lose to anyone. Please not my baby, she said as tears fell from her face. It's the truth ma'am, I held him in my arms. Ma'am, if there is anything you'd like us to do we will. All Might noticed something was wrong. Ms. Midoriya? Her face had become white as snow and she was grabbing onto her arm. I'm not feeling so good, she clenched her chest as she began to fall to the floor. All Might quickly caught her and checked her pulse. She's having a heart attack. All Might turned to face Nezu. Take her to the hospital quickly. Nezu instructed as All Might took off at top speed. Inko would find out that she had a clogged artery in her heart and the news of losing her son triggered the attack. If she wasn't careful she could very easily die as well. She would later be released after some treatment. All Might didn't have the heart to face her again so he left that to the grief counselor. Izuku's funeral was set to be in 1 week. Every top hero was supposed to attend the funeral. Inko was trying to keep herself busy by burying herself in the funeral preparations. She wouldn't show it but she was hurting as any mother would. Uraraka would still not come out of her room. She only let Eri out to be with the others but she refused to leave. What alarmed her class more is that she would hardly eat anything, a piece of bread at the most, and then spent the next couple of days just drinking water. If she kept this up she would end up severely undernourished. All Might made it his full-time job to find out who was Izuku fighting against and where did they come from. The testimony from Aizawa and the other pro-heroes, Izuku fought someone that looked exactly like him. A twin brother? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Izuku didn't have any siblings. A quirk maybe, but I never heard of a quirk that can do that. He was stumped, but one thing's for certain. Whoever he fought was leagues stronger than he was and that's what scared him the most. A villain that surpasses my power is scary. Lucky for us it seems Izuku defeated the villain once and for all. The only villain that could match me in power is. All Might's eyes went wide. All for one, could he have something to do with the mystery villain? 1 week later, funeral day. Today was the day. Izuku would be put to rest with the greatest honors a hero can get. Inko didn't want a big funeral but when the media found out what he did, they had no choice but to move the funeral to the local cathedral. However, no one bothered to tell Inko about this. Inko rode inside of a black limo as they approached the cathedral. Inside, All Might sat inside wearing his Golden Age hero costume. Ms. Midoriya, I just want you to know you don't have to worry about picking up the bill for this. I will pay for everything, I just don't want you to worry about anything else. What do you mean? Inko could only stare at All Might as they pulled up to the cathedral. And my god. Outside, the whole UA student body stood outside waiting for Inko to walk in. On the other side of the road was full of media, personal and normal everyday people. The crowd stretching on for blocks, all standing in solidarity for a fallen hero. This is too much, I don't want this. All Might placed his hand on hers. If you like I can take you home. Inko cut him off. My home was with Izuku. I don't have a home anymore. Her hand covered her face. Then a hotel, I'll take you where you want. However, if I may, these students came out to honor a fallen hero. Everyone in UA cared for one another. The media and ordinary people showing up like this was not planned, they showed up on their own accord. The school, no, the whole hero community needs to mourn as well. These students may not have known him personally but they knew he was a hero. Class 1A and some pro-heroes are inside. No one else was let in. Inko sat saying nothing. I'll take you home. As All Might was about to tell the driver, Inko stopped him. No, she grabbed his arm. Let's go. All Might walked out and opened the door for her. As they walked by, every student stood with sadness in their eyes. As she was about to walk in, a boy called out to her, Ms. Midoriya. Turning her head to where she heard the voice, she noticed a boy with blue hair and very tired-looking eyes. You may not know who I am, but I fought against Izuku during the sports festival. And well, I just want to say, thank you. Shinso bowed. Because of that fight, Izuku gave me a new perspective on my quirk. He told me I can do it. That I can become a hero. That was the first time someone has ever said those words to me. I never got the chance to thank him. So please accept my then. He cut off by arms wrapping around him. It makes me happy to see that my Izuku made a positive change in your life. Take what you learned to heart and become the hero he knew you could be. Inko smiled as tears ran down her face, as well as Shinso. Why yes ma'am, I promise you, Shinso said, crying into her arms. After a few seconds the two pulled away. Inko entered the cathedral. As they walked down the aisle, Inko saw the coffin in front of the cathedral. She looked to her sides to find back seats were filled with every pro hero in the school and as well as the top 10 heroes wearing their costumes. In the front rows sat Class 1A, all wearing formal wear. Just then a girl and a small child wearing black dresses stood in the aisle. Inko immediately recognized the two and ran towards them. Her heels clanked down the aisle. Reaching the two, she pulled them in for a hug. Uraraka and Eri embraced her as tears ran down her face. I'm so sorry, Inko. I couldn't do anything to help him, Uraraka cried. Inko pulled away from the hug and whipped away her tears. It's okay dear, you did what you could and I don't blame you for what happened. She eyed Uraraka up and down. My dear, have you been eating properly? You look so skinny and your face it's so pale. Inko noticed the pink of her cheeks was gone. Uraraka shook her head. No, I haven't. I just miss him so much already, you know. Izuku wouldn't want to see you like this. Inko whipped a tear from Uraraka's face. After this, come to my place. I'll make you Izuku's favorite food. That means you too, Eri, she smiled. As both girls nodded, as they walked to their seats. Izuku's funeral was one filled with sadness and joy. They talked about the good times they had with him. Even some of the pro heroes got up to say something. Then it was Uraraka's turn. She got up and walked to the podium with Eri holding onto her hand. Izuku was many things: strong, kind, gentle, caring, joyful. But to me he was a Deku. Now you may ask yourself, doesn't that mean useless? You would be wrong. After our first day of class, Izuku changed his meaning of that word. I said to him that it kinda sounded like, you can do it, and that he did. He saved me multiple times from danger, including the entrance exam and the USJ. He even saved Eri from the Yakuza, and most of all, he would save the lives of his fellow classmates at the training camp. Her voice trembled as she remembered. Some have called his action stupid, but I believe Izuku knew what he was doing. That he did it not for the glory but out of the kindness of his heart. Izuku knew he had a responsibility to try. I know he wouldn't have regretted his choice. Because a real hero would have known there was really no choice to make, and hero is all he wanted to be. A tear was seen falling from Uraraka's face. I think he knew that he might not win. That he wouldn't come out alive, but he also knew he was the only one who could try. She picked Eri up. I would want us to move forward, to never give up on our dreams. We in classes 1A and 1B will become heroes, and we will show that Izuku's sacrifice was not in vain. As she was walking off, she turned towards the casket and saw the smile on his face. Deku, you gave your life so we can become heroes. We will not disappoint you. Towards the end of the ceremony, people were given the chance to say their final goodbyes. One by one each pro hero got up to pay their respects and say goodbye. Then it would be Class 1A's turn. Todoroki would be the first one. I promise you, Midoriya, I will master both of my powers and show you I can become a hero you would be proud of, he thought as he created an ice flower and placed it on the casket. Then Inko, my son, you look so peaceful in that smile. It almost seems like you are just going to wake up any second. This isn't right. A mother shouldn't have to bury their son. It should be the other way around. I don't know if I was the perfect mother, but I do know I raised you right. She rode his face and she kissed him on the forehead one final time. Goodbye, my son. May you find peace in the other world, and if you see your father, tell him I said hello. Then last but not least, it would be Uraraka and Eri's turn. Being too short to see, Uraraka held Eri as they approached. There he laid up peaceful as can be, with a smile with his face. Uraraka reached in and placed a picture copy of the two of them when they went on their first date in with him. I never got the chance to say it back to you, Deku, but she leaned in and kissed his cheek. I love you, as tears ran down her face. Eri was young, but she knew what was going on. Papa, I promised you I would take care of Mama. You can rest easy now. As she placed a hand on the casket, she felt someone touch her shoulder. When she turned around, no one was there. She looked towards the sky. Goodbye, Papa. Almost as if she knew Izuku was watching over them. A procession took place to take Izuku to the cemetery. As All Might carried the casket outside, he would be met by the rest of the school. He would be taken by police escort all the way to the cemetery. As they arrived, a member of the Hero Board of Directors stopped Inko. Ma'am, I know Izuku never got the chance to graduate, but his actions made him a hero. I would like to present you this. The man handed Inko a card. As she looked at it, his eyes began to tear up. On the front of the card it read, Izuku Midoriya, Hero License, with a picture of Izuku on the front. Holding the card close to her heart, she looked at the man. Thank you, she smiled. He tipped his hat and walked off. As they lowered Izuku into the grave, everyone grabbed a rose and threw it in with him. Each flower signifying a promise to become heroes, a promise to never forget. As everyone slowly left, Uraraka, Eri, and Inko were the only ones left at the cemetery. Inko approached Uraraka. It's time, dear. She shook her head. Just a bit longer. Alright, come on, Eri. I'll see you back in my place, Uraraka. As Inko walked with Eri, she turned around to see a teardrop hit the ground. Uraraka stood there alone now, looking at his tombstone that read, Here lies a hero, one with amazing power but an even more amazing heart. As she was about to leave, a voice came from behind her. It's sad, isn't? The tall man wore a black suit. To die so young. As Uraraka turned around to see his face. When she did, time itself seemed to slow. In front of her was a man with emerald eyes and messy spiky black hair. What caught her eye the most was the freckles on his face, just like Izuku's, and what appeared to be a halo ring over his head. Are you? The man walked towards the grave and placed flowers on the tombstone. Just a friend of the family. I haven't seen him since he was a baby and I come back to this. Were you his classmate? As he turned, Uraraka noticed something. A tail. She knew what he was. Izuku once told her all about the Saiyans. Could he be a Saiyan just like Deku? She turned to talk to the man. Well, yes, but I was more like his girlfriend. I see, so you cared a lot about him, I take it? Uraraka nodded. That's good. If you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship with Izuku? She asked as the man began to walk away. He stopped. I was his family, or at least I think I was. It's been so long that I doubt he still saw me as family. Then I guess you know what happened to his father. The man turned around. He almost never spoke about his father, but when he did it he would always held him in high regard. Izuku wanted to meet him, yes, but he understood why he had to leave. I know Izuku would still consider him family, she said, smiling at the man. The man's eyes began to water. Thank you. He turned to leave and in the blink of an eye he was gone. Uraraka stood in shock. That was his father. He looked just like Deku. Once at Inko's apartment, she made the girls Izuku's favorite food. They enjoyed every bit of it. After enjoying the food, Inko brought out some old baby pictures of Izuku. Both Uraraka and Eri commented on how cute Izuku looked in the All Might onesie. As she turned to page, Uraraka's eyes stopped on a photo of baby Izuku being held by someone who looked just like her man she met in the cemetery. Due to security reasons, Uraraka and Eri were both escorted back to the dorm. Once there, the class was waiting for them to return. What's going on? She asked, looking around. Well, we all know you went through a lot and we just want you to know that we are here for you. All of us are. So if you ever need someone to talk to, don't hesitate to talk to one of us, Momo said front and center. Uraraka fought back the tears. Thank you everyone, truly. Later in her room she was tucking Eri to sleep when there was a knock on the door. Opening it, she found Toru standing there in her pajamas. Yeah, Toru? Uraraka said quietly as to not wake up Eri. Here, Toru held up a key. A key? She grabbed it, looking at it weird. Thanks. But what is it for? It's the key to Midoriya's room. Uraraka's eyes went wide. I took this from Mr. Aizawa when he wasn't looking. I don't know if it was appropriate to give it to you, but something told me you should have it. Uraraka hugged Toru. Thank you, Toru. She left, leaving Uraraka looking over a sleeping Eri. Once she knew Eri was asleep, she snuck out of her room and went upstairs to the boys' rooms, coming across room 4C that read Izuku Midoriya on the plague. Slowly she put in the key and it opened. As she walked inside, she remembered the first time she stayed over at his place. Everything all might just how she remembered it. As she walked by his drawer she noticed something. A photo. It was the photo they took in the arcade. He'd kept it and even framed it. She smiled at this little gesture. Putting it down, she walked towards his bed. As she walked by, 7 star balls were seen on the drawer next to the photo. Uraraka looked at the bed, and laid on it. As they breathed in, she caught a whiff of his smell. Damn it, why Deku? I could have helped you fight. Why? Why did you have to die alone like that? I'm sorry, she cried herself to sleep as she hugged his pillow. As everyone slept, Den tried to sneak into the dorms to obtain something in Izuku's room, or rather 7 of them. Why does this place have to be so damn big? Den floated outside the window of Izuku's room. He wore a mask covering up his mouth and face, only allowing room to see. Seeing that there was no in without breaking the window, he charged up key to his finger and sliced the window open. Good, now where did Izuku put the Dragon Balls? Looking around, he saw the shine coming off of them on the drawer. Jackpot. As he began to place the Dragon Balls into a bag, while reaching for the last one, he was surprised when he heard an alarm go off. Security breach room 4C. Security breach room 4C. Unauthorized personnel detected. What? Looking around, he noticed Uraraka had woken up and pressed the emergency button in the room. Who are you? And what are you doing in here? Uraraka said, ready for a fight, when she noticed the bag and that the Dragon Balls were missing. Put those back. They don't belong to you. Suddenly the room to the door was blown away by a wall of ice. Todoroki was the first to arrive. Uraraka. What are you doing here? He said, looking at her. Not now. Capture him. Uraraka pointed at Dend. Activating his ice, he created a wave of spiked ice which rocketed towards Dend. With little time to react, he fired a ki blast that broke the ice. Damn it. I'm still missing one Dragon Ball, but I can't get captured here. I'll have to come back later. Just then the rest of the boys on the floor ran into the room. Another day, Dend created a ball of energy, which blinded everyone in the room. Dend would waste no time flying through the window, shattering it. Still seeing stars, the students decided they couldn't chase after the mystery person. A minute later, Aizawa and All Might arrived. What happened? Aizawa asked. Someone tried to steal Deku's stuff, said Uraraka. Strange, why would anyone try to steal from him? And especially when his stuff is here at UA. All Might couldn't wrap his head around out. What did they take? Aizawa said, looking around into the room. They took the 6 of the 7 star balls that Izuku had, but they didn't get this one. Uraraka held up the 4 star ball. Whatever they are, it has to be something important in order for them to break in here. All Might thought about it for a second. Until we have more information on this mystery person, I think we should keep it here. Aizawa nodded. I agree. Uraraka are willing to hold on to that and keep it with you at all times? Yes, she said without hesitation. Good, now everyone go back to sleep. Before he could finish, Eri showed up half asleep. Mama, she looked around, eyes closed. I'm here, Eri. Come on, let's get you back to bed. She walked Eri back to bed with the Dragon Ball in her hand. As they walked by, Aizawa noticed something strange. The Dragon Ball had began to glow slightly. He also noticed that Eri's horn became bigger. The ball is reacting to her. But what does that mean?
The other world. Izuku couldn't see, hear, or move. So this is the afterlife, huh? Honestly, I was expecting much more. Izuku woke up to a light shining on his face. Are you sure he's the one, Goku? A loud voice was heard.
Yup, that's him, no doubt about it. Thanks, King Yema. I owe you big time, Goku said, waving goodbye. Izuku looked around. Where am I? I thought I died? He looked up to see a halo over his head. What is that? Hey there, Midoriya, Goku said, running towards the boy.
Gee, Goku. If you're here, then that means I really did died. He looked at the ground.
Hey, don't sweat it, Goku said, patting him on the back. If everything goes right, we can have you back on Earth in no time. Izuku turned to Goku. What do you mean back on Earth? We are going to try to revive you, Goku said, smiling. Izuku blinked. Is that even possible? Goku smiled. You bet it is, and it's all thanks to the Dragon Balls. Wait, does that mean? Goku laughed. Yep, you'll get to see your friends and family soon. Izuku began to cry when he heard the news. Easy now, there is still a lot we need to do in the meantime. Vegeta and I are going to train you. Just so you know, our training is a lot harder than Master Roshi's. Wait, I thought I already ascended past a Super Saiyan? You're saying there is a level beyond that? Izuku looked at Goku with amazement. Yeah, and if you get strong enough you can ascend even further than that. Come on, let's go to King Kai's planet. Goku took off and Izuku quickly followed suit across Snake Way. With their speed they made it to a small planet with a tiny house and car. Hey King Kai, you here? He yelled as they landed. From inside the house, a short blue man appeared with antenna on his head. Oh, I see you brought the one. He met them in front of the house. Yup, this is him. Izuku, meet King Kai. Izuku bowed. Please raise your head, we don't do that here. So you're the lost Saiyan, huh? After these guys died I thought there was no more in the entire universe. Yet here you are. King Kai examined Izuku. Yes, I see you have untapped battle power within you. Goku, you said he could already use the Kaioken technique? Goku nodded. So young, simply amazing. If I'm not mistaken he could become even stronger than you, Goku. Geez, you really think so? Goku rubbed the back of his head. I was hoping you said that, so does that mean I can train him? I don't see why not. If it means the universe will once again have a protector, then I'm all for it. With King Kai's approval, Goku would spend little time training him. Oh, here we go again. Izuku training with Goku and Vegeta. What kind of power will Izuku unlock? And will this be the last time we see his father? What will happen with Eri and the Dragon Balls? Find out in the next chapter. Rescue mission start? A week had gone by since Izuku's funeral and there was little to go on to find Bakugo. The police and pro-heroes were running around trying to find him. They already lost one student, they wouldn't lose another. Right now the pro-heroes and Nanomasa were having a meeting to discuss what to do. Any clues yet? Midnight asked. None, all the leads we follow are dead ends, Naomasa said, going over a file. We need to find Bakugo, it's been 2 weeks. You think we don't know that? We are doing everything we can but they are covering their tracks. Aizawa said, more annoyed than anything. I already lost one student, I won't lose another. All we need to do is have them slip up at least once and we can find them in a heartbeat, Naomasa said, looking at the heroes. Almost on cue an officer burst through the door. Sir, the officer ran inside the meeting out of breath. What is it? Naomasa asked. We have reports saying people have heard explosions coming from an abandoned bar. The officer composed himself. There is also reports this area being a hotspot for villains. All Might's eyes went wide. It's him. It has to be. Bakugo must be fighting back against the villains. Where were these reports coming from? Nanomasa asked. Sir, in a city called Jitan, the officer explained. Leave the report here, thank you for the information. The officer saluted as Nanomasa went over the report. It seems we may have caught a break. Prepare an assault and rescue team. We are going after both Bakugo and the League of Villains. With Bakugo 1 week ago, Bakugo slowly began to wake up. His eyes burned from the sudden light. Looking around he noticed he was cuffed to the chair but not with ordinary cuffs. These cuffs were designed to suppress quirks. He tried to break free but with little success. Then he tried to use his quirk. Nothing. I can't use my quirk. What's going on? Just then the door to the small room opened. Kurogiri walked in. Oh, it seems you are finally awake, Bakugo. I feared you would never regain consciousness. We have much to discuss. Screw you. I have nothing to say to villain bastards like you, Bakugo yelled as he tried to break free. Now we are only here to talk. You don't want to end up like your classmate now, do you? Bakugo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I swear if you bastards did anything to them, I'll kill you all. His blood boiled. If it wasn't for the restraints, Bakugo would have torn his head off. Oh, we did do anything. It was one of our partners. He had a personal vendetta against one of your classmates and well, let's just say it didn't end well for both of them. If only Bakugo could see his face, he would see giant smile on Kurogiri's face. He began to push the chair into the other room. There he found Shigaraki sitting down at the bar and a monitor with the words AFO across the screen. Akatsuki Bakugo, welcome to the League of Villains hideout. Bakugo looked around to find a way out. What do you guys want? We are only here to offer you an opportunity. Shigaraki got up. We want you to willingly join the League of Villains. We can offer you great power if you do. What makes you think I would join you guys or you kidnap me and attack my class? Bakugo glared at Shigaraki. Because if you don't, in the blink of an eye, Shigaraki appeared in front of Bakugo and grabbed him by the throat with 4 fingers. You will end up like your classmate, do you? You bastards! Bakugo once again tried to break free but without the use of his quirk he couldn't.
Shigaraki pulled his hand away. What was his name again? Got it all over the news. He paced back and forth redundantly. Oh right, I remember now, it was Izuku Midoriya.
Bakugo's eyes went wide. What? Oh, you don't believe me? Maybe this will help. Shigaraki grabbed the remote for the TV hanging on the wall and changed the channel to the news. Heroes and students are mourning the loss of one of UA's brightest future heroes, Izuku Midoriya. Reports have said he died protecting his class from villains that attacked the training camp where they were located. His funeral will be held today at the local cathedral. Pro heroes are expected to make an appearance. There has been no comment from his family, but we hear that they are asking for privacy during this difficult time. People are still asking themselves, how did UA allow this to happen? However, there will be a press conference held by UA at a later date and hopefully they will answer some of the questions on everyone's mind. Bakugo couldn't believe it, and no, there has to be some kind of mistake. He can't die. Izuku wouldn't just. His mind went blank as he preceded what he just heard. Except a kid, your friend is gone and there isn't a damn thing you could do about it, Shigaraki said, turning off the TV. Oh, it looks like your mind is broken. You must have been close with Midoriya. Master, I think it's time to use it. He turned toward the monitor. Yes, I do believe this would be the perfect time to use the artifact. Let's see if the legend behind it is true, said AFO. Kurogiri went into the back of the bar and pulled out a crown with the letter M on the front. If this works as said in the legends, then the Majin crown should make him do our bidding. As Kurogiri placed the Majin crown on Bakugo, the symbol on the front began to glow. Ah! Bakugo yelled out in pain. After a few seconds the M on the crown stopped glowing. It seems it has worked. Let's test it, shall we? Bakugo jumped, Shigaraki commanded. After a second Bakugo jumped as he was instructed to do so. Good, good. We can use him to our advantage in any of our future jobs, he smiled. Yes, this quiet the artifact, AFO said over the monitor. Present day was now in the late evening when the cops began to show up and surround a bar. So is this where the villains are hiding? Said Gran Torino. It appears so, Sensei. All Might was standing by with the police and some of the top heroes ready to raid the bar. If he's in there, I want you to think before you act. You can't fight him here with so many police officers here. Get him away from the city then, and only then can you fight him, and I pray that he isn't at the other location, Gran Torino explained as All Might nodded. All Might, we are ready, Naomasa said as he put on his bulletproof vest. All Might nodded. All right, let's go, he yelled as he jumped towards the wall of the building. Inside the bar, 2 minutes before inside the bar was the League of Villains standing around with the mind-controlled Bakugo. How does he keep doing that? Shigaraki said, pacing back and forth, scratching his neck. The artifact is working, but he somehow keeps breaking the mind control. It could be that he is fighting back inside his mind, Kurogiri said, trying to calm him down. Yes, while the explosion he caused in the morning were unfortunate, I doubt they alerted anyone. Kurogiri is right, son. AFO's voice was heard through the monitor. We still have him under our control and that's all that matters. With the missions we've been sending Bakugo on, we now have enough resources to last us a good while. Why, you're right, master. Sorry I overreacted. Shigaraki finally stopped. As long as he's here the heroes can't touch us. What's this? AFO's voice seemed concerned. What's wrong, master? Shigaraki asked. It appears we have some company at the Nomu facility. Stay on alert, Shigaraki. AFO's voice cut out. Toga, why do you look so sad? Is it something I did? Sorry, twice bowed then stood up straight. On second thought, no, I did nothing wrong. Toga pouted, it's just, now that Izuku is dead I won't be able to get my hands on his blood. She smiled sadistically. His blood was special, almost inhuman. Just then there was a knock at the door. This made everyone in the bar stare at the door. Pizza delivery. Before anyone could move a muscle the wall broke into pieces. Smash, flying in was All Might. While the villains were getting their bearings, Kamui Woods quickly grabbed everyone with his quirk, Tree Prison. Dabi just laughed. You really think your trees are going to work with my fire? As he began to flare up, Gran Torino flew in, knocking his out. It's best if you stay quiet, boy. Using his jet quirk he fell back. It's over, villains. Why? Because we are here. All Might scanned the room when he saw Bakugo. Young Bakugo, you are safe now. Come over here, we'll get you to safety. He didn't move. Young Bakugo? Shigaraki laughed. Ha ha ha, he can't hear you anymore, All Might. All Might grit his teeth. You bastards, what did you do to him? Nothing much, just used a very special tool to make him do what we wanted. What does he? Shigaraki turned his head to Bakugo. Attack All Might. Bakugo slowly looked up at All Might. Target acquired. He raised his hand ready to blast the hero. Bakugo, what are you doing? All Might looked on in disbelief as his student fired off an explosion. As the smoke cleared, All Might stood with his arms crossed in front of him. I don't know what has gotten into you, Bakugo, but this ends now. All Might ran towards Bakugo ready to grab him. To his surprise, All Might blinked and Bakugo was no longer in front of him. What? All Might behind you. Gran Torino yelled out, but it was too late. Bakugo once again raised his hands and fired at All Might. Unable to block, All Might was sent flying across the room to the surprise of every hero present. You heroes like it? The artifact is amazing, isn't? Shigaraki asked mockily. Whatever it is, Bakugo received his power up from that. All Might pushing off against the wall. That crown, it must be what's making him do this. If I can get that thing off of him, then he would surely come to his senses. Target still alive, resuming attack, Bakugo with the help of his explosions launched himself toward All Might. Before Bakugo could get his hands up, All Might disappeared from sight, only to reappear with behind Bakugo. I'm sorry young man, but you need to come back to your senses, and I get the feeling that crown on your head is the culprit. With swipe of his hand he managed to take the crown off of Bakugo's head. After a few seconds the shine came back into Bakugo's eyes. Huh? Where am I? He said looking around. All Might. What are you doing here and why am I here? Easy young Bakugo, we're here to rescue you. I know you must be scared, but it's alright now we're here. All Might smiled. Just then a voice came from the monitor on the counter. Well All Might. AFO's voice was heard. It seems fate has brought you here, but unluckily for you I don't believe in fate. Just then a black sludge appeared out from the mouths of the villains. What is this? The black sludge began to pull in the villains as well as Bakugo. No, All Might yelled as he tried to reach for Bakugo, but he was 1 second too late. All Might. Naomasa yelled from outside the building. As All Might peeked outside he saw that the police were being attacked by Nomus. Task Force B just radioed in, he's there. All Might's eyes went wide. Where? He yelled as he tossed aside the Majin crown. Next city over, Naomasa pointed. All Might nodded and in a split second he jumped away leaving everyone to fight the Nomus. The next city over AFO stood above a now destroyed building. Such a shame. Shigaraki was finally beginning to understand what it means to commit to things. But you heroes just had to come in and ruin everything. He turned to the fallen heroes on the floor. Best Jeanist laid bleeding. Just then the villains and Bakugo reappeared from the black sludge. Master, you saved us, Shigaraki said catching his breath. Yes I have my boy, but I fear it is only temporary. AFO looked towards the sky. Coming into view was All Might. All for one. All Might rocket punch which blew back the villains and Bakugo and destroyed the nearby buildings. I am taking you down once and for all. AFO blocked the attack much to All Might's surprise. This has been a long time coming All Might. That is has all for one. In the name of students and their future I will defeat you. Jumping back All Might gained some distance. Far above the fight a news helicopter had found its way close to the fight. This is Jimmy Firecracker with Channel 7 News coming from the battlefield. Where All Might is fighting an unknown villain. From the looks of it this mysterious villain seems to be on par with All Might himself. Only time will tell if All Might, our symbol of peace, can defeat this villain. Get us in closer, our microphone can barely pick them up. This news broadcast was quickly spreading like wildfire. Even international news outlet are picking on the live stream. Uraraka and Eri were once again invited to stay with Inko. Eri was trying to watch some cartoons when it was interrupted by the fight. Mama, she called out. In the other room Uraraka was helping Inko prepare dinner when she heard Eri call for her. Yes Eri. As she walked toward her, she looked at the TV screen and froze when she saw her teacher fighting. Oh no. Talk, that's all you do. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? AFO's arm began to spiral into a spring and with a mighty air push he created an air blast that All Might himself began to be pushed back. This won't be enough to defeat me. All Might charged in. Detroit Smash. AFO quickly activated one of his many quirks, nullifying All Might's attack. You like it? I can magnetic distribution. It always me to distribute any impact? AFO smiled. Now that you are enclosed it allows me to do this. He quickly raised his arms. Almighty push. No one saw anything but the earth beginning to cave in and with such speed and began to destroy it, creating a giant crater in the process. All Might stood no chance when the blast finally reached him. Gah! All Might yelled as his body slid to a stop. So how is that All Might? Do you still wish to continue? AFO floated above the crater he created. All Might laid on the ground motionless. Oh, what's this? Done so soon? As he laid on the ground All Might could help but think this felt so familiar. Oh, I remember now. This crater is just like the one I found Midoriya in. AFO flew towards All Might. You know this seems familiar. He looked around. Yes, this is just like the crater E23 died in. Such a shame. I created the ultimate clone of Izuku and yet it couldn't defeat the original. AFO shrugged. His blood was so special, half human and half alien, amazing. All Might's eyes went wide. He created a clone of Izuku. That means he's the one responsible for his death. His eyes turned to pure rage. He slowly pushed himself up and stared at AFO. Why, you are the reason why he's dead, is that what you're saying? AFO did move and that moment of silence gave the answer All Might was looking for. He charged in and connected with a full-powered Detroit smash in AFO's face, breaking the mask he was wearing and exposing his deformed face. With Uraraka and Eri, Uraraka couldn't believe it what she just heard. This villain is the reason why Deku is dead. He said a clone, that's why Deku said he looked just like him. From the kitchen, Inko could hear everything. When she did, she let go on the pot of spaghetti that she was carrying. Back with All Might in the smoke that followed, everyone held their breath, hoping that the symbol of peace defeated the villain. However, everyone's dreams were shattered when they heard an evil laugh coming from inside the smoke. Ha ha ha, is that all you got, All Might? As the smoke cleared, the whole world gasped when they saw the state All Might was in. His entire right side was deflated. It seems my attack severely damaged some of your internal organs. And if memory serves me right, you already have extensive damage to your organs the last time we fought. AFO smiled as All Might fell on his knees, completely reverting into his skinny form. As smoke came off of All Might's body, the camera crew in the helicopter zoomed in, getting a shot of All Might in his skinny body. Ladies and gentlemen watching at home, it seems All Might can no longer fight. He lost. Now why don't we end this, All Might? Now you can join your little student in the other world. AFO's arm began to change. Spikes began to appear from his arm. His muscles began to deform, growing in mass. This was it. Dozens of quirks packed into one, ready to take down All Might once and for all. As his giant fist grew closer to All Might, the whole world held their breath as they saw what saw coming. Just before the fist met its target, a golden glow appeared from the sky. Before anyone could turn to look, the glow came down fast towards AFO, which sent him flying with a giant shockwave of golden energy. The camera couldn't see what happened, as All Might looked up from within the dust to see Izuku in his Super Saiyan form with a halo above his head, his golden aura flickering in the wind like candle flame. Midoriya? In Inko's house, the trio watched in awe when they saw the golden shockwave appear out of nowhere. Deku? No, it can't be, he's dead? Uraraka said under her breath. Otherworld, a few minutes ago Izuku was laying on the ground with sweat dripping from his body. Man, this is a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be. Just then Goku, Vegeta, and King Kai walked up to Izuku. He's improving so much, I wouldn't be surprised if he would one day surpasses the both on you, King Kai commented. Vegeta scoffed, not if he keeps this up. Get up, Izuku, we are getting back to training. Goku placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Hey, come on Vegeta, let him rest a bit. Actually Izuku, your teacher is All Might, right? Izuku got up. Yeah, why, what's going on? The two Saiyans looked at King Kai. I think it's better if I saw you. Place a hand on my back. He turned around so Izuku could place his hand, which he did. Good, now close your eyes and focus on what you see. Closing his eyes, Izuku began to see something. A city? But there is a giant crater in the middle of it? Good, now zoom in. Use your mind to get a clearer picture, King Kai explained. Taking a deep breath, Izuku did just that. Is that All Might? Who is he fighting? I never seen that villain before. That is the villain known as All for One, King Kai explained. He's the one who have All Might that nasty scar in his stomach. And by the looks of things he's going to die. What? He can't die. We have to help him, Izuku yelled at Goku and Vegeta. Sorry, but we can't, we are dead, remember, Goku said, pointing at his halo ring. Izuku paced back and forth when he got an idea. I know, I'll use instant transmission to help him. You can't, King Kai spoke up. You are dead, the dead can't interact with the living. It goes against all the laws of heaven and hell. Placing his hand on King Kai once again, Izuku saw what was happening. His skinny form was now out in the open. The whole world knew his secret. Then a nightmare. Izuku saw AFO's mutated arm began to fly towards All Might, ready to end him once and for all. Enough, Izuku snapped, transforming into a Super Saiyan, pushing King Kai away. I'm going. Izuku placed 2 fingers on his forehead and in an instant he was gone. Izuku, no! King Kai yelled, but it was too late, he was gone. Why does this seem familiar? He said, turning to Goku. With All Might, Midoriya. All Might couldn't believe it. His dead student was standing before him. Is it really you, Midoriya? Turning around, Izuku smiled. Hey All Might. Need a hand? Extending out a hand. All Might grabbed his arm, pulling himself up. It looks like you're having a bad day, All Might. I can't fight anymore. I let you down and now I'm letting the whole world down. He hung his head down low. Listen All Might, me dying was not your fault. It was my choice to fight him, but right now you need to defeat him. I'm counting on you. No, the whole world is counting on you. Izuku said as his body began to fade away. Be but my power? He said, looked up. Izuku placed his fist on All Might's chest. This should do the trick. The golden glow of energy began to flow from Izuku into All Might. I'll give you a fraction of my power, however this power won't last long, so give it your all. He could feel it, the energy beginning to course into him. Amazing, this power is off the charts. I feel like I can go plus ultra, All Might said, striking a pose as the golden energy surrounded him. Thank you Midoriya, with this I know I can defeat him. Izuku's body was almost transparent at this point. Give him hell All Might. Before I forget, tell Uraraka sorry for knocking her out. Oh right, and the Dragon Balls. Before he could finish he disappeared. On the other side of the crater, AFO was starting to get up after the hit Izuku connected with. What the hell was that? It feels like I was hit by a truck. Looking around he found no one else on the battlefield, except a now glowing buff All Might. Not good, I better Shigaraki and the others out of here. He placed a finger on his head. On the outskirts of the crater, Bakugo and Shigaraki along with the other villains were trying to corner Bakugo, but he wasn't making it easy for them. "You bastard, why don't you just come back with us? I'd rather die than join up with you guys ever again," Bakugo growled as he blasted away twice. "Damn it, I won't be able to hold them back forever, I need help." Just then Shigaraki stooped. "My boy, do you hear me?" AFO was speaking directly into his head. "Yes sir." "Listen, we don't have much time. In order to fulfill our wishes you must keep on moving forward." Just then a portal opened up behind Shigaraki. Shigaraki knew what this meant. "Wait master, we can help you, please. I believe in you Shigaraki, make your dreams reality." From inside the black portal a strange black rope pulled on the villains, dragging them into the portal and disappear. Leaving Bakugo behind her could only scratch his head as to what just happened. Well, that was interesting, at least they're gone now. With All Might fully powered thanks to Izuku, it was time. All for one. This ends now. All Might ran towards AFO. "No one knows that better than I do." Rog, once again transforming his arm, he ran at All Might. As the two heavy hitters ran towards each other, All Might could feel Izuku's power flowing in him. So much power, and this is only a fraction of what Midoriya is capable of. "This time Midoriya, I will not fail you. For the sake of the world. My students, and for the memory of Midoriya, you're finished." Ha! As the two giants first met, the shock wave sent the helicopter spinning away. The surrounding buildings in a 10-mile radius has severe damage inflicted on them. In the aftermath, there was one clear winner, one person still standing. The helicopter stabilized itself, and getting in close they saw him. All Might had won. There he stood over the now defeated All for One. As All Might tried to catch his breath, AFO spoke. "Why, you know, after this your career is over. The embers within you no longer burn." Coughing out blood, All Might struggled to get the words out. "You're right. But what I am can never be erased. My time as a hero ends here, but theirs is still beginning. Someone will take my place." All Might whipped the blood off of his lip. "I pray that Mirio could become the next symbol." Both All Might and Bakugo were taken to the hospital to have their wounds treated. Bakugo would be released early but had to stay with the police for a while longer to give them a report on what he went through. The other world having broken the rules of heaven and hell, Izuku had to travel once again to King Kai's planet, but with instant transmission. He got there in no time. When he arrived at, King Kai was not happy. "You're an idiot just like him," he said, pointing at Goku. Sorry," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "I couldn't just let him die. What done is done. There is nothing else we can do about it now." King Kai sighed. "There is still something we have to talk about, Izuku." "Alright, shoot." Izuku stood up straight. "There is a reason why we are training you, Izuku. It's about time you know why," said Goku with a serious look on his face. "And, sorry for the late upload, I almost wasn't going to upload tonight. I wasn't feeling all that well this week, but somehow I got it out. Sorry if the quality is shit. Also, I need suggestions on which direction you would like to see this story go. I am open to any and all suggestions. I have a general idea on where I want to take it, but I need some ideas. Come back." Following the aftermath of All Might's fight left a huge hole in the Hero Society. All Might had announced his retirement. While this did catch the headlines, it wasn't the only thing that did. The news helicopter captured the Say Emily dead Izuku standing in front of All Might during the battle. Everyone wanted to know what was going on, and so did his classmates. Bakugo still refused to believe that Izuku was dead, that is until he was taken to his grave. For the first time since he was a child, Bakugo cried, falling to his knees in front of the tombstone. "Why, you idiot." Now back with the rest of his classmates, All Might felt that it was time to tell them about the night of the fight. Everyone gathered in the living room where All Might, Aizawa and Nezu waited for them. "Well, seeing that everyone is here, we can get started. As many of you know, I fought a villain recently and I am officially retired," All Might said with bandages wrapped over his head and arms. "What I am about to say may sound crazy, but as many of you saw, during the fight Midoriya helped me." The class was in disbelief. Many of them thought they were just hallucinating, but since All Might saw him too, they had to believe him. "I don't know how, but it's true. Ichi told me to not blame myself for his death. But I can't stop thinking about how I could have done more." Just then Uraraka walked up to All Might with Eri in her arms. "Deku idolized you, All Might. He would want to see you like this. Moping around like this. Trying to blame yourself won't help anyone. If you want to help, then live. Keep living for him, for your students that still need you." She smiled as the defeated hero. Seeing her smile brought back memories of when he was up and coming hero. "Thank you, Uraraka, you're right. Now that that's done, you all have to study. Your provisional license exams are coming up real soon. You won't have time to relax anytime soon, so get ready," Mr. Aizawa said, smiling. "Now off you go. Tomorrow we start school like normal." As everyone began to leave, Nezu spoke up. "Not you, Uraraka." She looked back at him. "We still something we need to discuss with you." The whole class turned to look at her. Alone. Uraraka turned to her class. "Momo, can you take care of Eri for a bit?" Momo nodded as she followed the trio into the kitchen. "So what's this about?" "Uraraka, do you still have the ball that was in Midoriya's room?" said Aizawa. Uraraka pulled out the Dragon Ball. She turned it into a necklace. "Always keep it on me. Why?" When Midoriya appeared, he mentioned something called the Dragon Balls. "I believe that is what he was talking about." All Might pointed at the ball. And if Izuku mentioned it then must be of great importance, meaning we need to find the other 6 the mystery person stole, Nezu said hopping off the chair. But there is nothing we can do unless we have some sort of radar or something, she said looking at the Dragon Ball. Just then someone walked into the kitchen. I may be able to help with that, Hatsume said walking in wearing her workshop cloths. Mei Hatsume, from the support course. You said you can help locating the Dragon Balls? Aizawa said looking tired as all heck. Yes, my great-grandmother knew about the Dragon Balls and she created a sort of radar to find them, she said pulling out a circular device. You're saying that little device can locate the other 6? Said All Might. Yes, let's see, Hatsume fiddled with the device. Each ball emits a small electrical magnetic pulse too small for other devices but with this I can hone in on the pulse. Beep, 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 beep. Let's see there one right here and, well that doesn't sense. What is it Hatsume? Nezu asked. It says the other 6 are located 8,000 meters, 26,000 feet, in the air, she said scratching his head. Something must be wrong. Hatsume shook the radar a bit. No I think it's right. Uraraka cut in. The person who stole the other 6 could fly and use the same type of energy blasts that Deku used. So it isn't that far-fetched that this person could be this high up in the air. You're right Uraraka, but why are these Dragon Balls so important? All Might said scratching his head. They can grant any wish you want, Hatsume said to the shock of everyone. According to my great-grandmother's notes, they can grant any wish. That is why they are so hard to find. The mystery person who stole the other 6 must know what they do. Uraraka's eyes went wide. Any wish? Does that mean it can bring back the dead? Maybe? I never knew such an item existed. Where did they come from, Mr. Aizawa? Answers for another day, said Nezu. Right now you need to take it easy, he said pointing at All Might. And you need to get ready for provisional exam. Hatsume hold on to that radar we will contact you later at a later date. Everyone nodded and went on their own. Uraraka caught up to Hatsume as she left the building. Hey Hatsume, she turned to see her running after her. See can you tell me the coordinates of the other 6 inches? Why, wait, you're planning to go after the other 6 aren't you? Uraraka said nothing. Fine but under one condition. Which is? Uraraka asked raising an brow. You take me with you. If this mystery person knows about the Dragon Balls then there is a chance they know about my great-grandmother. Fine. We will leave on Saturday. They both nodded and went their separate ways. Back inside All Might, Aizawa and Nezu were still standing around. You didn't tell her what we knew. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. No not yet, Nezu said as he walked towards the exit. Lucky for you that part was barely audible but we still need to gather more information before we confront them. Sir, do you think this is the right course of action? I mean he did save my life, said All Might. Yes, if Midoriya truly wasn't fully human then that means there are others just like him. And they may not be as heroic as he was. You saw the crater he left. What if they're just as strong as Midoriya? Or worse, what if they're even stronger? Do you honestly believe we can take them on? Nezu walked out of the dorms. Unknown to anyone just outside the kitchen Bakugo stood leaning against the wall. He heard it all. She's going after the so-called Dragon Balls isn't she? King Kai's planet. Izuku was sparring against Vegeta. Try as he couldn't seem to land a hit on Vegeta. Your footwork is sloppy and you lose focus too easy, he said tripping Izuku which made him eat dirt. Jay just how strong are you? Izuku said out of breath. Stronger than you will ever be, Vegeta huffed. Listen kid, your Saiyan blood is special. My guess it's because of those things you call quirks. Some mutation must have occurred to give you so much potential. If you want any hope of defeating the upcoming enemy you need to get stronger. Vegeta is right. If you want the world to survive then you need to become stronger, Goku said coming out of King Kai's house. Right. Anyway I thought you said I was going to be revived. When is that going to happen? Izuku said getting up. About that, Dend was supposed to do that but he ran into some problems, Goku laughed nervously. It's your girlfriend, she stopped Dend from getting all 7 of the Dragon Balls, said Vegeta. Uraraka. But why would she? Izuku's eyes went wide. I never told her about the Dragon Balls, and they were in my room at UA. She must have thought he was trying to steal them. It's fine Midoriya, Dend will eventually get the Dragon Balls. For now we need to focus on controlling your new power, Goku said trying to make him feel better. I guess you're right, it's not like things can get any worse, Izuku would soon regret those words for things will get worse but not for him but for the people of Earth. With Uraraka the week had come and gone and it was now the Saturday, the day she was to go out and find the Dragon Balls. Come on Eri time to wake up, with Eri in her arms. She tried to sneak out early in the morning but was startled to find Bakugo waiting for her outside. What are you doing here? She asked. I heard everything, he walked up to her. You want to use these Dragon Balls to bring him back, don't you? He eyed down the Dragon Ball around her neck. Yes, she said look up to him since he was taller than she was. I see, Bakugo turned away and began to walk away from the dorms. Well come on, we still have to meet up with that Hatsume girl. Uraraka nodded and quickly followed after him. After meeting up with Hatsume the group of now 4 got on a train that took them to the countryside. They walked a couple of miles into the forest until they came upon a giant pillar that seemed to have no end. So this is where the other 6 Dragon Balls are? Hatsume said looking up into the sky. Suddenly the dragon ball around Uraraka's neck began to glow. This is it, she said holding the ball. Alright then let's go, Bakugo said pulling up his sleeves.
You don't actually want to climb the thing, do you? Asked Hatsume.
Yeah, I mean what else can we do? He started to climb up the tower. You do know I can use my quirk and we can just float up there and with the help of your quirk we can rocket ourselves, said Uraraka almost mockily. Well I guess we can do that too, Bakugo blushed embarrassed that he did not think of that. Activating her quirk on the both of them Bakugo and Hatsume began to float upwards. Ready Eri? She asked holding onto Eri. Ready mama. With a nod Uraraka activated her quirk on herself and pushed off the ground to meet the others.
Bakugo grab onto Hatsume and Hatsume hold onto us. When you are ready Bakugo use your quirk and get us up there, Uraraka yelled.
Bakugo smiled. I thought you never ask. With a loud bang they were off, climbing higher and higher into the sky. After 5 minutes Hatsume suddenly yelled out, guys something is coming into view. She used her quirk zoom to see farther into the sky. Sure enough something was starting to come into view. It looked like a building. As they floated past it they noticed that the inside was completely destroyed. It looked like a tornado passed through the place. We have to go higher, Hatsume yelled. Bakugo let out another explosion shooting them higher into the sky. A few seconds passed another bigger building. As they floated past it they saw that it was a flat surface. With an explosion Bakugo managed to push them over the tower, where Uraraka deactivated her quirk. What they found amazed them. There was a giant mansion on the top of this tower way up in the sky. Amazing, how did someone manage to build something like this? Hatsume asked. Mama this place is amazing, Eri said jumping with excitement. I know, so this is where the other Dragon Balls are located, Uraraka said as they walked closer towards the mansion. Just then something began to walk out of the mansion. My, what do we have here? From inside the shows of the mansion Den began to reveal himself. It looks like we have some visitors. Everyone put their guard up when they saw the figure emerge. Eri hid behind Uraraka. Bakugo readied himself. Who are you? I should be asking you the same question. You come into my home and you intend to fight me. That seems rather rude, don't you think? Den fully showed himself to the surprise of the group. Not knowing what to do Uraraka was the first to speak. Why you're right, we are sorry but we came to find something that was stolen. Oh, and what might that be? Den asked. This, Uraraka pulled out the Dragon Ball. We came here looking for the Dragon Balls. My late boyfriend had 7 of these but someone stole the other 6 inches. Oh I know, because I was the one who stole them. What? Uraraka's eyes went wide. Yes you see, I was the one who created them and well you see I needed the last one to make a wish. Den began to walk towards Uraraka. Now that the other Dragon Ball is here I can finally make my wish. Stay back, she yelled guarding both the Dragon Ball and Eri. I can't let him take the ball. Bakugo think fast, she threw the ball at Bakugo, who caught it. I will get that ball one way or another. The world needs its protector back. Den's aura flared out and flew at Bakugo. Hatsume catch, dropping the radar she caught the ball. Idiots, changing direction he fired a blast at Hatsume losing her balance she dropped the ball. As the ball rolled to a stop in between Uraraka and Den, they both locked eyes and without a second thought they both jumped at the ball. Give me the ball, Uraraka yelled as she wrestled for the ball. Round face, Bakugo yelled as he ran towards her to get Den off of her. Back off, Den said as he fired a blast at his feet knocking him back. In the ensuing fight the ball managed to roll towards Eri which stopped at her feet. Eri, take the ball. As Eri stared at the ball the horn on her head began to glow brighter and brighter. Eri? Eri picked up the ball. Mama? Suddenly a surge of power pulsed out of the ball and her horn, knocking both Den and Uraraka off of each other. What is this power? Den said shielding his eyes from the blast. Tell her to drop it, he yelled at Uraraka. Eri, drop the ball, she yelled but Eri could not hear her. Drop the ball, Eri. As Bakugo began to get up he saw what was happening. Without giving it a second thought he blasted himself towards Eri. And with a quick swipe, he knocked the ball out of Eri's hand. Uraraka quickly ran towards Eri to check on her. Eri, are you alright? She asked worriedly. Mama, I'm fine but my head hurts, she said grabbing her head. Wrapping her arms around Eri she tried to comfort her. Just then Den walked up to her. Den kneeled down. Here, let me help. He raised his hand above Eri. Suddenly energy began to cover Eri in an orange wave glow. That should do it. I heard your name was Eri? Why yes, she nodded. Thank you Mr. Den smiled. You're welcome. Call me Den, he said getting up. Now then, now that I got what I wanted, I think it's time for you to go, Den said revealing that he had the Dragon Ball. When did you? Uraraka looked in shock as Den began to walk away. No, give it back. We needed to bring him back. We need to bring back Deku, she yelled as tears began to fall from her eyes. Den stopped when heard that name. Did you say Deku? Yes, he died recently and I heard the Dragon Balls could grant any wish, Uraraka said wiping away a tear. I see, it seems like there has been some sort of misunderstanding. You want to bring back the one you call Deku, but you see I'm trying to bring back the same person. The group couldn't believe it. You mean to tell us you want to bring back Izuku Midoriya? Hatsume asked. Yes actually, Den said as calm as ever. Then why steal them? Bakugo yelled. If I told you back then would you have believed me? Silence. Exactly. To make sure no one else got involved I tried to steal them but I caught by her. He pointed at Uraraka. After that you began to wear the ball around her neck making my job of taking it a lot harder. Den sighed. It doesn't matter now. Come on we need to bring him back right away. He turned and walked towards the mansion.
The group looked at each other not knowing what to do. After a few seconds Uraraka nodded and followed Dend inside, the rest would follow as well. Dend brought them a cup of tea. I must apologize for my behavior earlier. I thought you were going to make a selfish wish.
No it okay. Truth be told we thought you were a villain, Uraraka said scratching her head. Yes, you see the less people know about the Dragon Balls then less chance of them being misused becomes, Dend explained. Makes sense if you ask me, Bakugo cut in. If people found out about them then there would be a massive manhunt for them. Precisely, once we use the Dragon Balls they will scatter across the world. Once they do, I will go and search for them once again and have them on the lookout where no one can use them again. Den said taking a sip of his tea. When can we make a wish? Uraraka asked. Now that the final Dragon Ball is here. Right now if you want to. Den got up from his seat. Shall we? The group got up and followed him outside. This is it, we are going to bring back Deku. King Kai's planet. The three Saiyans were sitting on the floor enjoying their final meal together. Well Izuku, it looks like you are going to be revived soon. Goku said slipping down some noodles. Yeah I guess you're right. I just want to thank both of you for training me. With this new power I know I can protect my loved ones now. Izuku looked down at the now empty bowl of rice. Yes you are stronger now but remember you can always get stronger, said Vegeta. Never forget who you are Midoriya. You are part of the proud Saiyan race but you are also human. You will fail, it's up to you if you choose to learn from those failures, placing a hand on his shoulder. Goku could only look in amazement at Vegeta. Wow Vegeta, I never knew you could be so supportive. Vegeta blushed. Idiot, I was only saying it so you won't blow himself up anymore. Izuku and Goku laughed. Here was the prince of all Saiyans trying to give advice. Goku grabbed another meat bun. Vegeta is right though, and if I could add something, don't become overconfident in a fight. Trust me, I've put the world in danger multiple times because I didn't finish off an opponent quickly. Izuku awkwardly smiled. Just then King Kai walked up to the group. Izuku, it's time. Izuku nodded. As he stood up he bowed towards the two Saiyans. I won't forget my time here, thank you for teaching me so much. Izuku smiled as the halo over his head disappeared. Wow, looks like I'm alive again. Izuku stopped when he felt a pulse throughout his body. Second by second it got louder and faster. What's going on? He said as he fell to his knees clutching onto his heart. Midoriya. Goku rushed to help him from falling flat on the ground. Hot. When Goku placed a hand on his back it felt as if he was touching lava. Kakarot, what is happening to the boy? Vegeta said with worry. I don't know but his power is fluctuating like crazy. King Kai, what's going on? Goku turned to King Kai for answers. I don't know, it's as if he's getting possessed. King Kai's eyes went wide. Oh no, Goku, Vegeta, get away from him right now. He tried to warn the two but it was too late. Izuku's ki erupted pushing both Saiyans away from him. As the pair looked at Izuku they noticed his aura changed to a dark black color. His eyes no longer had the emerald green color, rather it turned blank white, but what shocked them the most was the tail. Izuku had grown back his tail. Stop him. We can't let him. He was cut off when Izuku teleported away. Damn it, they wished him back on Earth. Getting off the ground, Goku and Vegeta didn't know what was going on. King Kai, what just happened? They asked. As sweat dripped from his forehead King Kai's voice trembled. Something happened with the Dragon Balls when he was being revived. It seems Izuku has reverted back to his Saiyan's roots. The Midoriya we just saw was not the same we knew. His human memories and personality are gone. The only thing left is his Saiyan heritage. In other words, pure evil. The lookout moments ago Dend led the group outside of the mansion with the other 6 Dragon Balls. Placing the 6 on the ground he turned to Uraraka. Place the final one next to the other ones. Uraraka nodded and placed the final Dragon Ball with the rest. Please let this work. Good, now we can begin. Dend faced the Dragon Balls once again and raised his hands to the air. Arise Shenron. The Dragon Balls began to glow but something was wrong. The Dragon Balls began to float in the air. What is this? This has never happened before. He took a step back. Suddenly the Dragon Balls flew towards Eri, who raised her hands to block the ball from hitting her but it never did. Stopping just short of hitting her, the Dragon Balls began to circle around her. Mama, what's happening? She said scared. Eri. Uraraka tried to push past the Dragon Balls only to have an electric shock hitting her. Dend, what's going on? I don't know, this doesn't happen. Suddenly the sky turned black which covered the land for hundreds of miles. All Might and the rest of Ua saw the sky turn pitch black. He's here. From inside the Dragon Balls Shenron appeared. The group couldn't believe it. A giant dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls. It's a dragon, Hatsume yelled in excitement. Dend noticed something was off. Shenron's eyes were usually red but this time they were black. I am the eternal dragon. I shall grant you one wish. Amazing. Bakugo's jaw dropped to the floor. However, Uraraka was still trying to get Eri free with no avail. Shenron. We wish to bring back the one called Izuku Midoriya and bring him here. Dend yelled at the dragon. Shenron's eyes pulsated. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The Dragon Balls began to spin around Eri faster and faster until they rocket towards the sky and dispersed. The sun once again returned, but to everyone's horror Eri fell to the floor unconscious. "Eri!" Uraraka yelled as she ran towards her. "Eri, wake up please." Her worry quickly turned to horror when a giant beam of black energy crashed into the lookout, shaking it.
What the hell was that? Hatsume yelled as she struggled to regain her balance.
Dend looked on in horror at the black energy. Oh no. As the black aura disappeared, Izuku stood before the group, not moving. Uraraka looked up to see him. Deku? She stood up and began to walk towards him. It actually worked. Tears fell from her face. "You're alive, I can't believe it." Bakugo looked on, stunned seeing his dead friend alive once again, but then he noticed his eyes and a tail. Something is wrong. Uraraka, get away from him. Dend yelled, snapping Bakugo out of his train of thought. That is not Izuku. She stopped right in front of him. She turned to Dend, then back to Izuku, only to him to see him smile evilly. In the blink of an eye, Uraraka was sent flying back with a backhand from Izuku. Bakugo quickly caught her from hitting the floor. "Deku, you bastard, what do you think you're doing?"
"Ha ha ha, I don't know who this Deku, but unless you want to die, stay out of my way. This world is mine for the taking." Letting his black aura explode out, he took off into the sky and towards the surface.
Uraraka looked on in horror. This was not him. This was not the Deku she knew. What happened? "I don't know," Bakugo said, letting her stand on her feet. His energy. They all looked at Den, who was shaking in fear. It was pure evil. The Dragon Balls. Something must have gone wrong. Wait. Den walked towards Eri. Placing a hand over her body, he focused onto her ki. "Just as I thought. It's faint, but it's there. There is an evil ki within this child. She must have. No, they should have been gone long ago. Unless someone in her past had prior exposure to them." Den pulled out the evil ki within her, which manifested in a black energy ball. He quickly crushed the energy, making sure it can no longer cause any harm. "Dend, what happened to Deku?" Uraraka yelled at Dend. "The ki I pulled out of Eri was something from the past, the remnants of the Shadow Dragons. Long ago the Dragon Balls were being used too much and evil energy began to form within them. They corrupted and turned into dragons, each with immense power. When Eri touched the ball, it transformed most of the evil energy within her to the Dragon Balls. Every energy needs source, and this source found its way into Midoriya, corrupting his mind. What frightens me the most is that his human side is no longer there, now it's only his Saiyan side." Dend walked to the edge of the lookout and looked down. "I fear we may have just unleashed something dangerous into this world." Dun dun dun. The evil Saiyan has awoken. Plot twist. Stay tuned to see what happens. Plan. The group could only stare as Izuku took off towards the surface, not knowing what his next move would be. "We need to warn the teachers," said Bakugo. "And do what?" "Midoriya is too strong for anyone to take on. If only All Might was still able to fight, we may have had a chance," said Hatsume. Uraraka walked to the still unconscious Eri and picked her up. "Bakugo is right. We need to head back to Ua. Maybe there is something we can do to stop Deku." She turned to Dend. "Will you come back with us to explain the situation?" Normally a guardian can't leave the lookout, but given the situation I must." "Very well, let's go." After making it down the tower, the two returned to Ua. It was now nighttime, and when they walked closer to the school they found the campus surrounded by police and pro-heroes. Bakugo, Uraraka, Hatsume, where have you been? Aizawa yelled, running towards them with his arm in a sling. To the shock of the group, the front gate that once stood was destroyed into pieces. "You two?" He pointed at Uraraka and Eri. "You're coming with me now." He looked up to see Dend. "I know you. Yeah, you were the pro-hero Midoriya went to intern with." "Mr. Aizawa, what happened here?" Bakugo asked. Aizawa sighed. "We were attacked." "Oh no, he didn't," Uraraka thought as she was practically dragged by Mr. Aizawa. "By Izuku Midoriya." The look on the group's faces said it all. "Moments ago." "Well, that concludes the meeting, everyone," Nezu said, putting down a stack of papers. "Sir, about the matter of the provisional license exams," said All Might wearing an oversized suit. "Yes, about that." Boom, the building they were in shook. "What in the world was that?" Nezu asked as he took cover under the table. A few seconds later, Power Loader ran into the room. "Sir, we are under attack." The heroes began to pick themselves up off the floor. "Who would be dumb enough to attack a school full of heroes?" asked Aizawa. Power Loader paused for a second. "It's Izuku Midoriya." All Might couldn't believe it. "That's impossible, Midoriya is dead." Before he could say anything else, Power Loader was hit by a ki blast, burning his costume and knocking him out. From the smoke a figure began to take shape. Every teacher readied themselves for a fight. Stepping out of the smoke, Izuku began to show himself, much to the horror of his teachers. "So this is where you've been hiding?" Midoriya. All Might's eyes went wide. "Who's that?" "I have no idea who you are talking about." Midoriya's voice was cold and dark. You are supposed to be dead. How are you alive?" Midnight yelled. "Izuku Midoriya is dead. What you are seeing now is his Saiyan side." He smiled evilly.
"What the hell is a Saiyan?" Present Mike asked. "You can ask him later." Snipe said, pulling out his guns and emptied his guns on Izuku. Izuku moved faster than anyone in the room could see, catching every shot fired. Opening his hand, bullets began to fall, hitting the floor. "You don't need to know, but you should listen to this." This planet is now mine, don't get in my way or else. This will be your first and only warning.
Or else what? Nezu asked. Or else this, raising his arm up he created a massive key explosion which collapsed the building on the heroes. Like I said, this is your only warning, whoever tries to stop me, dies. Izuku jumped through the room and out into the night sky. Present time, it's worse than I thought, Den said. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, is there something you want to fill me in on? Yes, but not just you. Bring me to whoever is in charge here, then I will explain the situation, said Den. Very well. Hatsume, you are to go back to the support division. Bakugo and Uraraka take Eri back to the dorms. Aizawa was cut off. They come with me, Den said pointing at Bakugo, Uraraka, and Eri. Aizawa didn't want to put them through what was to come, but in times like these there was no other choice. Very well, let's go. As they walked, Uraraka could only look in shock with the destruction around her. In front of her the main building was still intact but some of the floors were blown off. To her left was that the gyms were almost completely destroyed, only a few pillars were still standing, and to her right were the dorms seemingly untouched. He avoided attacking the dorms. Why? The two students were taken into a secret conference room under UA's main building. Inside was Naomasa representing the police, All Might, Nezu, Aizawa, and every teacher in UA. Thank you all for coming. Now let's get down to business. As we just experienced a few moments ago, we were attacked by Izuku Midoriya, and well, to summarize, he gave us an ultimatum, Nezu explained as he turned to Den. I believe Aizawa said you can explain something, like how Izuku Midoriya is alive? Den stood up. Yes, however what I am about to tell you must stay between those who are present in this room. If word get out of this there could be mass panic. I assure you, Den, was it? Everything you share here will not be shared with anyone else unless it's absolutely necessary. Nezu tried to reassure Den.
Very well, as you know, Midoriya was resurrected via something called the Dragon Balls, which I am the creators of. These Dragon Balls possess magical power. They have the power to grant any wish the user desires. I used the Dragon Balls to wish Midoriya back to life. Everyone's eyes couldn't believe it, something so powerful actually existed.
All Might slammed his hand on the table. You what? Why would you do something like that? You decided to play God. Who gave you the right? I told him to make the wish. All Might turned to the voice only to find Uraraka staring at him. I thought if the rumor was true then we can bring him back. Tears began to fall from her face. I just wanted him back. She hung her head low. All Might's rage quelled. As I was saying, I wished him back but something happened. The Dragon Balls were corrupted and brought forth what you all saw. Izuku wasn't your typical person. You see, he was actually a Saiyan hybrid, meaning half human and half Saiyan. The heroes began to mutter. You're saying Izuku wasn't fully human? Naomasa aked. Den nodded. Yes, his mother is human but his father was a Saiyan. The Saiyans are an alien race that prided themselves in being the strongest in the known universe. They are a proud and violent race, but as you saw, Izuku was not before this happened. When we made the wish to revive him, something went wrong and he reverted to his primal Saiyan instincts. What he strives for now is the total conquest of this planet. The room fell silent. Is there anything we can do? Asked All Might. There are a few things, but whatever it is we decide to do, we have to do it quickly. Right now Izuku is not at full power. The reason being is his tail. A Saiyan's tail suppresses their power. Right now I'd say he is at half of his original power. If he removes his tail then he will regain his power. Once that happened this planet is doomed for. Also his tail is also his greatest weakness. If we manage to get hold of it and squeeze, it will cause unbelievable pain. However, getting close enough to him is virtually impossible. The heroes stayed silent. It seems we have no other choice. Aizawa, Naomasa, it's time, Nezu said with a serious look on his face. Aizawa's eyes widened. Sir, are you sure? He nodded. Yes. Activate the contingency plan for Izuku Midoriya, codename Final Stand. Alert all heroes that we have an Omega level threat. They nodded. However, All Might was confused. Sir, what's Final Stand? With a heavy heart Nezu looked around the room. Final Stand is a contingency plan I came up with in the case that Midoriya should become a villain. Should we ever need to eliminate Midoriya. Uraraka and Bakugo couldn't believe what they just heard. You what? You made a plan to kill Deku? What kind of sick bastard are you? Bakugo yelled at Nezu. Nezu could only look away. It was necessary. If Midoriya ever turned evil, we would stand no chance. Do you honestly believe I would make this type of plan without reason? Still, it is still a breach of Deku's trust in you. In this school, Uraraka yelled at Nezu. How many heroes do you have on your list? Every single one that has graduated from UA. Those who graduate from UA are among the most powerful and skilled heroes in the world. This makes them dangerous if they fall prey to a mind control quirk. I made the hard choice so others wouldn't have to, Nezu said, looking at the desk. So what's your plan? How do you plan on taking Midoriya down? Asked Midnight. As we speak, David's shield on I Island is developing a weapon capable of taking down Midoriya. It is a bullet made of Kachi Kachin, a stronger version of Kachin. It would be fired from a railgun that SHIELD has specifically designed for this use. When will it be ready? Asked Nanomasa. In a few days. But I fear it won't be enough time. Nezu said with a sad look on his face. For now we need to warn the other schools, and as difficult as it sounds we need to warn the government. We need to fortify our defenses. If he attacks again we will be ready. After the meeting was over, Den went to talk with Bakugo and Eri. If their plan fails, there will be little we can do. So I have a proposition for you too. Let me teach you how to use your ki. It won't be enough to stop Izuku, but it would give us a better chance. They looked at each other and both nodded. We'll do it. Den smiled. Good, this could take some time, so I'll ask if I can stay here at the school to teach you. As Den went off to find Nezu, Uraraka thought back to a time before this all happened. A time when the person she loved wasn't evil. A time when it was just the three of them. How did things get so messed up? Is this my fault for wanting him back? With Izuku landed outside the city on top of a mountain. It seems you still have some fight left in you, don't you? That blast was meant to kill the heroes back there, but you stopped me, he said to someone who wasn't there. That will be the last time you do that. Your mind and body are mine now. Inside the mind of Izuku, the real Izuku was chained above a volcanic pool of lava. I will keep on trying, I will have my body back. Suddenly the evil Izuku appeared in front of the real Izuku. Is that what you think? You can't fight what I am. Well, we are. This is our true nature. We were conquerors once. Whether you like it or not, this planet will be mine. Izuku stared at his evil side with rage. I'd rather die again than have you hurt my friends, Izuku said, struggling with the chains. 1 week later, the evil Izuku would spend little time taking out those who would pose a problem for his future plans. He targeted the military first, destroying bases and military installations, but to the shock of every hero, there were no fatalities. Still, the military had enough. One day they found Izuku resting deep within the forest. With little time to act, they sent in the missile to try to take him down. As the missile rained down, Izuku woke up and flew towards it, which he caught in midair. I am possible. He caught the missile. One of the generals yelled, as he saw what was going on through a drone. Just then Izuku appeared in front of the drone waving around the missile. Nice try, General. He smiled evilly. My turn. With a mighty swing, he threw the missile back towards the base. Everyone get to the bunkers, ordered the general as the screen showed the missile closing in on them. With a large explosion, the entire base was annihilated, destroying the remaining missiles. Everyone on the base managed to get into the bunkers on time. As they emerged from the bunker, they saw that there was nothing left to the base. My God, the general knew there was no stopping Izuku, at least not with weapons. Sergeant, get me the Prime Minister on the phone now. I fear we had to do the unthinkable. Ua dorms. It has now been 2 weeks since Izuku's resurrection, and in that short period he managed to cripple world defenses. First Japan, Russia, China, the US, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Only a few countries remained untouched, only because they offered to surrender to Izuku before he attacked. In an unspeakable vote, the World Council had put a 2 billion bounty on Izuku's head. All hero schools in Japan closed due to the attacks around the world. This meant the provisional hero license test was put on hold until further notice. Bakugo spent every second he could with Den training how to use his ki. The news of Izuku taking over the world hit him the hardest. Class 1A, on the other hand, was devastated. Their friend now threatened to take over the world, and he was only a few days away from doing it. Is this how things are meant to be? Asked Iida as everyone was sitting down for dinner. It can't be, there has to be something we can do, said Mina. As terrible as it sounds, I think things could be worse. As of now, Izuku hasn't killed anyone. If he did, the casualties would be in the millions. Iida said as he looked at his class, only to notice 3 people were missing. Where are Uraraka and Eri? And Bakugo too? Bakugo hasn't stopped training these past 2 weeks. He feels partly responsible for all this, Kirishima said. Ribbit, Uraraka and Eri have been in and out of the dorms. I think they are in Uraraka's room right now. I can't imagine what she's thinking right now. The class felt the last part. Training with Den was tough and took up most of her time. Right now Uraraka could only create small ki blasts, sense ki sources, and fly for a small period of time. However, Uraraka still found the time to play with Eri. She was playing with the doll that she had gotten from Momo. Mama, when is Papa coming back? I don't know, soon I hope. Uraraka put on a fake smile, which Eri saw right through. Soon her face turned to horror when she sensed something approaching. What is this? No, it couldn't be. Just then the building to the dorms shook almost as if something hit it at a high rate of speed. What was that? Uraraka asked as she grabbed Eri, shielding her. The others threw themselves on the floor taking cover. What was that? Mina asked as she covered her face, protecting herself. Something just hit the building, Todoroki yelled, creating an ice shield. The building stopped shaking, then from the door Izuku began to walk through the doors. Midoriya. The class yelled, shocked that their friend had come back. No, remember, that's not Midoriya, Todoroki yelled as he created an ice pillar encasing Izuku's body. Why are you here? Izuku sighed. I thought you guys would be happy to see your old friend. What a shame. With little effort Izuku broke out of the ice and walked towards his classmates. If you must know, I'm here to take the one called Uraraka with me. What? Why? Momo asked as she created a sword and shield. That is none of your concern. Now get out of my way. As Izuku was about to walk past them, Momo pointed her sword toward him. Oh, you want to fight? Very well then, come at me. Shiro was the first to jump at Izuku, wrapping him in his tape, restricting his movements. Now immobilized, the close-range fighters went in, punching Izuku repeatedly. However, Izuku simply let out his aura, pushing them off of him and out of the fight. Those left standing froze in fear as he turned towards them. Dark Shadow tried to attack only to be grabbed by Izuku and slammed to the ground. Todoroki activated both of his quirks in a desperate attempt to stop Izuku only to have them redirected back towards him, knocking him out. Useless. Raising his hand towards the remaining students, he fired off ki blasts, knocking them out as well. Izuku looked around the room to see his classmates on the floor in pain or knocked out, stepping past his fallen classmates. However, you sensed that someone was missing. It seems Bakugo is not here. Just then an explosion rippled through the dorms. Finally, Bakugo joined the fight. Deku. Bakugo with the help of his quirk blasted himself at Izuku. I'm going to beat you back to your senses. He pushed his hand towards Izuku, but before he could fire Izuku's only for him to grab his hand, stopping the explosion. Well, I've seen the memories. You tormented Izuku when he was kid. I think he wouldn't mind if we take you out. Izuku smiled and with his free arm he punched Bakugo in the face, sending him flying towards the wall. You bastard, come back. Bakugo coughed out blood. Izuku walked up to him and raised one finger towards him and charged up a ki blast. Sad really, the last thing you'll see is your friend since childhood killing you. Just before he fired, Izuku reeled in pain. Raw GHHH. The aura around Izuku pulsated until it turned his original color, Kachan. Run, Deku said, fighting for control of his body. Bakugo was barely conscious, but he heard him loud and clear. Deku. Fight it, Deku, fight. Still yelling in pain, Izuku slammed his hand at the wall, breaking it. I already told you. You will not have your body back. Regaining his composure, Izuku stood, sweat dripping down his forehead. That was close, my mind almost slipped. Now let's get back to business. Izuku once again pointed at Bakugo but stopped short of firing when he noticed he was already unconscious. Pity another day then. Izuku began to walk upstairs towards Uraraka's room. Stopping short of the door, he slowly opened the door to find Uraraka in front of Eri. Hello, Uraraka. Uraraka shivered in fear but still managed to shield Eri. He was not the person she fell in love with. What do you want? I am here to take you with me. There is something you can help me with, Izuku said, now face to face with Uraraka. Let me ask you something, is Deku still in there somewhere? She questioned. Yes, but you won't ever see that side of him again. Now come with me peacefully and I won't have to hurt you. Izuku extended out a hand to Uraraka to grab. Does this mean there is a chance? She slowly began to reach for his hand when All Might, Aizawa, and Nezu ran into the room. Midoriya. All Might yelled, clenching his fist. More distractions, great. Izuku charged up a ki blast at the three, only to be stopped by Uraraka. Stop, if I go with you, do you promise not to hurt them? Uraraka stood in between Izuku and the group. Uraraka, don't, Aizawa said, trying to save his student. Very well, Izuku let the energy within his hand disappear. Let's go. Izuku grabbed Uraraka and Eri and took off into the sky. Damn it, why would she do that? Aizawa said, mad at himself for not doing anything. There is no need to worry, gentlemen, Nezu said. Sir, what do you mean? All Might said, looked at him with a confused look on his face. I put a tracking device on her. The other two went eye wide. Now we can track where he goes. Just then he got a call on his cell phone. Hello, Dr. Shield. It's ready. That's wonderful news. When can you deliver it? Oh, your daughter is delivering it, today no less. This is amazing news. Thank you, Dr. Shield. Nezu closed his phone and turned to the two heroes. It seems the time has come. Get everything ready for final stand. We strike tomorrow. If we are successful, the world may thank us, but I fear there is those who will condemn us, Nezu said, thinking of Class 1A. With Izuku. Izuku carried both Uraraka and Eri to a mountain range. He flew towards a cave he created. Inside it had everything you need to call it home: kitchen, bathroom, bedrooms, and every other essentials. Izuku put them down. You will stay here until tomorrow. Eri ran around the placing, look at how big everything was. What happens tomorrow? Uraraka asked, looking around. Tomorrow I stand before the world and establish myself as the king of this planet. That is where you come in. Every good king needs a queen. Izuku turned Uraraka around and lifted up her chin. I don't know why, but you pique my interest. He went in to steal a kiss from her lips. Uraraka trembled as his lips got closer. And no, this is not the same Deku I knew. Closing her eyes, she swung her hand towards him. Slap asterisk. You are not the Deku I fell in love with. Izuku placed a hand over the handprint. I see, you will become my queen one way or the other. Izuku turned and walked out of the cave and flew off towards the sky. Uraraka's knees gave out. Falling to the ground, she began to cry. The next day, Izuku made his way towards the UN building in Tokyo, where all the top representatives of every country in the world were set to have a meeting on what to do with Izuku. They had three options on the table. One was the nuclear option. Use nukes to attack Izuku. 2 was to try to negotiate with him. And 3 was the worst case scenario. Unconditional surrender. As the nations of the world casted their vote, Izuku rocked in, breaking the roof of the building. Hello everyone. Izuku's black aura blanketed the room. The guards in the room began to draw their weapons but were quickly disarmed when Izuku fired blasts, destroying their weapons. The speaker stood up to Izuku. What do you want? I am simply here to tell you that you are all under my rule now. This world belongs to me now. I dismantled your militaries, so you have no other options. Izuku flew down towards the podium. Refuse to obey at your own risk. You obey or be destroyed. Uraraka watched from the cave hid out as Izuku began to give a speech. Just then there was a loud explosion from the door. It was Class 1A. Uraraka, Sue yelled as she ran hugging her. The rest of the class gathered around her. Are you alright? Did he do anything to you? Question after question they class bombarded her, until All Might and Dend walked through the cave entrance. Enough, everyone let her breath, he said, putting a hand on her shoulder. It's good to see you are unharmed. All Might, where are all of the other heroes? Everyone fell silent. I'm sorry, Uraraka. They decided to move forward with final stand. In a few minutes they are going to take him out. All Might hung his head. No, wait please. Deku is still in there, Uraraka pleaded. What? Uraraka, are you sure? Mina asked. Yes. Please All Might, you have to stop them, she begged as tears fell from her face. It's too late, there is nothing I can do to stop them, he said eye-wide. Dend on the other hand began to think. There is always that possibility, and if it's true then they are about to kill someone who can be saved. Dend snapped out of it. Uraraka, come with me, we are going to try to save him. You still remember how to fly, right? He smiled. Without hesitation Uraraka took off running out of the cave. Let's go. Jumping off the ledge she began to fly towards where Izuku was. Uraraka, wait. All Might tried to stop them but it was too late, damn it. With Izuku few minutes later. So there you have it. I now own the world. Izuku began to fly up and through the hole he made in the roof, when he sensed someone coming. Stopping in front of him, Dend and Uraraka floated in mid-air. Deku. I thought I told you to stay in the cave? And since when can you fly? Oh, I see, you've been training them, haven't you, Dend? Said Izuku. Deku, please stop this. There is a chance to make this right, please. Uraraka tried to plead not to Izuku but to Deku, the man she loved. Didn't I tell you Deku is gone? No, you're wrong. He's still in there, please, we can help you, Uraraka said, getting closer to Izuku. Help me? You know that's funny coming from the person that let me die, Izuku smirked. That night when Deku died he thought, why didn't you stop him? You're wrong, Deku made the choice. Even so I didn't want him to go, but he left anyway. Izuku knew he was the only one who could stop the villain. Uraraka was getting closer. Deku was a hero. Tears fell from her face. You can still come back to us. Uraraka, be careful, Dend warned her. She shook her head and placed a hand on Izuku's cheek. If Deku really is in there he won't hurt me, she smiled. Izuku just stood there looking into Uraraka's eyes. Why you? Izuku began to grab his head in pain. Letting out his aura, Uraraka was pushed away from Izuku by powerful wind gust. Stop ITTT. Regaining her composure, Uraraka saw that Deku was fighting back inside his mind. Deku, fight it, come back to us, to me. Inside Izuku's mind, Deku began to break out from the chains holding him back. Thank you, Uraraka. This is it, ha! His golden aura began to escape in between the gaps in the chain before finally breaking free. Did you honestly think it would be that easy? Izuku appeared in front of Deku. You will have to kill me first. Gladly, ha! Izuku's hair turned golden with lighting crackling around him. I will end this right now. Kamehameha. The golden beam shot towards Izuku with incredible speed. Izuku tried to stop it but to no avail. Wait, if you kill me now you will lose what you truly are, a Saiyan. What I am is a Deku. Pushing hard, Deku engulfed Izuku in the blast, obliterating him. Mountaintop 100 miles away on the top of a mountain laid Snipe with the special sniper rifle Dr. Shield created to fire the Kachi Kachin bullet. Snipe, are you in position? Remember you will only have 2 shots, so make them count, asked Nezu over the radio. Yes sir, target is in my sight and ready to fire on your command, Snipe radioed back. Let me ask you something first, sir. Are you sure this is the right call? Snipe said, placing the bullet in the chamber. There was no response for a few seconds. Yes, if it means we save the world then yes. I see, ready when you are, sir. Snipe tilted his hat down. Fire. Inside the barrel of the gun the Kachi Kachin bullet began to spin. With the help of electromagnetic field it began to hurl the bullet towards its target at Mach 6. Nezu sat on his chair at UA. My god, have mercy on my soul. Outside Deku's body Izuku's aura disappeared and hung his head. Deku? Uraraka was cautious, approaching him. Looking up to her. Hey Uraraka. Deku, is that really you? She asked. Tears began to form in her eyes. Breathing hard he managed to speak. Why yeah, it's me. Uraraka flew towards him, hugging him. Deku, it's really you, she cried on his shoulder. I missed you so much. I missed you too, Uraraka, but I'm here now and I'm not going anywhere, he said, hugging her tightly. Just then a voice was heard. Look out! Uraraka was suddenly pushed away for Izuku. As she turned around to face him once again, a blood splattered on her face. To be continued. An. Little bit of a cliffhanger, never heard hurt anyone, smiley face. Stay tuned to see what happens next. Emergency. Izuku saw the bullet coming straight towards Uraraka and in the last second he managed to push her out of the way. Deku, what are you? She was cut off when blood splattered across her face. You, Uraraka, she saw as he closed his eyes and fell towards the ground, blood trailing as he fell. Midoriya. Dend yelled as he flew down, catching him before he hit the ground. Uraraka caught up to Dend. Deku. No, Dend, is there anything you can do? She said, panicking as the blood ran off of his chest. I don't know, anything that can pierce his skin must be made of something strong. The amount of blood he's lost is too much for my healing power. Den said, trying to heal him, but every time he did the wound would reopen. Uraraka remembered something. Recovery girl found out what he really was and has asked for blood samples. He's been going in almost every week, so she has to have a lot. Den nodded. Alright, let's go. He won't last long, we need to get there quick. Unfortunately, as they were leaving, the Japan's Air Force had surrounded them. This will be your only warning, land and surrender Izuku Midoriya to us. Damn it. We can't waste time here. Uraraka, take him for a second, and whatever you do, don't look at me. Den passed him to Uraraka and faced the pilots. Solar flare. A blinding light engulfed the area around them, blinding the pilots. Uraraka, let's go. She nodded, and with Izuku in her arms she took off towards Ua. Come on Deku, stay with me. Nezu was in his office contemplating the decision he made. Was it the right one? I don't know, but it was a necessary one. Just then Aizawa walked into his office. Sir, are you alright? His voice was so tired. No, I now have to live with the fact that I just killed one of my students. I know it was for the sake of the planet, but even so. Nezu turned his chair towards the window as Aizawa stood there. Then he noticed something coming their way. What is that? Aizawa walked towards the window. It's Uraraka and Den. But there is someone else. Aizawa squinted. It's Midoriya. He's still alive. Nezu quickly got on the PA system. Every teacher on campus, please report to the main gate now. The two ran out of the building and towards the entrance. Izuku's condition was deteriorating fast. If he didn't help in the next few minutes he would die. As they landed near the entrance, a line of teachers stopped them from entering. That's far enough, Den. Uraraka, Nezu said. Principal Nezu, please let us go to Recovery Girl. Deku needs help. Uraraka tried to step forward but was stopped by Cementos, who created a small mound. I said that's far enough. We can't let him in, not after what he did, Nezu shot back. Den spoke up, please sir, he is no longer the evil Saiyan we knew. Izuku got his body back, he's back to normal. We can't know that for sure, Aizawa said while on guard. What if he attacks again? We'd be powerless to stop him. Unbeknownst to Den and Uraraka, Snipe had made it back to the school and was now positioned on the roof aimed directly at Izuku. Uraraka couldn't take it anymore. Her boyfriend was dying in her arms and help was just past those gates. You villains, she yelled to the shock of her teachers. You talk about saving people, and when someone who needs your help is right in front of your eyes you choose to turn them away. Uraraka's pink aura began to flare out, scaring the teachers. Uraraka, stop. I know how you feel, but please wait, don't do anything rash, he said, trying to calm her down. Let them pass. A voice behind the heroes was heard. Turning around they found All Might. He needs our help. You can't be serious after all he's done, said Midnight. We are heroes. We help those in need, and right now he needs our help. I will take any responsibility for his actions. All Might turning towards Nezu. Very well, I will trust you, All Might. Get him to Recovery Girl now, he said. Den and Uraraka looked at each other and nodded. As they ran, a trail of blood followed them. Bursting through the door with Recovery Girl in tow, place him on the bed, she ordered. Placing Izuku on the bed, Uraraka grabbed his hand, squeezing it. In the fridge, she pointed. There are vials of Izuku's blood. Bring them all to me. She tried to get an IV line but found that his skin was too tough. Damn it. His skin is so, though we need to find another way. Wait, Den grabbed the needle and chancelled his key into it. Try it now. Trying again, Recovery Girl inserted the needle, this time with success. Good, now I can take out the bullet out of his chest. Everyone out, I need to focus. Everyone was kicked out of the room. After what felt like an eternity, Recovery Girl walked out of the room. Taking off the mask covering her face, she saw the worried look on Uraraka's face. I removed the bullet in its fragments, but he's lost too much blood, she said. Uraraka quickly volunteered, take mine. Take as much as you need. Recovery Girl shook her head. You're not the same blood type. Most important, his blood is special since he is a Saiyan. He has a special type of cell within him that no one else has. So unless we find someone with the same type of cell, he will. Recovery Girl turned away. Uraraka clenched her fists. Damn it, there's nothing we can do. Wait, what about his mother? All Might said, trying to help. No, it won't work. She is not a Saiyan. She wouldn't have the same type of cell he has. Recovery Girl tried to think on what to do. Just then someone appeared from the hallway. Maybe I can help. A person with a golden mask that exposed only their eyes walked down the hall towards the heroes. Who are you? And how did you get in here? Aizawa said, readying his capture weapon. I'm a friend, but most important, I can help Izuku, he said with his hands up. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You can use my blood. I have the special cells he needs, the mystery person said to the shock of everyone. Are you saying you can save him? Can you do it? Uraraka said, pushing past the heroes. Yes, I can. And I am willing to help you under one condition, the mystery person said. And what might that be? Said Nezu. The mask stays on, his eyes said everything. This was something he was not willing to compromise with. Before Nezu could say something, All Might cut in. It's alright everyone, I trust him. All Might, do you know who this is? Midnight asked. Yes, but for security reasons I cannot tell you who he is, but know this, he can help Izuku, All Might smiled. It's you, isn't it, Isamu? Midoriya, your son is back and right when you need him. Very well, follow me, instructed Recovery Girl. As Isamu walked past Uraraka, she couldn't help but feel like she knew this person. Strange, I don't know who this person is but they give off such a familiar energy. Isamu was taken into the same room as Izuku. There he saw the shape he was in. Dad, please hang on. Drawing the blood, recovery girl quickly did a test to determine if Isamu was really telling the truth. Seeing that he was, recovery girl quickly drew blood and gave it to Izuku. After a few hours, recovery girl and Isamu walked out of the room. He has enough blood, but there is another situation. Uraraka's chest tightened up. The bullet that was used was poisonous. While the bullet was inside him, it began to spread its poison, infecting his organs. How long does he have? Uraraka said with sadness on her face. My guess, no more than 2 days. All I can do now is make him feel more comfortable and ease his pain. Recovery girl said, looking defeated. The ring of a cell phone was heard, breaking the silence. Pulling out his phone, Nezu looked at the name and went eyed wide. Scurrying away, he quickly answered the call. Is there a cure? All Might asked. Recovery girl shook her head. No, this type of poison is exclusive to his Saiyan biology. Even if I had the world's top leading experts, I couldn't make an antidote in time. Everyone fell silent. There is still something we can do. Everyone turned to the masked Isamu. There is one plant in the world that can cure him, the paradise herb. Legend has it that it can cleanse of the body of any toxic substances, even a Saiyan's body. Den couldn't believe it. How do you know of the plant? My father once spoke of it, but he said it was only legend, but it may be our only chance to save him, Isamu said. If this plant is real, where can we find it? Uraraka asked. It's real, Den said. You can find it in a place called the Forest of Terror. Why the eerie name? Aizawa asked. This place turns your greatest fears into reality. The more scared you are, the stronger the images become, Den said, trembling. Where? Tell me, I will go, said Isamu. It's on an island in the middle of the ocean, straight east. Only those who can fly can reach it, Den explained as Isamu was about to leave. Right, east. Alright, I'll be right back. Please take care of Izuku. Before he left, Isamu's arm was pulled back. It was Uraraka. Let me go with you. I want to save Deku just as much as you do, she said, clinging to his arm. Mother, Isamu nodded. Very well, let's go. Den, please take care of Izuku while I'm gone, she said as they ran down the hall with Isamu. Den nodded and went straight to check on Izuku. As Den stood beside Izuku, armed personnel stormed into the room and pointed their weapons at Den and Izuku. What is the meaning of this? Den asked, readying himself for a fight. In walked Nezu alongside with tall man with white hair and mustache. Thank you, Principal Nezu, for your cooperation in capturing this international criminal, General Ross said, taking a puff from his cigarette. Cooperation is not the word I was thinking of. More like you threatened my school if I didn't do what you wanted, Nezu said with spit in his voice. Either way, we are lucky he is unable to fight right now. We can transfer him to the raft without problem, Ross said as he waved his hand to move in and take Izuku. Stop, what are you doing? Den tried to stop the men, only to be pinned to the floor by General Ross. Listen here, Green Man, do you really want to get in my way right now? He said, pushing down on Den even harder. That's what I thought. Den gritted his teeth. If they take Izuku now, we won't be able to save him. Very well. Out of options, Den let out his aura, pushing General Ross off of him. Running towards the two men taking Izuku, he quickly knocked them out and grabbed Izuku. Before he took off, he turned to Nezu. He trusted you. Uraraka trusted you. I trusted you, but now you don't deserve anyone's trust. Make a move for him again and no hero in the world would save you from what I would do to you. Den took off towards the sky, breaking the ceiling and leaving Nezu to ponder his life choices. With Uraraka and Isamu as they flew across the ocean, they said nothing to each other, which made the trip very awkward. So what's your name? She asked, trying to break the awkwardness. Sorry, can't say, Isamu said, turning away. Oh, how come? Can you at least take off your mask? She asked, curious as to how he looked. Sorry, can't do that either, I'm shy. Yeah, that's it, I'm shy. Also, I'm not the best looking person out there, Isamu said, scratching the back of his head. Uraraka laughed. Oh come on, you can't be that bad looking. Come on, just a quick look. She tried to reach for the mask on to have her wrist grabbed by Isamu. This shocked Uraraka. Sorry. Just trust me, the mask has to stay on. Please, he said, letting her go. Right, I'm sorry, let's find this island. For Deku, her eyes turned towards the open water. Under his mask, Isamu smiled. You really care for him, don't you? Uraraka blushed. Why yeah, of course I do. In such a short amount of time we've been through so much. At times it feels unreal. Like everything is a dream and one day I'm just going to wake up. But when I'm with Deku I feel like my world is perfect. That's why I won't lose him a second time no matter what. Your commitment to him is admirable. You see yourself with him in the future? Maybe marriage? Isamu said, teasing her. Uraraka blanked out for a second and began to fall. However, she quickly regained her composure but was blushing mad. What? I don't know about that. I mean, that's so far ahead, but I wouldn't be closed to the idea. Oh mom, if only you had a clue as to who I am. Underneath the mask, Isamu smiled. Well, you never know. What, you got someone special in your life? Uraraka said, trying to change the topic. Well, more like a crush really, he said, blushing under the mask. She's older than me, but she's amazing. Oh, Uraraka nudged at his side. Looks like someone's in love. I don't think so, I respect her more than anything. Uraraka shook her head. Nope, it's love, I can see it in your eyes. She giggled. Just know to Tersissa the time you have with her, you never know when it will come to an end. Isamu nodded and went back to looking for the island. 8 hours later and now 2,500 kilometers from the coast they finally spotted the island. Look there, Uraraka pointed out the island. I'm getting a strange feeling coming from that island. As they got closer they noticed that the island was covered in a slight gray glow and with trees covering every inch of the island. Looking around they found a clearing that was big enough for them to land. When they touched down they immediately felt a shift in the air around them. What is this place? Uraraka said as the trees around her had spikes coming out of them and went on in every direction. The fog was so thick that they couldn't see no more than 10 feet in front of them. This place is giving off some strange vibes, Isamu said as they walked into the forest. Just then a figure began to form in the fog in front of them. As they got closer a familiar shape began to take shape. It was Izuku with his back turned. Deku? What are you doing here? Uraraka reached out and turned him around. The fake Izuku smiled as his eyes turned red. Letting his aura out he managed to send Uraraka flying towards the spikes. Lucky for her Isamu caught her before she could hit the spikes. That's not Deku. It's E23. Putting her down Isamu got ready for a fight. E23? Is that the name of the villain that was in my time? Strange I can't sense any ki coming from him. Before she could analyze him the fake Izuku charged in at Uraraka. With barely enough time to dodge she managed to counter hitting him in the stomach. Isamu watched as his mother fought the E23. Wow mom you were badass when you were younger. Isamu charged in kicking E23 in the head which sent him flying and landing hard on the ground. To their surprise E23 began to disappear in a black mist. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be, said Uraraka. The two relaxed seeing that it was over but they would be wrong. Behind them the black mist began to reform into the shape of Izuku. Pointing its hand towards Uraraka, E23 charged a ki blast and fired. Still having their backs turned Isamu felt something menacing from behind. Turning around he saw the ki blast heading straight for his mother. No? Isamu jumped in the way of the blast shielding his mother. As the blast finally dissipated Isamu still stood with bruises over his body. Looking back he saw that his mother was unharmed. Thank goodness. Uraraka was shocked. A complete stranger just saved her. Why would you do that? We are complete strangers but you just saved my life. Isamu was about to answer when the mask he was wearing began to crack and break in half, exposing half his face to Uraraka. His brown messy hair reminded Uraraka so much of Deku's, freckles like his and a small blush cheeks like hers. But what surprised Uraraka the most was the emerald green eye. He looks just like Deku. Isamu turned away trying to hide the half but it was too late. Uraraka had gotten a good look at him. Shit she saw me. Who are you? Uraraka said wanting answers. Isamu turned towards her and sighed. It's complicated and this will take time. Isamu and Uraraka turned their attention towards the fake Izuku when he began to transform. We will talk later, I still have stuff I need to ask, Uraraka said putting her guard up. Isamu nodded as the fake Izuku's hair became orange in color. Shit, he became a Super Saiyan. Den said this place used our greatest fears against us. That means we just need to overcome our fear, Isamu said transforming as well. Why you're a Super Saiyan as well? Uraraka looked in amazement, but quickly focused on other pressing matters. Overcoming my fear, right? As E23 walked towards her, she took a step back in fear. Eye candy's the one who killed Deku. E23 smiled evilly as he got closer to her. That's when Isamu stopped her from stepping back more. You can overcome this, believe in yourself. Use your love for Deku to go beyond and push past your fear. His smile was so warm almost like Izuku's. Straightening up Uraraka took one step forward. Why you're right, I will overcome my fear. Letting her pink aura out Uraraka ran towards E23 determined to face off with him. As the two clashed it seemed E23 was weaker. Yes, keep it up Uraraka, Isamu yelled. Back and forth the two went trading blows. As two fought on Isamu had his own fear to get over. 1 second he was watching the two fight then next he could feel his consciousness fade and then total darkness. Waking up in a dark void he opened his eyes to see his friends that he'd long lost in his timeline in front of him. Tess? Hideyoshi? He then turned around to find him. Father? Falling to his knees he began to cry. So this is my fear huh? The fear of facing the people I failed. Outside Uraraka was still fighting against E23. You're so weak, if you were the real deal I wouldn't have stood a chance, she said kicking E23 away. Lucky me, she smiled as he fired a ki blast at the ground kicking dust in the air. Making her way behind E23 she managed to reach for him and pin him to the ground. I don't fear you anymore, you can't take what I love the most in this world anymore, goodbye. With one hand she pointed at E23's back she fired a ki blast piercing him. Uraraka saw as E23 faded into a black mist. Hey I did it, she turned towards Isamu holding her arm. When she noticed he was on the ground she ran to check on him. Hey are you okay? Hey, she said, shaking him. Looking at his face she couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance to Deku. Inside Isamu's mind, he was still on his knees when he felt someone touch his shoulder. Looking up he saw her. It can't be. A tall girl with silver hair, red eyes, and a horn on her head stood before him. Get up and fight, the silver-haired woman said. We are depending on you. From behind her others started to appear. His master Bakugo, Hatsume, and his mother. Isamu scoffed. Look at me so pathetic. Getting up he faced the shadows of his friends. I'm sorry, I failed you. A tear fell from his face. But I won't make the same mistake again, please forgive me. The shadows of his friends looked at each other and smiled. As his two friends began to walk away and fade, Isamu turned to his father, who walked up to him and placed a hand on his head. You make me proud, my son. Thank you, father. The shadow of Izuku walked past him and towards the shadow of Uraraka. Hugging, they disappeared. I love you both.
Snapping his eyes open, Isamu looked around to find Uraraka watching over him. Oh, thank goodness, I thought something bad happened to you.
Sorry I made you worry, he said, getting up, wiping the tear from his face. Did you defeat the other guy? Yup, she said with pride. Now come on, let's go find that plant. As they walked along the forest, they talked about what they saw. Uraraka even told Isamu about the struggles Deku had to go through. After an hour of searching, they saw something glowing in the distance. Is that? Isamu squinted to get a better look. It is, it's the paradise herb. Stopping in front of a rainbow glowing planet, Uraraka bent down to get a closer look at it. So this is it, huh? Honestly, I thought it was going to be something else. No, this is what we are looking for, I'm sure of it. Isamu plucked the plant out of the ground and out it in a small pouch he had. Perfect, let's go save Deku. Isamu nodded, and retracing their steps they found the clearing where they landed and took off into the sky. As they breached the clouds just above the island, they noticed that the sun was rising. What? Why is the sun rising? She said, confused. Just then she got a call on her cell phones. Looking at the name, it said Sue. Hey Sue, what's up? Where have you been? She yelled through the phone, causing Uraraka to pull the phone away from her ear. First of all, ow. That hurt. Second of all, what do you mean it's only been a couple of hours? Uraraka said. A couple of hours? Uraraka, it's almost been 2 days since we last saw you, Sue said to Uraraka's horror. What? No, it hasn't. Isamu began to realize the same thing. It's the truth, but that's not all. The one called Den took Midoriya somewhere after the US military showed up. Don't come back to Ua, they're just waiting for you. Damn it, they found out where he was. Thanks Sue, I owe you for this. I promise you I will be back in no time. Uraraka hung up and turned to Isamu. We were only gone for a few hours, how did it turn into almost 2 days? Isamu thought about it. It must be the island. We can't think about that later. Right now we need to get the plant to Deku. Do you have any idea where he might be? The lookout. If Den took him, he has to be at the lookout. She turned towards the direction of the lookout. It's so far away though we won't make it in time. Isamu refused to let this happen. Sorry about this. He flew towards Uraraka and picked her up bridal style. What are you doing? She said as Isamu took off at top speed towards the lookout. The lookout Den watched over Izuku as his face filled with pain. There was nothing he could do to help him. His healing power only relieved the pain for a few minutes but would come back more intense. The whole world is now after his head. He won't be able to live a normal life anymore. There has to be something I can do. Den thought about it when he got an idea. Yeah, we can use the Dragon Balls to make everyone forget about him. Just then he sensed something approaching the lookout at a high rate of speed. Whoever this is, their speed is incredible. Den rushed out of the building to face off against whoever was approaching the tower. I will protect you, Midoriya, until Uraraka gets back. Bracing for a fight, Den stood at the ready. When the person landed, he saw that Uraraka jumped out of his arms. Den, we got it, we got the plant. Uraraka, he then noticed the rainbow-colored plant in her hand. Yes, that's it, quick, let's go. They all rushed inside the building to find Izuku on the bed in pain. Taking the plant, Den began to crush it into a paste and placing it into a cup of warm water, speedily making it into a tea. He began to make Izuku drink it, but he noticed he couldn't swallow it. Damn it, he can't take the medine, we need to find another. Before he could finish, Uraraka took the tea and drank it but did not swallow it. Leaning in, she kissed Izuku. This allowed the medicine to properly be taken by Izuku. Please Deku, come back. As she pulled away, everyone noticed that Izuku's face became more calm, almost relaxed. How long till it takes effect? Isamu asked. I'd say a few hours, then he should make up after that. Den said, turning to Uraraka. You did good, you both did. Now we have to let him rest and we need to talk about what's to come. Den explained to the two what happened at UA after they left, and Uraraka was not happy. She would be more unhappy when Den told her about the wish he wanted to make. No, there has to be another way. Uraraka yelled out. I'm sorry, but there aren't any other options. If we don't make this wish, he will be hunted down for the rest of his life. Den tried to explain. Take some time, think about it. I'll go collect the Dragon Balls. Taking some time to think things over, she went off to the ledge of the lookout to gaze down to the earth. That's when Isamu walked up next to her. You know, he might be right, and I think you know this would be the right choice. Uraraka looked up at Isamu, who was still wearing the broken mask. I just want all this to end, all this fighting, running, and pain. After everything we did, you tell me the only way to do that is to forget him. I can't do that. I won't do that. Then do it for him, Isamu said. If you forget, then meet him again, be friends with him again, love him again. All the people I cared about are now dead, but you will still have him. Just then the lookout began to shake violently. What was that? Uraraka said, almost had been knocked off her feet. Oh no, Deku. They ran into the building and into the room where Izuku should be to find it empty. Again the lookout shock. Outside, Isamu said, turning towards the back exit. There they found Izuku standing at the edge of the tower. They saw as Izuku cupped his hand together, Kamehameha. He fired the blast towards the sky, illuminating it. Uraraka ran towards Izuku. Deku. She hugged him and began to cry into his chest. Hey Uraraka, sorry I worried you, Izuku said, hugging her back. I won't make you worry about me again. She looked up to him. Do you promise? She said, wiping away the tears. I promise. Izuku leaned in to kiss her. This was the moment Uraraka was waiting to finally have Izuku back to normal and out of death's door. Isamu watched as his father and mother were finally reunited again. Dend landed onto the lookout to find Izuku. It seems you are all better now, Izuku. Pulling away from the kiss, Izuku looked at Dend. Yeah, sure am, he said, smiling. Good, we need to talk and you need to make a decision. An. What would Izuku and Uraraka decide on? What would you like to see happen? Find out next time. Decision? As the four walked back into the building, Izuku and Uraraka held hands. She'd finally got him back and she was not letting him go again. As they sat down, Izuku couldn't help but notice the mystery person. Hey, who are you? Isamu turned to his father. Me? I'm a friend, he said nervously that his identity would be exposed. Then why do you look like me? Izuku narrowed his eyes. This sent Isamu in a mini panic attack. Well, you see, it's just. Sweat began to drip from his exposed forehead. He's a friend, Deku, Uraraka said, placing a hand on his shoulder. He helped me get the plant we needed to heal you. Izuku sighed. Fine, Izuku bowed. Thank you for helping me. It's no problem really, but we have more pressing matters to deal with. Isamu turned to Dend. Right, you need to come to a decision. Dend's face turned serious. But before that, Midoriya, do you know what happened? Izuku raised his head and with sadness in his eyes he replied, why yes. While I was trapped inside my own body I could see everything I did. So much damage. So many people. I ruined so many people's lives. He clenched both hands into fists. Deku, Uraraka placed her hand over his clenched fist. That wasn't you. Izuku smiled. No, it was me. This tail is proof of that. My Saiyan side, Izuku waggled his tail in front for Uraraka to see. As much I would try to deny it, it was me, plain and simple. I see, well, you are right. Izuku frowned when Den said that. But you shouldn't feel responsible. That was not your true nature. You're a kind, gentle person, who only uses their power for the sake of others. Thank you. Izuku's eyes began to water. But that still doesn't change the fact that I hurt so many people. Is there something we can do? Dend looked at Uraraka and then back to Izuku. Yes, but you aren't going to like it. Dend proceeded to explain the option to Izuku and as expected he did not like it. No, plain and simple, Izuku said firmly. Midoriya, please understand, if you don't do this you will be hunted down. Always on the run, always looking over your shoulder, and worst of all, always having them in danger. Dend reminded him of Uraraka and especially Eri. Even so, I'd rather be hunted than have them forget me. Izuku squeezed her hand gently. We can make it so they forget the part where you became evil, Isamu cut in. Dend thought about it. I see now that we have 3 wishes, we can use them to repair all the damage he caused. He paused mid-sentence. That still leaves us with 1 wish. 3? I thought it was only 1 wish, asked Uraraka. The reason it was 1 last time is because 2 of the 3 wishes were used up. Now that we have all 3 there is a chance it can work, Dend explained to the surprise of Izuku and Uraraka. But Midoriya, what will do with the last wish? Izuku thought about it. If possible I want to have some people remember what I did. Uraraka was surprised Izuku would ask for his. Can I ask why? If I ever do go down the wrong path again, I want someone to tell me what could have happened and remind me never to go down that path. Dend looked at Uraraka. I see. Very well, we will ask the dragon for that wish, said Dend. Thanks, Dend. Oh right, do you mind if I use the hyperbolic time chamber for a bit? I want to train there for a bit, Izuku asked. Dend turned to Izuku. Very well, just make sure you get out in an hour, Izuku nodded. Izuku got up but was stopped by Uraraka. Mind if I join you? I can tell you've gotten stronger, Uraraka, but inside the chamber things can get intense, are you sure? Uraraka lifted a finger to his lips, shutting him up. After everything I went through, I'm sure I can handle it, Izuku smiled. Alright, I get it. He then turned to Isamu. Want to come with us? I can tell you're strong. You might be a great sparring partner? It's been a while since I had a good fight. Sure, why not? Isamu started to stretch his arm as he followed into the chamber. Inside the chamber, Uraraka was taken back from the empty void. What, there's nothing here and the gravity, it's heavier. I told you it was intense. Still think you can handle it? Izuku asked with concern. Uraraka smiled and activated her quirk on herself, canceling out the heavier gravity. I can't tell if you're underestimating me or concerned. Why don't we have a quick match? Izuku flinched. You serious? Then he looked at her, face filled with seriousness. Alright then, I won't use any of my power then. Izuku readied himself as did Uraraka. Touching his toes to stretch, Izuku was ready. Before he could say go, Uraraka was already in his face, ready to punch him. With little time to react, Izuku barely managed to dodge. However, he did not come out unscratched. It was just a small scratch, but a scratch nonetheless. You've gotten stronger. Maybe I did underestimate you. Told you, but I still have some things I want to try. Uraraka created a small key ball and threw it at Izuku, which he caught with ease. Seems like you trained with Den. Crushing the key ball, it caused an explosion which engulfed him. Seeing this as her chance, Uraraka flew behind him and waited until the right time to go for his tail. Den said his tail was his weakness. If I grab it and squeeze, I win. Timing it perfectly, Uraraka went to reach for his tail. Not expecting Uraraka to get behind him, Izuku was taken off guard when she grabbed his tail and squeezed. Once she did, he instantly fell to the ground in pain. Gah! Every nerve in his body began to tighten up, shooting pain throughout his body. Do you give up? Uraraka asked, squeezing harder. I give up. Please let me go, Izuku pleaded as he turned to Uraraka. His pain quickly turned to worry when he saw tears fall from her face. Do you have any idea how I felt when you died? She let go of his tail, covering her face with her hands. Izuku got up and faced Uraraka without saying a word. When All Might told me the news that you died, my heart broke in two. Izuku walked up to her and hugged her. I'm sorry, Uraraka, I'm sorry how I made you feel. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you? There is one thing, she said, looking into his eyes. Anything, Izuku said, smiling. Uraraka reached behind him and went for his tail again. In an instant, Izuku once again fell to his knees in pain. That was for the neck chop, and this is for coming back to me. Uraraka let go of his tail. She bent down to kiss him. After a few seconds, they pulled away from each other. Don't ever leave me again. I promise you, Uraraka, I won't ever again. He smiled, knowing that this will all be over soon. Isamu stood off to the side, very embarrassed that his parents were kissing in front of him, but he also liked how happy they both looked. So this is how they were when they were young. Master Bakugo told me they were all lovey-dovey, but still. Hand in hand, the two walked towards Isamu. I can tell you're strong. How about we have a little match one-on-one? Izuku proposed. Isamu simply nodded. You think you can handle it? You just recovered. I'm pretty sure I can, plus we Saiyans are as tough as they come, Izuku said. As they two walked deeper into the void, Izuku couldn't help but feel excited for this fight. Ready? Go? Izuku jumped into the air and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Straight to Super Saiyan, I see, Isamu smiled. Then why don't I join you? HAAAA. His hair turned golden yellow. His eyes turned teal in color. As I thought you're a Saiyan just like me. Here I thought I was the last of my kind. Where did you come from? Isamu stayed silent. Not going to talk, I see. Then I'll just have to beat it out of you. Izuku rushed in to punch Isamu. Seeing it coming, Isamu countered with his own fist. As the two fists collided, lightning began to pulse from the crash. Both smiled as they stared at each other. Without warning, the two began to trade blows, each strike getting stronger than the last. Izuku, however, was still recovering from his injury, and Isamu took advantage of it, managing to kick Izuku in the ribs, which sent him flying. As I thought you really are strong, and I get the feeling you are still hiding some power, Izuku holding onto his ribs. Why don't we kick this up a notch? Ga hhhhh. As golden energy covered his body, Izuku emerged with lighting crackling around his body. This is what I call a Super Saiyan 2. Isamu stood firm as he saw this transformation take place. Impressive, but let's not count me out just yet, crossing his arms in front of him in an X formation. Ha! Isamu's golden aura began to grow, and with a final push his aura flared out, sending lightning strikes in every direction. Incredible, they're almost evenly matched, Uraraka said as she shielded herself from the gusts of wind. This energy, they're almost identical. Just like his mother. They have to be related, but how? He couldn't be a brother. Deku doesn't have any. The only reason why their energies would be almost identical if he was Deku's S. No way. Ha 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 ha. Incredible. Finally someone who can rival me in power who isn't evil. Izuku smiled like mad. Rushing in, Izuku got in a quick strike to the head, then followed it up with a key blast to the chest. In the smoke of the resulting explosion, Isamu flew in cloths, still smoking from the blast, and with a spin kick to Izuku's head sent him back. As he regained his composure, Izuku felt something drip down his nose. Wiping his nose, he saw it was blood. I'm still not at full strength yet. Let's see if you can handle this. Cupping his hand together, Izuku prepared to fire a Kamehameha. Golden energy began to collect inside Izuku's hand. Kamihami. Isamu saw what was coming and quickly put his hands up. I give, Isamu said, hovering in the air. I know I can't beat you. That blast would be enough to seriously hurt me. Plus I know you're still hiding your true power. Why don't you go all out? Izuku let the energy in his hands disappear and looked at Uraraka. I would, but she might get hurt if I do, so I rather not. Izuku reverted back to his base form. Let's save that for another day. Very well. Isamu quickly followed suit. Thank you for this chase to spar with you. Izuku smiled. No problem. He turned to fly down towards Uraraka. So how about we get out of here? Dend is probably waiting for us. Uraraka nodded and took his hand. Isamu followed close by. As he saw his parents, he couldn't help but smile and think of what could have been. Now outside, Dend waited for them. Oh, I see you've returned. Are you ready? They all nodded. Midoriya, who do you want to remember? Izuku nodded. Right. I want Uraraka, Kachan, Hatsume, All Might, you, and me to remember. Wait, Deku, what about your mother? And Eri? Uraraka asked. No, I couldn't live with myself if my mom found out about this. That's why I didn't include her. As for Eri, I want her to remember me as a hero and not as a villain. Izuku said with sadness in his voice. Dend nodded and placed the Dragon Balls in a circle. Let's begin. Arise Shenron. The sky turned pitch black. The Dragon Balls began to glow but did not float like last time. Instead they pulsated and then a giant beam of energy shot out of the balls which began to take shape of a dragon. Then he appeared. I am the Eternal Dragon. Thank you for getting rid of the evil within me. Normally I would not be active for a while, but since you helped me I will make an exception. Now I shall grant you 3 wishes. Speak. Shenron, for our first wish I want you to undo all the damage to the earth done by the evil Izuku Midoriya, Dend asked. Shenron's red eyes began to glow. It is done. State your second wish. Dend turned to Izuku. There you go, all the damage you've done is now gone. Izuku couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Turning back to Shenron, Dend made his next wish. Shenron, erased the memories of the evil Midoriya from everyone on earth, and with our final wish we want the ones called Uraraka, Bakugo, Hatsume, All Might, myself, and Izuku Midoriya to remember the events that transpired. With another glow of his eyes, Shenron had granted the last 2 wishes. It is done. All 3 wishes have now been granted. Due to the nature of these wishes, the Dragon Balls will not be functional for 1 year. Farewell. Disappearing, the Dragon Balls launched into the air and scattered in every direction across the globe. Izuku stood staring into the sky as it returned to its natural blue color. Is it over? Dend walked beside Izuku. Yes, it's over, you can now go back to your normal life. Uraraka ran to him and hugged him from behind. Thank you, Uraraka, for staying with me even after everything I did. Of course, I wouldn't be able to call myself your girlfriend if I didn't. Come on, let's get back to Ua. We have some explaining to do. She smiled, as he nodded. This is where we say goodbye to you too, Isamu said. I had to go back to the place I belong. Izuku walked up to Isamu. I can't thank you enough. I may not know who you are, but your actions spoke for you. I know your parents would be proud. Hearing his, Isamu couldn't hold himself back. He went to hug Izuku one final time. Thank you, father. Izuku found it weird that a stranger was hugging him but didn't question it. After a few seconds, Isamu let go of Izuku. Sorry, I guess it was weird of me to do that. It's alright. I can tell you've been through a lot, said Izuku. Isamu nodded and pressed a button on his watch which turned into a circular platform. Well, this is goodbye. Wait, Uraraka yelled. I just want to thank you as well. If it wasn't for you, Deku would be dead. She extended a hand for him to shake. When Isamu took it, she pulled him in and leaned to his ear and whispered. I know you're actually Deku's son. Isamu's eyes went wide. I found out during the little sparring match. Don't worry, I won't say anything to him. She leaned away to see his surprised face. Be careful, alright, she smiled. Right, I'll make sure to take care. A bright light began to engulf Isamu. Goodbye everyone. Isamu waved as he slowly faded away. Izuku and Uraraka waved as they saw him disappear. Now alone with Dend on the tower, they looked at each other. Come on, Uraraka, it's time we get back to school. Now that we made those wishes, people still think I'm dead, so we have a lot of explaining to do, he said, hovering in the air. Right, how are we going to explain that? Uraraka said, flying up to him. We'll think of something. He turned to Dend. Thank you for everything, Dend. Don't mention it, now off you go. Dend waved as the two took off. Back at UA, General Ross forgot what he was doing there, gathered his troops and left the campus. All Might found himself in front of the now rebuilt campus, confused as to what just happened. What's going on? Everything is back to normal and General Ross is leaving. Something happened. Just then Izuku and Uraraka landed in front of the school a few yards away from All Might. Midoriya. Even in his weakened state, All Might was ready for a fight. Hey All Might, long time no see. Izuku's voice was different from the last time they met. Wait, your voice, it's different, almost like it's back. Too. Normal. Slowly but surely All Might began to realize that he was Midoriya. But not the evil one. This was the one he knew, the kind one. Midoriya, my boy, you're back. Yeah, I am. He smiled as he approached the former #1 hero. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but right now the only people that know that I am alive and know what really happened are you, Uraraka, Kachan, Hatsume and Dend. Everyone else are going to have questions, so I want you to gather everyone and meet us at the dorms, please. All Might, still in disbelief, look at his student. Very well, give me a few minutes. Izuku nodded and All Might took off as fast as he could towards Nezu's office. Uraraka looked to Izuku. Then at his hand she noticed it was shaking. She reached for his hand. Hey, are you alright? I hurt them. Our classmates, Izuku thought back when his evil Saiyan side barged into the dorms. Hey, look at me. She grabbed the sides of his face and turned him. That wasn't you, remember that? Oh, how he missed this feeling, her warm hands on his face and that smile that can light up the night sky. Thank you, Uraraka. Just then Izuku sensed that everyone had gathered at the dorms. Come on, it's time. In the dorms, All Might had gathered Nezu and Aizawa, along with all of Class 1A. So All Might, are you going to tell us what this is all about? Aizawa said, annoyed that he woke up from his nap. I promise you it will all be worth it, All Might said with excitement. Class 1A were nervous. They had no idea why the teachers would call them all down to the lobby. Do you guys have any idea what this is about? Iida asked. No, the only thing we know is All Might called us all down here, Mina said, looking around at her class and noticed a silver-haired girl was missing. Hey, where's Eri? Oh, she's in the kitchen with Momo baking cookies. She thought it would be a good idea to distract Eri for a while. You know, after everything that's happened, Kirishima said. Alright everyone, can I have everyone's attention please? Everyone in the room looked towards All Might. I don't really know how to say this, but Class 1A began to worry. They were having flashbacks to when All Might told them Izuku had died. Just then the door to the dorms opened. As a new feature, Nezu installed sensors that scanned the person to identify them. Identified, Uraraka Ochako. Then they heard it. Scanning, identified Izuku Midoriya. They all turned towards the door to find Uraraka holding Izuku's hand. This can't be real. Mina stood back in shock. Her dead classmate was standing right in front of her. Good God! Nezu gasped upon seeing him. Aizawa put some eye drops thinking that he was seeing things. Hey guys! Izuku smiled to his classmates who were still in disbelief. A certain duo-haired colored student made his way towards Izuku, stopping just short of him. Hey Todoroki! Izuku took a step forward. Stop! Izuku stopped. Don't move, you can't be the real Midoriya, he died. This has to be the work of a quirk. Izuku reached for Todoroki's wrist and placed his hand on his chest so he could feel the heartbeat. You feel that? I'm alive and I'm me. Todoroki looked up at Izuku, tears running down his face. You son of a. Where have you been? Hugging tightly. The rest of the class quickly joined in, each wanting to check if this was really Izuku. Bakugo was in the back of the class when they made eye contact. They both said nothing but nodded at each other. Between the tears and celebration a voice was heard. Does anyone want any cookies? Momo walked out of the kitchen holding a batch of cookies. Looking up she noticed Izuku standing there with her class surrounding him. Is this real? Shocked she dropped the cookies, making them spill all over the floor. Then a quieter voice was heard. Oh no, the cookies. Aunt Momo, why did you drop them? Eri looked down at the broken cookies. Turning to look at Momo, she noticed she wasn't looking at the cookies but rather something else. Slowly turning towards the direction Momo was looking, she slowly began to see him. Papa? Eri. The class split down the middle to let Eri get a better look at Izuku. Miss me? He said, smiling. Papa, Papa. She ran as fast as her little legs could towards him, jumping into his arms and hugging him tight. All the while tears filled her face. Seeing this touching moment, Uraraka felt a tear escape her eye. Papa, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Eri. Sorry it took me so long to come back, but I'm here now and I'm not leaving again, he said, picked her up. Midoriya, how is that you are alive? We all saw your body at the funeral, Nezu said, wanting answers. I know you all have questions and I will answer them, but please, I need to make 2 more stops before I do. Nezu knew what he wanted and nodded. Thank you, sir. I will be back, I promise. Izuku walked out of the dorms with Eri in his arms and Uraraka by his side. They went off to their first stop, Izuku's house. Making their way to his house, Izuku was nervous. His heart was practically pounding out of his chest. Landing in front of the door, Izuku took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Coming, he heard his mother's voice from the door. Inko was sitting on the couch looking over old baby pictures of Izuku and reminiscing of the younger days. With a sad look on her face, she put away the album and was about to make dinner when there was a knock at the door. Coming. Opening the door, Inko. Yes? The world around Inko seemed to slow to a halt. In front of her was her son, Izuku. Hey mom. He smiled as tears fell down his face. Inko reached out to touch his face and began to feel his head. Is it really you? You're not a ghost, are you? Grabbing his mother's hand. Yeah, it's me. Hugging him, Inko's cried on his shoulder. Uraraka and Eri stood on the side, not wanting to get in between this moment. However, Inko did something they wouldn't ever forget. Come here, you two. You're part of this family. With an open arm she invited them. Of course they jumped to the idea and joined the family hug. After a while, Inko led everyone inside to sit down and talk over some tea. Izuku, however, made it seem like he had no idea how he was revived. Inko didn't care, she had her son back and that's all that mattered. It was now late at night and it was time to head back to the dorms. After hugging his mother one more time and promising he would visit tomorrow, they took off once again towards Ua. Before they did though, Izuku wanted to make one final stop at the cemetery, his tombstone. Walking up to it, he raised his hand and began to charge up a ki blast. Uraraka watched as he fired, destroying the tombstone and creating a crater where it once stood, then walked away without saying a word. Landing in front of the dorms, his class and teachers were still waiting for him in the living room. As I promised, I'm going to answer any questions you might have. However, Eri yawned. After we put Eri to bed, Izuku and Uraraka took Eri upstairs. Getting to Uraraka's room, they placed Eri on the bed and tucked her in. Izuku kissed her forehead goodnight and went back downstairs. Midoriya, how did you come back to life? Asked Aizawa. I don't know, I just woke up inside the coffin. Not having any other option, I blasted my way out of it, said Izuku as his classmates all listened closely. Midoriya, what happened with your fight with the villain? All Might asked the $1,000,000 question. Izuku stayed silent at first. After I left you guys here, I went to face him once again. We both received a significant power-up. At the time we were at the same power level. We both fired blasts at each other since we were evenly matched. It was a deadlock, but at the last second I activated Kaioken, giving me the edge. The blast engulfed him and I was sure he was dead, but Izuku choked on his words. Uraraka rubbed his back in an effort to comfort him. I let my guard down, not knowing he survived the blast. In that moment he snuck behind me and stabbed me through my back with the energy sword. His classmates and teachers were taken back at the amount of punishment he took. I was tortured for a bit as he stood over me. But then I could only think about you guys. How if I didn't take him down, he will only go after you guys. That's when I made the choice to sacrifice myself. The crater was the result of me expelling every ounce of energy, expelling it and disintegrating anything in its way. Izuku clenched his hands as he thought back. After that, I died. In the other world I was allowed to keep my body, and there I trained with some really strong people. That's amazing. Well, the last part at least, Mineta said. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Nezu, he turned to the small bear, mouse-looking animal. Last time we spoke you told me that if I left I was no longer welcomed here at UA. The classes stiffened when they heard this. Does that mean I can no longer attend here? Everyone shifted their attention to Nezu. If I said no, what would you do? Izuku thought about it. If that's what it comes down to, then I would transfer over to another school. My dreams of becoming haven't died yet. You do realize if you are kicked out of UA, no other hero school will accept you, Nezu said, getting up from his seat. A look of shock came over Izuku, then one of resolve. Then I will become a vigilante. It may be against the law, but if I can still do good in this world, then no one would stop me. I see. Nezu began to walk away. I do hope that never comes to happen. We wouldn't want you to become a wanted criminal. Wait, you mean? Izuku's eyes began to shine. We will see you in class, Mr. Midoriya. And with that, Nezu walked out of the dorms. Izuku breathed the biggest sigh of relief. I won't disappoint you, sir. Alright everyone, it's time to sleep, Aizawa said. The class reluctantly agreed and went up to their room, but not before saying how it was nice to have Izuku back. Izuku went up to his room, his stuff still there, except the Dragon Balls that were once on the top of the shelf. Taking off his shirt and putting on shorts, he laid in bed happy that he was back. As he closed his eyes, he thought back to all the things we went through and slowly drifted to sleep. It's now 2 a.m. when Izuku's eyes shot open. He was breathing heavily, sweat pouring down his body. Checking his stomach, he noticed he was fine. Damn, the nightmares are back. He got up from bed and towards the open window. Looking outside, he looked up at the half moon. Just then there was a knock on the door. Who can be here at this hour? Opening the door, he found Uraraka. Hey Deku. Uraraka, what are you doing up so late? He said, forgetting that he had no shirt on. She just stared at his chiseled body. Uraraka? Blushing, Uraraka snapped out of it. Oh right. I could say the same thing to you. I had a nightmare, he said. Want to talk about it? She offered to listen. I'd rather not. He turned away from her. Then what about some company? She said, smiling. Reluctantly, he opened the door wider to let her in. Izuku went to sit on his bed and Uraraka sat right beside him, looking around. It feels like forever ago since it's been just you and me. Yeah, it really does feel that way, Izuku said, not knowing what to do. He had invited her in because he wanted to have company, but now he didn't know what to talk about. Sitting in silence for a few seconds, Izuku finally spoke. I have nightmares. Uraraka turned to him. Ever since I woke up in the other world, I've had nightmares of when I died. I can still feel the pain of it when I sleep. On the worst nights I can see you and Eri dead. I hold you in my arms, unable to do anything. Uraraka stared at him. Deku. She leaned in to hug him. Keeping this all in is not healthy, Deku. Shout if you need to. Scream if you want to. Just let it out. You don't need to be strong all the time. I'm here. Izuku could feel tears welling up in his eyes, then sobbing. You Uraraka. As he buried his face in her chest, he cried and cried, letting everything out. It's okay, Deku. I'm here. I will always be here, she said, kissing his forehead. After a few minutes of crying and regaining his composure, he looked up at her. Sorry you had to see that. She shook her head. Don't be sorry. It's part of life. She looked over at the clock that read 4 a.m. I should probably head back. Good night. Getting up, she was stopped when Izuku grabbed her hand. See, can you stay? Just for tonight, Izuku said, his face turning red with embarrassment. Sure, just for tonight. As they climbed into bed together facing each other, they both blushed. Good night. She reached to grab his hand. Good night. Izuku stretched out to kiss her lips. As they drifted asleep, Izuku held onto Uraraka's hand. Somewhere in deep space, a space pod was seen flying across the emptiness of space. Inside was a woman, wearing a particular armor. I have to warn him, she coughed out blood. Computer set coordinates to planet Earth. A tail was seen as the computer set the coordinates. He is my only hope now, she thought as she passed out from the pain. Alright, another chapter done. I was thinking about doing a what if timeline for this story. Let me know what you think. Life for Izuku has finally returned to normal, but all good things will come to an end. What is in store for our young Saiyan? Find out next time. Another. The rest of the class woke up and began to gather downstairs for breakfast. That's when Mina looked around and noticed 2 people were missing. Hey, where is Izuku and Uraraka? They awake yet? They should be. I'll go wake them up, Toru said, heading back upstairs, where she ran into Eri looking into Izuku's room. Morning, Eri. The little girl jumped, not expecting someone to be behind her. Sorry, what are you doing? Look, she pointed inside the room. As Toru peeked in, she saw Uraraka and Izuku in bed together. Oh my god, Mina is going to flip when she sees this. Eri, go get the girls. Eri ran off, and a few minutes later she appeared with Mina and the girls in tow. What's so important that you had to get Eri to drag me over here, Toru? Mina said as she looked at the invisible girl with anger in her eyes. I was just about to sit down and enjoy. Just then Toru turned Mina towards the door. What? Oh. What are you guys looking at? Momo said, looking into the room. Oh my, all the girls peeked in and all had the same reaction. Inside they could clearly see Izuku shirtless hugging Uraraka from behind. Just then from the hallway a voice was heard. What are you all doing? Turning towards the voice the girls saw that it was Hatsume from the support class. Getting spoke the girls lost their balance and fell into the room, waking the pair up. What was that? Uraraka said, sitting up fast, that the strap of her shirt slid off. Who's there? Izuku jumped out of bed and landed facing the girls. Forgetting that he was shirtless he gave the girls quite a show. The girls could only stare at Izuku. That's why he looked down and noticed he had no shirt. Oh crap, Izuku found the shirt he had on last night and quickly covered himself red-faced. Oh hey Midoriya. Hatsume popped her head through the door. I see you're busy right now, so when you have time stop by the support room for a bit. Later, she left as quickly as she appeared. That's when Uraraka saw what was going on. Alright everyone get out, she quickly shooed her classmates out the door. Ah but Uraraka, we were enjoying the show, Mina said as she was being pushed out. No show here. Uraraka managed to push the girls out of the room, closing the door behind her. Then she turned to Izuku who was blushing. Why are you blushing? No reason, Izuku quickly put on his shirt. We should head downstairs for breakfast. As he walked past Uraraka, he could feel the daggers she was sending his way. Walking down to the kitchen the boys looked at Izuku and nodded, while the girls whispered words into her ears. Both blushed as they ate their meal. After that embarrassing situation they were interrupted by Aizawa walking into the dorms. Alright everyone listen up, everyone turned to Aizawa. Due to some unforeseen circumstances every hero school has decided to move the provisional license exam to this week. As in 2 days. What? That's nowhere near enough time to get ready. The class yelled out shocked that they had so little time. I know that's why you are going to train non-stop until the day of the exam, Aizawa said zipping up his sleeping bag. Everyone change into your hero costumes and head over to Arena Beta. Everyone quickly changed into their hero costumes and ran towards Arena Beta. Their ectoplasm and Midnight were there waiting for them. Good, now that everyone is here we can begin. For the next 2 days you are going to be developing super moves. These are meant to your signature moves when you want to end a fight fast. Each of you will have one of my clones to practice with, so off you go. Everyone split up on their own to practice. Izuku went off on his own to practice a move he practiced with Goku in the other world. So I have to raise my hands into air and draw energy from around me. Putting his hands into the air Izuku closed his eyes and focused. The wind blowing outside, the grass, the trees, every animal, every person. I can feel them. As Izuku focused he could feel the energy beginning to draw near him. Everyone stopped as they began to see particles of energy flowing in the air and heading towards the direction of Izuku. So pretty? Uraraka looked in awe as the energy particles flowed into Arena Beta. Looking up Izuku could see as a blue ball of energy formed growing in size. This is amazing. Midoriya, what is that? Aizawa asked as he approached him. Oh this, Izuku brought down the ball which was about the size of a basketball so Aizawa could see it. This is called a spirit bomb. It uses pure energy I draw from my surroundings. It's very powerful but it only works on those with negative energy, or evil if you will. The only downside is that it takes time to charge and leaves me wide open to attacks. Izuku let the spirit bomb disperse from his hands. Aizawa stood there eyed wide. Well, considering you just came back to life I guess anything is possible. Keep up the good work. Just before he was about to leave Aizawa remembered something. Right before I forget, Hatsume from the support course wanted to see you after this. Izuku nodded and went to practicing his move. Class went on as normal. Izuku even showed off Super Saiyan 2 for his classmates. Kirishima tried to challenge Izuku but it ended badly for Kirishima. Having a 30-minute break Izuku and Uraraka made their way towards the support course where Hatsume was waiting for them. Hey guys, Hatsume was working on a machine when they arrived. Hey, so what did you want to talk about? Izuku asked as he saw what she was working on. It looks like a humanoid robot. She quickly covered it up with a sheet. Hatsume dug around the pile of inventions on her workstation. Right, remember the scouter you broke during the sports festival? Well, I made another version of it. I was hoping if you can power up for me. She found the new and improved scouter and put it on. Really? That's it? Izuku asked. Yup, I want to see if it can withstand your power now, Hatsume said excitedly. Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. If I power up to full power here I might destroy the lab, Izuku said backing away. Aw come on, Hatsume got in his face in a desperate attempt to persuade him. However, Izuku still didn't want to do it. No sorry, maybe another time. Hatsume gave up. Fine, can you at least check out the gravity works or not? She pointed to a door in the corner of the workshop. Gravity room? What does that do? Uraraka asked. It's a special room that you can increase the gravity and train under immense pressure. My great-grandmother had the blueprints for it in her notes, so I built it, Hatsume said opening the door to the chamber. How high can you increase the gravity? Izuku asked entering the room. It can go up to 300x normal gravity, just so you know I don't recommend it, she warned. Izuku was smart enough not to do that anyway. Alright, time to test it. Before he had time to respond Hatsume had already pulled Uraraka out of the chamber. Izuku stood there puzzled, then he heard Hatsume yell out something. 100x normal gravity should do it. Wait Hatsume, maybe we shouldn't. Just then the chamber began to glow red and all of a sudden Izuku fell to his knees. Gah? Heavy? Izuku tried to force himself up with all he had but he couldn't. Hatsume. Stop. Relax, why don't you just turn Super Saiyan or whatever? Izuku did a double take when he heard this. Izuku struggled to keep his head from hitting the floor. As he looked up his eyes began to change color. His hair flashed sparks of golden yellow, until with a mighty roar he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Jumping around, Izuku could still feel the gravity pulling him down, but it was just the right amount where he can work out in. This is perfect. Hatsume. Powering down the chamber, Uraraka and Hatsume walked into the chamber. Glad you liked it. Just tell me when you want to train here and I'll let you use it. Izuku nodded. Come Deku, we have to get back to training. Thanks for everything Hatsume, she said as they were about to leave. No problem, she watched then as they turned and walked away. Hey Midoriya, he turned. It's good to have you back, she smiled. It's good to be back, I'll see you later, and with that they were gone. Izuku and Uraraka made their way back to the training ground where they found everyone else hard at work. As the day came and went, the students were finally let out to go back to the dorms and relax. This repeated onto the next day. Note: I am going to skip part of the provisional license exam to speed things up. All you have to know is that this time around everyone in class 1A pass. Sorry if you don't like this, but think of it as a time skip. Now having passed the exam, everyone was looking for a relaxing weekend of doing nothing. Man, that was tough, Mina said, throwing herself onto the couch. It really was. Who knew so many schools would be going after us, said Toru, who joined her. I don't know how you guys are tired, I'm doing just fine, Izuku said as his classmates were literally throwing themselves on the floor. Just then Uraraka put a hand on his shoulder. Well Deku, not everyone has your kind of stamina. As he turned to look at her deadbeat tired. Are you an alien? She muttered to herself, but Izuku heard. Izuku scratched his head. Why yeah, sorry about that. If it's all the same to you guys, I'm going to train for a bit in the gravity room. Text me when it's time to eat. His classmates can only stop and stare as he walked out of dorms. If he's like this while exercising, imagine when he is in bed, Mina said, licking her lips. Mina. Uraraka chased her down, but being rather tired she gave up after a while. Izuku walked to the support building where the gravity was, when he was stopped by All Might, young Midoriya. What's up All Might, need something? He asked. Yes actually. If you will, can you come spar with a student? All Might said, wearing an oversized suit. Izuku was puzzled. You want me to fight another student? Yes, I can assure you he will prove a challenge, All Might said, begging. Really? You think they can prove a challenge to me? All Might now had his full attention. I'm listening? Right, he's a third year, I passed down my quirk too. As he stands now he is stronger than I was in my prime, that is not to mention his own quirk. Really stronger than you in your prime? Interesting. Alright All Might, I'll fight him, Izuku said with excitement. Perfect. Please come with me. We need to go to a special arena we built just for this occasion. All Might walked Izuku to an arena at the edge of campus. Walking inside, Izuku could feel the ki of 3 strong people, however one was stronger than the others. There he was met by 3 students wearing their hero costumes, so the one I am fighting is in the middle right. All Might nodded. The guy with the 1 million sign on his chest is strong. I can only imagine with All Might's quirk. Now face to face, All Might introduced them. Midoriya, these are UA's top 3 students in the 3rd year. Mirio Tagata, Tamaki Amajiki, and Nijire Hato. Big 3, this is Izuku Midoriya. So he's the famous golden warrior who died and came back to life, Nijire said, inspecting him. What's with the tail? Why don't you have golden hair? She started to ask so many questions. Izuku took a step back. Well, you see, the tail is part of my quirk, you see, it grew when I came back to life. As to why I don't have golden hair, that happened when I increased my power. Nijire, you're crowding the poor kid, Mirio said, pulling Nijire away. Sorry about that. She can be very energetic. Anyway, your name is Midoriya, right? Nice to meet you. He extended out his hand to shake. Izuku accepted and took his hand. Likewise, so you're the one I'm fighting? Izuku began to increase his grip on Mirio's hand. Mirio responded in kind. That's right, I have a lot to prove, so let's go. Is it just me or do those two have some scary aura around them? Nijire said to Tamaki. Mirio is really going to take this seriously, the quiet boy finally talked. Izuku and Mirio made their way to the center of the arena. All Might was on the sideline with the other 2 students acting as a referee. Ready? Both fighters nodded. Go. Mirio was the first to charge in, but suddenly phased through the floor, surprising Izuku. What? I can't sense his energy. Izuku looked around but didn't see him. Where did he go? Just then from behind, Mirio came flying out of the ground, 1 for all 15%. So quick was the strike that Izuku had very little time to react, raising his hands to block the attack, but it was still enough to push Izuku back, his feet dragging across the floor. Still not going down, huh? Seems like the rumors were true, you really are strong. Mirio landed where Izuku once was. Izuku smiled. You're strong, I'll give you that, but that won't be enough to hurt me. Izuku faced him once again. Thanks, but you haven't even started to attack me. Aren't you going to go super? Mirio asked. I will, but I want to see you at 100% first. I want to see if you can handle it, said Izuku with a level of cockiness. Handle what? Mirio asked on guard. You'll see, Izuku transformed into a Super Saiyan. I turn. In the blink of an eye Izuku appeared face to face with Mirio. Pulling his arm back Izuku tried to punch him only to have his fist pass through him. What? Mirio shrugged. Sorry, that's my other quirk. Hitting me is not going to be that easy. It wouldn't be much fun if it wasn't. Izuku stomped on the ground breaking it. Then with a kick he sent the pieces flying towards Mirio. With his permeation quirk the debris passed right through him. That's when Izuku flew above him and fired a ki blast at him. At the last second Mirio phased through the ground and out of harm's way. Izuku landed. You know it would be more of a fight if you actually fought. All you're doing is running away. You want to do this the old-fashioned way then? Alright then, one for all 100%, red streaks began to appear through Mirio's body. You wanted me at full power, right? This is my full power. Try to keep up. With a sonic boom behind him Mirio launched himself towards Izuku. This time the tables were turned. Mirio attacked Izuku with rapid strikes to the stomach and finishing the combo with a spin kick to the head. Izuku spit out blood as he flew towards the wall. Stopping just before he hit it Izuku wiped the blood off his lip. You are definitely stronger than All Might, I'll give you that. If I compared you to me, I'd stay you just as strong as a Super Saiyan 2. Unfortunately for you I'm still stronger. Impossible, there is no way you are stronger, Mirio yelled as he went in for another strike, only to have Izuku catch it mid-air. What? Pulling Mirio close Izuku punched him hard in the stomach bringing him to his knees. Why don't I show you what it means to be stronger? Flying into the air Izuku's aura began to flare out. Taking in a deep breath Izuku composed himself. The sheer amount of wind pressure coming off him was enough to rip the roof off the building sending it flying. All Might and the others threw themselves to the ground trying to avoid getting blown away. Then followed the earthquake. The ground began to shake violently. His poor classmates trying to rest up at the dorms felt the shaking, some falling out of bed. However, 3 people on Earth could tell what was going on. Bakugo was in his room when he started to sense Izuku was fighting someone. Then the sudden power spike was enough to give him a headache. What the hell? Deku, you bastard, where were you hiding this power? Uraraka was in the living room sleeping on the couch with Eri laying on top of her. She woke up to the sudden spike in Izuku's power. She knew what was about to happen. Grabbing Eri she quickly put up a ki shield around them as the shaking began. Eri woke up and was frightened when she noticed everything was shaking and the wind howled as windows began to shatter. It's alright Eri, it's your papa. On the lookout Den stood on the edge looking down. Crazy bastard actually knows how to do it. He knows how to turn into a Super Saiyan 3. Even though the lookout began to shake like crazy. In space the spacebot rocketed across space with the mystery woman inside. Due to her injuries she had passed out, that is until she felt Izuku's power. This has to be him. Computer, pinpoint that energy signature and take me there. Energy signature locked on. ETA 1 hour to arrival. The computer responded as they passed a planet. Back with Izuku, Mirio tried to shield himself but to little avail. He was pushed back hitting the wall. What power? He struggled to even get out the words. Izuku counted as his yell as his hair began to glow. Slowly but surely it began to grow, but the power he was exerting was causing trouble. Across the world seismic detectors in California picked up the shaking, sending waves 2 meters tall across the ocean. If Izuku didn't stop soon the whole world could be destroyed. However, the main campus, while stronger than most buildings, still couldn't take it much longer. Cracks began to run up and down the main building. The teachers were in a panic not knowing what was going on. Their first priority was to protect the students. Aizawa ran towards the dorms when he noticed a beam of light coming from the far arena. That's the special arena the school built for All Might to use his full power in, and the roof has just been blown off. Inside, All Might and the other students struggled against the wind. Midoriya, stop this. You're going to destroy the school or worse. Izuku's hair began to grow past his waist. With one final explosion of light, Izuku emerged with long golden hair flowing down to his waist, his body engulfed in lighting, his tail flowing in the wind. The others finally being able to stand up saw Izuku. What the hell? All Might couldn't believe it, his student has just gone through another transformation. This is what is known as a Super Saiyan 3 inches. Izuku landed on the broken ground. Once he did, everyone in the school could feel a shift in the air around them. Now let's finish this. Izuku motioned Mirio with his finger, taunting him. Don't believe you have the upper hand just because you changed your hair. I'll pour everything I have into this attack. Mirio rushed in and channeled One for All through his hand. 100% Detroit Smash. Mirio was a few inches away from Izuku, who didn't move until the last second, and in a bright flash of light Izuku appeared behind Mirio. A few seconds passed, then suddenly Mirio's eyes went blank as he fell unconscious. What just happened? Nijire asked, stunned that Mirio just lost. I don't know, it was too fast to see, but it looks like Mirio lost? Tamaki was in shock. His friend since childhood had never lost, not since he fully controlled his quirk. All Might was the most surprised. Even at 100%, Mirio was no match for Midoriya. Just then Aizawa, Recovery Girl and the rest of Class 1A ran into the now destroyed building. What the hell is going on here? Aizawa yelled. Then he saw Izuku with his long golden hair. His class couldn't believe it. Izuku looked so different. Izuku turned to the others and powered down, falling to his knees when he did. Damn, that form really does drain my strength. I should only use this to end a fight quickly. It worked so much better when I was dead. Now that I'm alive, my body can't take the sudden increase in power. Deku, Uraraka yelled as she ran towards Izuku, Eri in her arms. You alright? Izuku looked up. Why, yeah, just a bit tired. I should be fine with some rest. Recovery Girl, can you please heal Mirio? Recovery looked down at Izuku's side to find the third year on the floor, of course. Midoriya, what the hell was that you just did? Aizawa asked. That was a new form I learned while in the other world. I call it a Super Saiyan 3. It increases my base power by 400 inches. His classmates' eyes went wide. Though with such an enormous power-up comes a price. My body as it is now can't handle the increase in power. Therefore I can only use it for a few minutes at best. So I really didn't stand to begin with, huh? Mirio said as he was being held up by Nijire and Tamaki. I won't lie, you had me worried for a bit, but no, Izuku said, scratching his head. I see. Well, it was a good fight nonetheless. Mirio extended out his hand. Izuku smiled. Train and maybe in the future you can beat me. They shook hands, but this time it was one of friendship. As they walked out of the arena, Izuku and All Might were called in for a little chat with Nezu. After a few harsh words and promising not to do that again, he was allowed to go back to the dorms. There he had Eri waiting for him. Papa, it's lunchtime. Alright then, let's go, I'm starving. Izuku walked with Eri in hand to the kitchen where the food was being served. Grabbing a plate, Izuku sat down with Eri and Uraraka, after a while of talking about school and other stuff just like the old days. Once they finished, it was Izuku's turn to wash the dishes. Everyone had already gone either to their rooms or were in the training grounds. I never noticed how much we eat, he said to himself as he looked at the pile of plates and cups to wash. Need a hand? Izuku turned to find Uraraka standing by the door. No, it's fine, it's my turn to do them anyway. Go rest up. He turned to start doing the dishes. When he put them to dry, Uraraka grabbed a rag and began to dry them off. You really don't. Before he could say anything else, Uraraka hit him with the rag. I am helping you, alright? Her voice so stern, scared poor Izuku. Yes ma'am, and with that they began. After they were done, they both went to sit down on the couch. Where's Eri? Izuku asked. She's with Momo getting her hair done, I see. Hey Uraraka, can I ask you something? He said, turning to her. Yeah, of course. She sat up straight. Do you think it would be a good idea to tell the rest of the class what I am? His voice turned serious. I mean, they are eventually going to know what I am, and I'd rather they hear it from me and not like when we erase their memories. If you ask me, then yes, I do think you should tell them. Eventually your secret will come out and they should know, said Uraraka. Izuku was about to say something when he felt something approach them, but not from the building but rather from the sky. What? Who is that? Izuku looked up. What are you talking about, Deku? She asked, looking at him. Don't you feel that energy? It's faint, but something is approaching and fast. Izuku got up from the couch. Uraraka focused and sensed what he was talking about. Why yeah, I do feel that. Who can that be? Then she noticed something. Deku, whoever that is, they're heading straight from the dorms. At that speed they're going to smash into it. Call the teachers. I'll go meet this person. Izuku wasted no time flying outside and taking off into the sky. Izuku waited for the person to come into view. When they did, he noticed it was a ship, a spaceship. As the pod entered Earth's atmosphere, it began to burn. Now directly in its path, Izuku braced to catch the pod from hitting the floor. With a loud thud, Izuku caught the space pod. Gotcha! Izuku flew down with the pod where Uraraka and his class along with the teachers were waiting for him. Izuku set the pod down. What the hell is that thing? Kirishima asked. It looks like some sort of pod. Momo said. Better yet, where did it come from? Aizawa asked as he looked around the pod. Just then the hatch to the pod popped open. This sent all the teachers to be on guard and Izuku turned into a Super Saiyan just in case. However, nothing came out of the pod. Anyone willing to look inside? Asked All Might. Everyone looked at each other. That's when Izuku stepped forward. I'll check it out. Everyone stay behind me. As Izuku slowly approached the now open pod, he could sense a faint power inside. Looking into the pod, Izuku saw a young woman badly injured. Hey guys, I think she needs help. Izuku picked up the mystery person and turned to everyone. The girl had fine black hair with her skin being a shade of green. She was wearing battle armor that was broken in various places. Suddenly she began to wake up, her eyes were a light shade of purple. Oh, you're awake? Hold on, we are getting help. Y Yakja Awisad Alkfa HKDSA, FJKBAFU Alkal. She tried to speak but nobody understood her. Sorry, I don't know what you said, Izuku said. Suddenly the mystery girl grabbed Izuku by the back of the head and kissed him in front of everyone. Uraraka froze when she saw this. Momo covered Eri's eyes so she didn't have to see. Pulling away, the woman spoke. I found you. Another Saiyan. She smiled and then once again passed out. Izuku looked at the young woman and noticed a tail wrapped around her waist. She has a tail just like me. Is she a Saiyan? Midoriya, do you know this girl? All Might asked. Snapping out of thoughts, Izuku looked at All Might. No, I don't, but I think I know what she is. For now we need to get her to Recovery Girl. All Might nodded and motioned to Izuku to take off towards the nurse's office. Leaving his class behind, Uraraka couldn't help but feel a tightness in her chest. Why'd I feel like this? It's not jealousy but rather, worry. Once in the nurse's office, Izuku put the mystery girl on the bed so Recovery Girl can heal her. Removing her armor, Recovery Girl found scarring throughout her body. She's been fighting for a while. But she looks so young, no older than I am. Then walked in some of the teachers. So who is she and where did she come from? Izuku, what happened? I was in the dorms when I sensed something approaching from the sky and well, the rest you know, Izuku said, looking at the mystery girl. What is like an alien then? Mike said jokingly. Yes, actually, a Saiyan to be exact, Izuku answered. Mike was surprised he was messing around when he said that. Midoriya, how can you be so sure? Nezu asked. He turned towards the teachers. Because I'm also a Saiyan. What I am about to tell you only 3 people know. I am not fully human. My father was a Saiyan, an alien. This tale is proof of that. I was told I was the last of my kind, but seeing her contradicts that. So you're saying you're an alien? Nezu said, raising an eyebrow. Izuku nodded. Yes, then turned to the girl. We Saiyans are naturally gifted when it comes to manipulating our energy. We can also increase our power via transformations. From what I heard, it made us great to conquer worlds, but as you see, I have no such plans. Her, I'm not too sure. If she does decide to attack the Earth, I will deal with her. The teacher all looked at each other. How can this be a student of theirs not being fully human? We will discuss this later, Midoriya, but for now we need to know what she is doing here. How long till she wakes up? Nezu asked Recovery Girl. It won't be long now. If she is as dangerous as Midoriya describes her, it's best we leave it to him. I will stay here in case anything happens. You can wait outside. With her cane, Recovery Girl pointed them outside. Very well, we will be outside. Nezu walked out the door along with the other teachers. A few minutes after they left, the mystery girl began to wake up. She slowly began to look around the room. Where am I? You're the nurse's office. Turning to her right, the mystery girl saw Recovery Girl standing beside the bed and Izuku beside her. Don't worry, we healed your wounds. Thank you very much. Then she made eye contact with Izuku. You're a Saiyan, aren't you? Izuku nodded. Yup, well, half Saiyan. I assume you're half Saiyan as well. Yes, she nodded. So do you have a name? Recovery Girl asked. My name is Hamari. What's your name? She asked Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. I have to ask. I heard our race is violent and used to conquer worlds. Are you here to do that? Izuku's became serious. No, of course not. I came here to ask for your help, Hamari pleaded. Izuku raised an eyebrow. My help? Yes, please, you must help me. You're my last hope. Tears began to fall from her face. Izuku could tell she was desperate. I will try to help you, but first you need to tell me what is going on. Before she could speak, the floor began to rumble. What the? It's them. They're here, Hamari said, visibly afraid. Who's here? Izuku asked as the shaking stopped. The enforcers are here. This time Izuku heard an explosion. It had to be Kachan. Suddenly the door to the room burst open and All Might ran inside out of breath. Midoriya, some guys just appeared out of nowhere. Your class is fighting them right now. You have to go help. Oh no, Uraraka. Eri, you stay here. Izuku took off as fast as he could to his classmates. Wait. He can't, he'll die. You have to stop him, Hamari said, trying to get out of the bed. Don't worry, Midoriya is strong, he can win. All Might said before he went after Izuku.